thepascal. You are now rocking with that dude Pascal. We be going wild, Haitian in the building, so original. Got the haters catching feelings. Get your hands up to the ceiling and keep them held high, cause St. Louis isn't ready. Forget about it, goodbye. Hold up, we just saying hi. Five somebody, rise up weekdays. Catch us live, somebody, let's go.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon and good evening. Welcome to the Pascal Show. Hope everybody's doing well out there. Yes, it's very, very early in the morning. It is almost 6 o'clock in the morning as we speak. I mean, you know, it's 19 minutes until 6 in the morning, my time right now. And we are about to walk into some really devastating news here, guys. I just wanted to give you guys the updates and everything. And I told you guys I'd be up here early, so don't get mad at me. Okay? But we got some updates. We got some things that we got to get into, and there's a lot to get into. I haven't gotten my coffee. The coffee's still brewing as we speak. So I'm going to hop off here in a second. But of course, I'm going to give you guys some updates before we get into everything right now. Okay, so do me a favor before we get into all of this. This is some terrifying, wild stuff. Okay, let me just say this really quick. Hurricane Melissa is about to hit Jamaica. It is definitely confirmed. It's going down. In fact, it's picked up a little bit of speed. And of course, it went from the last time we talked this morning or yesterday morning, it went from a 165 mile per hour wind, 65 miles per hour gusts of wind, now to 175. Okay. So this is some really serious stuff. Okay. I'm just letting you guys know the hurricane is approaching Jamaica. So we are all here. The whole world is basically bracing for impact. Not only just Jamaica, the whole world is bracing for impact right now as we speak. So do me a favor before we get into everything, hit that like button down below. Crush it, do what it do, hit that reaction button if you're watching on these other platforms, please and thank you. If you are watching on these other platforms like Facebook, X/Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Rumble, Twitch, Kick, please make sure you hit that follow button, okay? We can talk about everything on this channel. We talk about everything from, trending news, big topics like this, world topics, politics, true crime, pop culture, and everything in between, okay? Because we care. So if you care, please make sure you hit that subscribe button, okay? Hit that notification bell. Follow my other pages, please. Subscribe here on my main channel, The Pascal Show. Go and check out Pascal Show clips and Pascal Raw. That would be greatly appreciated. Subscribe to those. Hit that notification bell. Set it to all. Make sure you know whenever I'm live, whenever I upload, because it is random, okay? Then also, let's not forget, if you can, please support the show. Hit that join button down below. Become a member. Check out my Patreon, and of course, check out PascalMerch.com. Okay, PascalMerch.com. We got some really great stuff. All right, guys, we're gonna get straight into the meat and potatoes because there's a lot going on here today. There's a lot going on this morning. I know a lot of us haven't even woken up. In fact, this is what's so sad about this too, is that people in Jamaica, the people of Jamaica are just waking up right now. And they're waking up to a devastating morning, okay? They are getting ready for some really bad stuff that is about to go down here. Yeah. This is some crazy stuff, all right? So let me give you guys just the most recent update that we have seen so far, and then we're going to go straight into some live coverage because there's a lot of live coverage. So just rock with me, guys, because there's a lot going on. Multiple different cameras going on, all that stuff, okay? And I know some of y'all are, some of you guys are doing the night shift right now. Some of you guys are just getting off of work. Some of y'all are just getting up, getting ready for work. Some of y'all are sitting down and eating dinner right now. You see what I'm saying? Some of y'all in the middle of work, having lunch, doing your lunch break and all that. I mean, from wherever you're watching this show, please comment and let me know where you're watching this show. Okay. Because we are all shook and we're all very nervous. Okay. And we are all praying and hoping that Jamaica pulls through this situation, right? So definitely comment in the chat, okay? Let me know where y'all are watching this show right now, okay? But good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to every single last one of y'all, okay? It is a very early morning right now, and I know a lot of people did not have a lot of sleep, and in fact, the people of Jamaica did not have a lot of sleep last night because they were basically getting ready to brace for impact. And of course, are terrified of the results of the end result of this hurricane when it does make landfall, which should be happening very, very soon. So here's what we have so far. And this was updated about 7 minutes ago. All right. Let me just show you. About 9 minutes ago. So climate change is likely worsening Hurricane Melissa. So Hurricane Melissa's intensification into the strongest storm on Earth so far this year. And one of the most strongest storms on record in the Atlantic Ocean was fueled by unusually hot ocean temperatures in the Caribbean. So they're saying it's one of the strongest storms on Earth so far this year and one of the strongest storms on record in the Atlantic Ocean. Insane. The storm underwent 2 periods of rapid intensification, with its maximum sustained speeds or winds, first jumping from 70 miles per hour to on Saturday to 140 miles per hour just 24 hours later. Then from Sunday afternoon through Monday afternoon, its peak winds spiked again, going from 140 miles per hour to 175 miles per hour. Such bouts of rapid intensification are becoming more frequent as the climate warms. So Hurricane Melissa is only the latest in a string of intense Atlantic hurricanes this year to undergo such extreme rapid strengthening. According to the climate science research group Climate Central, the ocean ocean temperatures in the vicinity of Hurricane Melissa's path were about 2.5 degrees Fahrenheit above average from this time of the year. The group calculated that along the entire path of the storm so far, the unusually hot sea surface temperatures were at least 100 to 800 times more likely due to global warming. They brought up global warming. Studies also show that climate change is causing hurricanes to produce heavier rainfall than they would have in the past decades, because warmer air holds more moisture. So when the worst conditions will arrive in Cuba, in Jamaica and Cuba. So Hurricane Melissa is expected to make landfall in western Jamaica late this morning, and they're saying soon. Okay, and of course, let's not forget too. Right now, in my time, it's almost 6 o'clock, but in Jamaica, it is almost 7 o'clock a.m. Okay, just so you guys know. So right now, it's almost 7 o'clock in Jamaica right now. So anything's possible. All right. So here's what to expect in key locations. Worst conditions from now till 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Okay. From now until 8 Eastern Standard Time. That's a long, long time. Just so you know. That's insane. That's a very long time because remember, they say now that the hurricane, I keep on wanting to say tornado, but the hurricane has gone past 3 miles per hour. All right. It's now going, when they said it was going, they said it was going about 10 miles per hour now. Just 10. That's a crawl. Okay. So things are about to get very intense very soon. And it's going to be a long period of time. Peak wind gusts, 70 to 85 miles per hour. Additional rainfall, 8 to 16 inches. And that's just in Kingston, Jamaica. Okay. I mean, you got Montego Bay. They're saying that, 8 a.m., worst conditions, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. 12 hours of just hurricane. 12 hours of just hurricane, y'all. Peak wind gusts, 100 miles per hour to 140 miles per hour. Additional rainfall, 12 to 20 inches. October average, 6.5 inches. All right. Worst storm surge will be Tuesday, mid-late afternoon, after the worst, after the center of the storm actually passes. Then, of course, they say tonight, Cuba is about to get smashed. Worst conditions, Tuesday, 10 p.m., Tuesday evening, to Wednesday, 10 a.m. So 12 hours of nonstop storm. So this is going to be overnight hell for Cuba. And they think it's going to be a little bit less as intense. They that's what they believe. They believe that once it hits Jamaica, it's going to slow down. So to go from a category 5 down to a category 4. That's what they believe. Maybe a category 3, but there's no confirmation of that. It might rev up even more speed. You never know. It might stay as intense. The intensity may stay the exact same. I mean, we're going to be looking at, footage of this hurricane here soon. This is no joke. Okay. This hurricane is not here to play. Definitely not here to play at all. All right. So let me pull this up. Wrong one. Where's she at? Let's take a look at this. This is insane, y'all. Absolutely insane. It's about to go down, y'all. It's about to go down.
They're sleeping right now. Our exclusive Fox model does not call for a landfall, but has the core of what will be Hurricane Melissa staying off to the northwest of the island itself.
Be right back.
That does mean that Bermuda would be on the dirty side, experiencing not only wind, but also rain. Again, most likely we'll be talking about tropical storm force winds for Bermuda. They can easily deal with that, as we said, looking at maybe the higher probability of 60 to maybe 80 mile per hour wind gusts. Again, even that would be tolerable, but we're looking at, of course, impacts and rain
of the island.
You can see that we do have some flooding already occurring.
Real quick, guys, I'm going to be right back. I'm just getting some coffee, so give me 2 seconds, okay? Coffee's already brewing. Just want to get a quick cup. I'll be right back with my coffee, all right?
On the streets in Kingston, keep in mind we'll have fresh water flooding, but also we will have storm surge.
Massive storm surge. The reason being is you've got those consistent winds slamming up against the south-facing shores. Counterclockwise rotation, remember that. Keep that in mind. As the storm moves to the north and northeast at this hour, very slowly, only 5 miles per hour. So it's not like it's a boom where you get in there and we're out. It's going to take some time.
Hours of being exposed to these conditions. Now, depending on the location that we're talking about in Jamaica, there's going to be different experiences that are felt. We were just having a discussion, Craig and I, and then our meteorologist behind scenes, Michael Guy. a lot of folks are going to do comparison to other storms. That's sort of a natural human tendency. I think it's always smart to keep in mind that every storm is very unique, very different. But, you know, this island was hit in 1988 by Hurricane Gilbert, and that was a totally different trajectory. And looking at the setup, I think folks in Kingston, which is kind of the most populated, it is the most populated city in Jamaica, there's a chance here that folks that do remember Gilbert might feel like the winds in Kingston were worse with Gilbert, but what they experienced with the storm surge is going to be epically worse than what they had back in the 80s. Now, compare that to what they're going to feel on the western side of Jamaica, completely different. These are the strongest winds that have ever hit Jamaica, but keep in mind, it is really focused on the center of Melissa. And so you are going to experience very different wind impacts on the western side of the island compared to the eastern side of the island. I think we're going to see a ton of flooding, surge, and mudslide damage on the eastern side of this island, and on the western side, where we are exposed to those most powerful winds gusting over 150 miles per hour, we will have infrastructure that does not survive this.
Well, and to your point, those winds, you go up in elevation, the speed can increase 30%. So you may see wind gusts up to 200 miles per hour or greater the higher in elevation you go. So not only at the surface, but certainly down for the higher elevations. We'll watch for the landfall later this morning. We'll cover it here on Fox Weather. The second landfall would be over into Cuba, the southwestern corner of Cuba, probably within 24 hours. Won't be that intense, but it will still be a powerful storm, maybe even still Category 4 at that point as it moves over the island. Then it goes toward the Bahamas, and the Bahamas watching closely. Some of the islands are in the hurricane cone. That may be potentially a third landfall. Either way, Jamaica and Cuba watching for those landfalls today and tomorrow.
In the Caribbean, Hurricane Gilbert slammed into Jamaica today and cut a swath of destruction across that island nation.
Of course, everybody knows we have a history. We had Gilbert 37 years ago, and now we're having our first major hurricane since then.
You heard it right there. The last time Jamaica faced a major hurricane before what's happening right now was back in 1988 with Hurricane Gilbert. Now, Gilbert became the hurricane on the 10th in the Caribbean Sea. It went through rapid intensification on the 11th. Video comes in from Gilbert and the destruction. This is a satellite image as the storm approached the Lesser Antilles. Didn't look that organized, did it? Well, it certainly did intensify as it moved beyond the Lesser Antilles. Once it got closer to the Lesser Antilles, it was a tropical storm. It intensified, got up to Category 3 as it approached Jamaica, and that was for Kingston, made landfall on Jamaica about September 12th. Unlike Melissa, Jamaica saw this movement move from east to west. Here's a look at the track. You saw the satellite imagery of the Lesser Antilles. Tropical storm over the Lesser Antilles, intensified, got up to an impressive Category 4, Category 5 at a couple of points in its lifespan. Here's the trajectory. Notice it went over Jamaica, but it went from east to west. So a lot of the storm surge was happening over on portions of the southern portions of the island. Having said that, the island itself is about 145 miles long. So Melissa is doing this, and the storm surge is going to be impressive for a bigger part of the island with big waves and also a tremendous amount of rain. Not only that, but you talk about the impacts from the center of the storm and what that has. This name, by the way, Gilbert, was retired as it moved over Jamaica. You can see the center of the storm there. 20% of the population became homeless after this storm. At least 45 people died with this storm. And this one was pretty impressive. Some of the maximum sustained winds were at 125 miles per hour or so. This storm intensified, and then it went back into land. It made a landfall near Cozumel, Mexico. At that point, once it went over the Gulf of America, intensified. September 14th is when it made landfall near Cozumel and Playa del Carmen in Mexico. So we had one landfall here right off the Yucatan and then went closer to the areas just south of Texas. Because of that, the tides were 4 feet above where we'd normally see them in coastal portions of Jefferson County in Texas. And take a look at this. Gilbert produced the largest tornado outbreak associated with the tropical cyclone all across Texas since Hurricane Allen, and that was in 1980, and Hurricane Alicia back in 1983. Those are some of the impacts we'll be watching today as well for portions of Jamaica and Cuba, part of the storm that we will also see the potential for tornadoes along that comes with this tropical cyclone as we watch Melissa move up to the north and northeast today.
Right now, the forecast calling for 90-mile-per-hour winds. That's a Category 1 hurricane. Looking at the computer models, there's a lot of consensus here. And unfortunately, whether we get landfall or not, it does look like Bermuda will have impacts. As Melissa at this point, Craig, will be growing in size.
Yeah.
You lift these, powerful storms north in latitude, and they start to grow their wind field, especially considering we have a huge dip in the jet stream sitting off the East Coast, which, by the way, for folks that are watching, this is not an East Coast storm because of that dip, but that interaction of the jet with this storm will cause Melissa's size to grow and the wind field to grow.
And also increase in speed, which is also good. Yeah, high pressure to the...
Hold on. I hate to pause this while they're cooking, but I have to say this. So it might increase in speed and size as it starts to go towards Bermuda. So it might be worse for Bermuda than it is for Jamaica. Imagine that. Like I said before, I feel like we're going to look at Jamaica as the first pancake, kind of just to understand this hurricane, what it could do, how bad it can be, what kind of devastation it's going to leave behind, as a foreshadowing or as a heads up of what is going to come for any of these other islands and any other state, possibly. You never know. I'm not trying to scare anybody, but you never know. This hurricane could veer left if it wanted to. It has a mind of its own. Yes, they say there's a dip and all that from temperatures and climate and all that's coming in from America. So it's keeping it out towards these islands, but you just never know. This thing is getting bigger, apparently. They're saying it could get bigger and faster, which is insane. All right, I'm going to let them cook because there's a lot more we got to take a look at. There's a lot of footage and live coverage going on. So we're going to be hopping around a lot. And Debbie, praying for Jamaica right now. But see, that's the thing. There's going to be a lot of country flags being flown up over the course of the next even over the next 24, 48 hours, y'all, which is insane. It'll be Jamaica here, then it'll be Cuba, then it'll be, you see what I'm saying? There's just one after the other. It's insane right now. And then you also got to remember the other countries that are also in the general vicinity that are just getting things on the outskirts. They're also getting rocked too. Okay. So again, if this becomes as powerful as they believe it will be, this is going to be very bad for a lot of islands. Real talk. So again, like I said, Jamaica is a big deal because if it hits Jamaica, you never know. It may stop at Jamaica, but I doubt it. It may pick up even more strength after hitting Jamaica. And that's what they're predicting here too. Terrifying stuff.
The west or to the east of this area. And when you look at the consensus, they take it close to Bermuda. Bermuda's a tiny island in the middle of the Atlantic, 21 miles long, less than 2 miles wide. So the target is small, but nonetheless, they will feel the impacts. And that would be in the inclusion of tropical storm force winds, about an 80% chance of that happening for the island. If it does move,
infrastructure-wise, Bermuda can deal with that.
They're solid.
Yeah, tropical storm force winds they can take, but it just kind of adds to the flavor of the season that Bermuda's had.
Seriously.
I mean, we had our Haley Meyer reporting live.
Early October.
Yes, exactly. So this is unfortunately just another hit for their season, which has been very active for Bermuda. Yeah,
no direct landfall to the United States, but there will be a bit of influence for the amounts of exactly. And this is going to happen on Thursday for the I-95 corridor, Boston, New York, Philly. We have a storm system that's moving over the Great Lakes, taps into some of the moisture, and guess what that's going to do? It's going to increase the moisture and it's going to wring it out. So Thursday, this storm is speeding up, brings in the rain as this moves just to the west. This storm on Friday. Most of the heavy rain will be for Maine, Vermont, New Hampshire, and the lake effect rain, so western New York and central PA. And at that point, perhaps New York, Philly get a bit of a break by Friday night from some of the heavier rain, which is good. Let's
go to the timing for the island of Bermuda. Outer rain bands impacting them Thursday.
Okay, we're going to stop at Bermuda right now. Sorry, guys. I'm still waking up myself, so being able to even form words has become a bit of a pain right now. Okay, so just bear with me, guys. All right. Whoop. I also want to see if I could see things on the weather channel, so we could take a look at that as well, because they have been doing some coverage on the weather channel. So just give me a second here, guys. Yep, here we go. This is just insane. I want you guys to see this. So they have like a plane flying in they're flying into the eye of the storm, right? And apparently it's so bad in the eye of the storm, which is supposed to be the most calm of the hurricane, the eye of this hurricane. It's so bad that apparently they had to pull out of the eye of the eye of the hurricane.
Look at this. This is the eye of Hurricane Melissa. This incredible view captured by a crew member aboard yesterday's Teal 74 mission, flying straight into what's now a Category 5 storm churning toward Jamaica. That's about as textbook perfect as an eye as you'll ever see in the Atlantic Basin.
Wow.
It's pure calm, surrounded by unimaginable power.
Look at that. Okay. And apparently they said it's so bad that they had to kick rocks. They had to get out of the eye because it was so turbulent, right? Wow. You got to be ballsy. Okay. You got to have some serious cojones to be willing to fly into the eye of a hurricane or anything of that sort. That is some ballsy stuff. All right. I thought I was hoping to get the live coverage here, but let me see. Where is that live coverage? Keep on doing that. Hold on, guys. Sorry. Here we go. Let's go back to this.
Many people, and the preparations have been deep. People have been boarding up buildings and understanding that some of this rain and the winds together are going to create
Jamaica for
potentially deadly scenarios.
Welcome
but
to
Craig,
this
I will say this right now: you can prepare all you want for a storm of this magnitude. But when you are on an island that is about 165 miles wide and 60 miles, north to south, there's really not a whole lot you can do but hunker down and make those preps and then just deal with it as it comes in. It's a very difficult scenario. It's not like you're in the United States and you can get on an interstate and head, 500 miles to the north out of Florida or wherever a storm will hit. So it's a different kind of prep and a different kind of bracing. Godspeed to Jamaica.
And please stay safe to you and your crew as well, Robert. We appreciate your hard work, as it's incredibly important to get these images out, not only for Jamaicans, but also for the rest of the world to see. As Fox Weather's Robert Ray reporting live in Jamaica this morning, we will continue to check in with him and his crew throughout today as we brace for what will be Melissa.
As we continue to track Melissa today and all day long on Fox Weather, look at this image captured from inside of the hurricane. The hurricane hunters going in there. You can see the stadium effect going on. Storm is ventilating at the top. It is healthy. It is massive. It's a Category 5 hurricane having huge impacts on Jamaica and then portions of Cuba later on. Stay with us. Fox Weather first. We'll be right back.
Okay, and then of course they're going to be doing commercials now, but I'm just going to pull up what we are seeing. Anybody have any lack of mobility today or anything? Hold on. We're going to come back to that. I want you to see what it looks like over here. And I know, excuse me. And I know a lot of people are waiting, right? This is the HWT Transport Center. This is a live shot of Jamaica. This is a live shot of Jamaica right now as we speak. So we're going to be hopping back and forth, checking this out, okay? As things continue to do its thing, all right? Just so you know. Bernice, thank you so much for being a member for over a year. I really appreciate that. Wow, how time flies. Hope all is well, Pascal. Thank you. Hope all is well for you too. And I hope everybody's well out here watching the show as well. Okay. This is crazy stuff, y'all. This is a crazy situation. And we will be covering it for as long as we can cover it. But yeah, you can see the camera is definitely, shaking, doing its thing. If you can see up above, the clouds moving pretty fast, they're moving. They're definitely moving. But remember, this hurricane from last I heard this morning, it was moving at a snail's speed of 10 miles per hour. So again, like I said, they said this hurricane could last on Jamaica, could stay on Jamaica and pass. It'll take 12 hours for it to pass over Jamaica. 12 hours. So you already know that this country is about to get completely destroyed. All right. So this ain't playing. This hurricane ain't playing. Melissa is about to be everyone's pain. Okay. Everybody's pain in the ass. I'll say it. I know it's early to say that. But F it. It's 5:00 in the afternoon somewhere. So again, this is some crazy stuff. She's a bitter baby mama. I'm done. Yeah, we're bracing for something to be really bad. We'll see how it goes. S Dubs, thank you so much for being a member. Appreciate you. Pray for Jamaica and Cuba. Yes, absolutely. I agree. Okay. This is about to get very, very bad. But we're gonna see what happens here. We're keeping an eye. We are most definitely keeping an eye. Let me pull up a few other things here, guys. All right, just grant me some grace. Let's see if they got any sound. Can we hear anything? Yeah, just wind. It's just wind, y'all. Okay. Yeah, this is no joke. This be no joke. This is no joke. All right. Here, hold on. Yeah, what's crazy is that you're seeing there's other places, there's other live coverage, but they're all basically just waiting. Everyone's just sitting and waiting. And they're kind of just showing the same type of thing, just showing you know, certain areas, right? Mm. And don't worry, we're going to come back to this. We're going to come back to that footage. I won't forget that because I definitely want to see that when it gets going. But let's see what they're saying or what they're talking about on Sky News. Let's see what their coverage is, okay, loves? Not much of crazy. It's like the only place that's like doing any like live coverage right now online from what I'm seeing, like where people are actually talking and talking about talking about what's about to go down is Fox News right now, from what I've seen. I mean, I'm still looking, but like I said, it's still not a whole lot of conversations going on, which is a bit frustrating. Let's see this.
So this one is out by Red Hills Road. I'll stop talking a bit because it was narrated. Whether it's the JPS or any of the other telecoms companies, whichever wire it is that's down, until they're able to come and clear that. That's very good by the citizens here in terms of what has been done. And it's about 4:50, 10 minutes to 5, Tuesday morning in Kingston. And I am heading into the office.
Area.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody coming on in. Come on
Again,
in.
this is out Red Hills Road in the vicinity of Lasco Distributors. Down trees, again, these are to be expected. So right at where the Lasco Financial Services is located, in that area. Seeing some of that.
Wow, Gio. So that's what we're seeing in the corporate area right now. And it's interesting because based on what the reports I've been hearing from, family members, friends who are in other parts of the island, it appears that what we're seeing right here in Kingston and St. Andrew is just a scratch on the surface, because I'm hearing reports of severe flooding in some parts of the island. And, we do, again, as IT shared earlier, we have every single Jamaican at this time in our prayers, even ourselves here at CVM. No one is out of the woods. And we started off a little bit hard this morning. I know it's a serious time right now. We started off a little bit hard this morning. So for viewers who may not know who we are, they're like, yes, who are these people that we're seeing? The news team, CVM's news team, has taken over Sunrise this morning, Jill.
Yes, actually we have, and we will be here with you. We're taking you straight up until 8:30 this morning. Remember, we've got you covered with the latest from the Met Service and also the emergency agencies or reporters across the island, plus a few moments to breathe, laugh.
They are broadcasting from Jamaica right now, just so you know. I just looked it up. I was like, CVM TV, where's this from? CVM TV is from Jamaica, okay? So their headquarters are in Kingston, Jamaica. So I don't know where these guys are, but if they are right there, like about to get hit by this hurricane, These are two very, very brave anchors. That's all I got to say. What in the? Hold on, Milli Vanilli. Wow, they got a whole. I can't play this music. Blame it on the rain. Yeah, yeah. You know what I mean? So wow. They are really, wow. They're really dancing. Wow. I guess all I can say is wow. Okay. This is not the time. This is not honestly, this is definitely not the time to be doing a morning segment of so how do you make your omelets? Oh, you use whipping cream? No, get out. Stop it. We're about to learn how to make a gourmet omelet, everybody. It's going to be amazing. While a hurricane is happening passing through your own town. Oh my gosh, you used paprika? Oh, you naughty girl. I stubbed my toe in it, girl. I put in a little bit too much, you feel me? I like mine with a little zest, okay? This is not the time for this, okay? Look. Wait, what? Boys to Men, Can You Stand the Rain? That's not right. Unless it's a different Can You Stand the Rain? Huh? Wait. Oh, they did their own version of that? I was about to say, wait a second. But anyway, I can't even play any of this music. But L Boogie, thank you so much for letting me know that. Okay. We're gonna come back to this another time. But this is not the time to be you know what I mean? Blame it on the doing Running Man and stuff. We ain't got time for this. Okay, we ain't got that. That's real. We're gonna go back to this. That threw me off. They're going, we're gonna continue like it's normal. That's not normal. There's a hurricane coming, and it's gonna be very bad. But we're here to tell y'all the news of the day. The news of the day is a hurricane's about to obliterate your entire country. That's it. This is not the time to do mixtapes. But okay. Besides, you missed out on Rain Down on Me. Okay. Let's be real. Just rain on me. You know what I mean? You're missing out that song. It never rains in Southern California. I mean, you're missing out on all these rain songs. Okay. But it's fine. They just kind of scoop those things up pretty fast. Purple Rain. Exactly. Okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I Can't Stand the Rain. Yeah, that's a good one, too. You know what I mean? So you missed out a few. Okay. But I get it. Scoop it up as much as you can to keep people entertained as they brace for impact. But interesting stuff. All right. So let's go back to, because obviously people are still bracing. And I get it. Totally understandable that people are just bracing for impact. And there's a lot of, it's very, for lack of a better term, it's very quiet. Very quiet on the Western Front right now as people prepare. So let me go back over to Fox and see what's going on here. Let's see what they're saying.
and some wind as well. The wind kind of lets up later tonight, but it's still kind of dreary, raw. And this is cool. You know, it's October. Yeah. We're sitting at the end of October. So this is not, you know, a warm rain moving through. It is a very chilly, raw atmosphere. We have a ridge of high pressure to the north that not only is pinning these weather systems as they spin in from the west farther down to the south, but also it is drawing in the cooler air. All the air locked up with that high in Canada is chilly and cold. Not cold enough for snow, but cold enough to produce some cold rain. So here's the timing of the next low. By Thursday, it's moving into the Ohio Valley, gets over the Great Lakes by Friday. Because of the positioning of the jet, we will draw in some moisture from Melissa. It's important to note that we're not going to deal with Melissa in the U.S., but some of the moisture will be trained into the system, allowing for some pockets of heavy rain for parts of the Northeast for Halloween.
We continue to track Melissa here on Fox Weather all day long. Fox Weather correspondent and crew are on the island of Jamaica, where they started to feel the impacts even as early as yesterday. Slow-moving system, massive system, Category 5 hurricane slamming Jamaica. We'll wait for landfall later today, and then Cuba's southeastern corner we'll watch closely. Fox Weather will be right back.
Ah, crap. I just have a feeling we're going to be seeing that a lot, where there's just going to be, oh, well, hold on. No, that's not it. Hold on. We're going to be hopping around a lot, just so you guys know. I mean, I think there's a lot of people that are just a lot of platforms that are just kind of waiting for the actual hit to actually happen. It hasn't happened yet. But nonetheless, we are waiting. Let me see what. Oh, see, and then what's interesting is CVM TV just ended their. Yeah, they just ended that live stream. Just so you know, so those broadcasters, those anchors that were talking and going, "Hey, here's a good mix for today," you know, that. They just ended their live broadcast, just so you guys know. All right. Good. Seek shelter now. That's what I think. Just saying. Let me see here. Let me see what Max Velocity is talking about, because I think he's live too. Yeah, he's live. Let's take a listen to what he's got to say here. Real quick.
Western half of Jamaica. And then on top of that, we're also anticipating that this hurricane is going to produce catastrophic storm surge. There are just so many things at play today with Melissa that, you know, this is, again, taking a turn for the worse. And I'm trying to put things lightly, but it's just impossible to actually put things lightly when we have a hurricane of this magnitude. It's impossible to say that this isn't like the worst thing that we've seen in Jamaica, like in history, at least in our recent history when it comes to hurricanes. I wish I could say it lightly, but I just can't. And it really sucks. Like I really was, a few days ago, I was really hoping that, this thing would not take this kind of turn and stall out, because the worst thing that could have happened with Melissa was it stalling just south of Jamaica. Obviously that happened. It stalled as a hurricane, and it had plenty of time to basically intensify into this very powerful hurricane. And this is a loop since Sunday afternoon. So this is over the last 48 hours. But if Melissa took a turn way faster and way sooner, this would have been a Cat 3-4 upon landfall, which would have been way better for Jamaica. But this is at the worst it could possibly be, basically. It really can't get much worse than this for a hurricane. I mean, 175 mile per hour maximum sustained winds, pressure of 901 millibars. Again, this isn't something that is typical. This is not something that can get much worse.
Oh, my gosh. I mean, just look at. It's crazy because it almost stops on a dime and then just turns towards Jamaica, which is wild. And it's wild that it's that close and it still hasn't really hit land yet, which is also insane. Okay. This is going to be really bad. This is going to be really bad. I'll just let them cook.
That we don't know for sure right now, but hurricane hunters are going to go investigate. But this is, at least as of right now, the 7th strongest hurricane, or sorry, 8th strongest hurricane on record. Revel has an update. Go ahead, Revel.
Thank you, Max. We've been talking about Hurricane Melissa breaking records nonstop for the last 24 hours or so, and we just broke another one. Our eye temperature just reached -2, I kid you not, -2.67 degrees Celsius. That is a new record. I believe it was previously -3.1 degrees Celsius.
Thank you, Revel, for the update. So yeah, this hurricane continues to shatter this eye dry record. It's unbelievable. This thing literally continues to break this record. It has been for a while now, but like it continues to shatter this record even further. I'm trying to get the graphic here to show you guys what I'm talking about, but like this is the dryness of the eye. You can see it here on the water vapor imagery. This is specifically based off of water vapor imagery. And if you go over to the chart here, which basically shows us the dryness of the eyes of the most intense typhoons and hurricanes on record in the Atlantic, the Pacific, all those places. Melissa initially yesterday was the record holder already for being the driest eye on record. It has now gotten down to -2.6 approximately degrees Celsius for the dryness of the eye. And that shatters the previous record. We've had the only, like Aaron this year was actually down to -8. So this, this one's already almost 6 degrees in terms of Celsius drier.
Dang.
It is quite literally unbelievable how this thing just keeps getting drier and drier, though. This is a live shot at Flatbridge. This is in Jamaica. We got debris flow right now. This is over near Kingston. This is also another live shot from Kingston Harbor this morning on the Sea Jamaica camera network. Again, you can watch these on YouTube as well. They have like 10 cameras that you can watch. We're just using a couple here and there, but this is another look right now at the very intense.
We'll be hopping back and forth here because I don't want to stay on his too long. Still, no matter what, this is insane. I want to show this to you guys as well. Just different angles, different camera angles of what's going on here. Man, I hate that they have this. I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. This is why it takes a minute to get things moving. See, whenever you open this and make it big, right? When you expand it to the big screen, there's always, for some weird reason, they now have put the chat up on the side, right? So you got to X out of that every single time. I hate it. I absolutely hate this new feature. But anyway, just so you guys know, just slows down the process a little bit. Just another extra thing to click on. But you can see, just look at the different angles that we're seeing here. Okay, this is no joke. And I mean, just look at the top left-hand corner. I mean, you can barely see whatever the heck that is. I don't know if that's a sky. I'm assuming that's a skyline. But I mean, this is all bad. Everywhere. And who's driving right now? Who's out there walking in the streets right now? I hope that they're getting to wherever they need to get to as soon as possible. Y'all should have been there already by now. Damn. Talk about procrastinators. Go. Hide out. Run. Get shelter now. This is not going to be good. Sheesh. Sorry. Nurse forgot. Raindrops keep falling on my head. Yep. That could be that's one too. Right? But they didn't put that on the list. Now, did they? They put on Milli Vanilli, a fake group. Unbelievable. So we'll be coming back to this quite a bit just to see, just to see more things. And, as we are waiting as well, if there's any breaking news or if there's any updates going on outside of the hurricane, we may take a small break to talk about those things. I'm going to be, we're going to be covering this as long as we can cover it. Obviously we are just waiting for the moment when the hurricane actually hits Jamaica, but we haven't seen that, right? So we're still waiting for that to actually happen, but I think everybody's just kind of waiting for that moment, right? We're all just at the edge of our seats waiting for when Melissa makes her grand entrance to Jamaica. Is it still music? Yep. Yeah, it's kind of crazy because some areas are looking decently calm. If you look at the screens, the different areas that we're looking at, you got Flatbridge here, you got Kingston Harbor over here. I mean, Kingston Harbor does not look good at all. Then you got HWT Transport Center here, and then West Parade on the bottom right hand corner. And I mean, you can see some places are just fairly calm, but some are just not looking good at all. And I would suspect that eventually, when the hurricane does make landfall, that these signals are going to get shut off. We're going to lose it. They're going to lose it all when everything starts popping. But we're going to keep an eye on that as well. Don't you worry about a thing. Let me go over to Fox with their info here too.
Change much. It's a healthy looking storm. Pressure, by the way, has dropped to 901 millibars, and that is significant. You talked about that pressure. The eye still looks pretty impressive as well. And we take a look at what's going on over in Kingston, Jamaica. The conditions just continue to get worse, and they will throughout the rest of the day. Today, Jamaica, a good chunk of the island, especially central portion of the island, will be dealing with some catastrophic winds, flooding. This is going to affect, with the rainfall, a good chunk of the island. The winds will be the strongest winds for the central portion of the island. And you can see right now flooding on streets. So these are scenes that we're going to see more often moving through the day ahead. Again, still a Category 5. Look at those winds, 175-mile-per-hour winds. It has started to lift to the northeast as forecast. It's moving a little faster than it was earlier, now at 5 miles per hour. Now, talking about the pressure Britta was just talking about, so we've had major category storms 5. We've had.
Now, I just want you to know, when I heard from a forecaster, like a little bit late last night, feels like maybe 4 hours ago, because I was up a lot just checking. They said that this thing went up to the speeds of 10 miles an hour. But again, that person who said that may not have been accurate at all, right? But anyway, I digress. I just think that's very interesting that they're now saying, we just heard from somebody in the chat saying that, it was around 6 to 7 miles per hour. So maybe, they're not super accurate with their miles per hour type of thing. But nonetheless, no matter what, this thing's rolling really, really slow. That's all it is. It's rolling really, really slow. That's why it's taken its sweet ass time to get to Jamaica. Okay. It's taken a sweet ass time.
3 this year so far in the Atlantic Basin, second most Cat 5s hurricanes in one season. We compare, or you look back to the last time we saw something like this, 2005, when we had 4 Category 5 storms. That was Katrina, Rita, Wilma, and Emily back in 2005. Getting back to Melissa, and this really, we're watching history in the making. Because of what is going to happen on the island of Jamaica. There it is, Category 5, the entire island under hurricane warnings. Britta, those have extended to southwestern Cuba and the Bahamas. The track takes it over the central portion of the island. It moved a little farther west a little longer. Now it's starting to move to the northeast, which is why the cone has shifted a little farther west. That means impacts are changing for the island depending on where you live.
Yes, we're going to have a heavy weight of our wind damage on the western side of Jamaica. So you think about a place like Montego Bay, which will get a taste of those hurricane force winds. Hurricane force winds in Melissa right now extend 35 miles-ish away from the center. And so that does mean that those powerful winds, 175 miles per hour, they are tucked in close to that eye wall. So we will see a dramatic difference in the damage reports that we see across Jamaica, the west side of the island versus the east side of the island, which of course Kingston, the heaviest population density for the island, they likely will experience more damage in regards to the flooding, the surge, and unfortunately, the threat for mudslides and landslides.
For sure. Like you've seen in the image right below you, Britta, you can see.
That's the harbor.
That's the harbor. Choppy waves.
It should be protected and quiet.
Not the case. And all of that onshore wind is going to give us that storm surge. You think about the international airport that is there. It's only 3 feet above sea level. You had storm surge of 13 feet. What's that, 10 feet above where we could see the runways? And the runways, it is important to keep those runways up and going. Why? Because we need to get aid to the folks out there once this is said and done. Look at the winds whooping up right now as we look at Kingston, Jamaica, and look at the waters, choppy as they are. Visibility is dropping, the rain is increasing, and you can see the winds blowing some of those trees around. You factor in the amount of rainfall that is coming in for the island. You factor in the winds. That is the combination that could set up more in the way of landslides. If you add that much weight onto the landslide or the land, and then you add winds on top of it, it makes it even more unstable. We do want to check in with Fox Weather correspondent Robert Ray, who is live in St. Ann Parish, Jamaica. Robert, checking in with you this morning. Just for perspective, you're on the northern side of the island right now, right?
Correct. Northern side of the island between St. Anne's and Runaway Bay, about 50 or so miles to the east of Montego Bay Airport. And that's where all the resorts are, a beautiful area of the island. And that's where we stand. We're in a lull right now. We had rain moments ago and some very gusty winds, but that has just calmed down. That's what we're going to see. And after landfall, we'll get a lot more intense as the system, treks up here to the northeast. But Craig, Britta, everyone, about a quarter mile down this hill to the north of where we're at is the ocean, the Caribbean Sea, and I can see some of the swells kicking up. Clearly not safe to be down there, not safe for our crew, and that is why, if we can look at this other camera view that we have that's set up behind Pete, who's behind the camera, and Jared Maloney, who is producing. That is the safety aspect of what we're doing. This is how we are going to hopefully maintain the integrity of not only our equipment, but our transmission to be able to bring you these images of the fury of these winds as it treks all the way up through here. It's very important, and it's tricky logistical work to try and maintain this. And we certainly do not want to get hit by flooding or even surge as well. We don't expect a lot of surge here But no doubt, when you have that much rain, the floods, the roads are just not going to be able to handle all of that precipitation. Sewers will not operate. They just no sewer can operate in a scenario like that, especially in the big metropolitan areas like Kingston, which is about 55, 60 miles to the southeast of where we're at. There's a 4-lane highway. That is the main thoroughfare, and hopefully not impeded by the landslides, mudslides, and winds, because that's how a lot of the first responders and other officials are going to be able to move around this island. Because the other areas, the other roadways around Jamaica, basically 2-lane roads, might be have collapsed power lines and structures all over them. And I saw that with Hurricane Beryl in July of 2024, and that was not a landfall, and it was just really high-end tropical storm winds, low-end Category 1 winds. This is remarkable, what's going to happen in the coming hours. The imminent landfall, a Category 5, and by the time it makes its way up here, it will still be a Category 4 as it exits the island of Jamaica and makes its way into Cuba, Turks and Caicos, and Bahamas. Craig, Britta?
Yeah, Robert, we're actually showing a live look in Kingston right now of a bridge that is already overwashed by flood water. So dramatic, different views depending on where you are on the island, and we're just at the beginning. As we go into this afternoon, what is your biggest concern with your location?
Well, my concern is that we can maintain the integrity of documenting this storm as it comes in live on Fox Weather and other Fox platforms. By also, the ultimate concern is that we are all safe when the fury of these winds begin to kick around. And I'm just going to step out of the camera and ask Pete to just kind of push into some of these palms and whatever he may see in the distance. And guys, this is the issue. We are going to be in a scenario where there's going to be flying debris off of homes and rooftops. The mountainsides will have water rushing down them, and you can see maybe in the distance some of the clouds moving across those mountains. And that is going to be a problem as far as traversing in the aftermath of this. I expect down power lines all over. I'm just not sure that we're going to be able to move in the immediate aftermath like we would want. We're going to try, certainly, but the other issue is that we're going to be in this wind field here for the next 24 hours because the backside of this is going to continue to ravage Jamaica as it even exits the island and moves toward Cuba. So the power and the cell phone service, huge issues. I hope that we can maintain some semblance of cell phone data. I mean, we may have to go on Starlink and use a Wi-Fi calling to even get transmission out. So there's many different logistical issues that we're dealing with right now, and there's a lot of unknowns, unfortunately. And clearly, for the almost 3 million residents of Jamaica, what is ahead for everyone who lives here is not going to be comfortable and could be deadly in the coming hours, days, and weeks.
Yeah, we appreciate it. Stay hunkered down. Key message from the National Hurricane Center, #1, remain sheltered. Please be safe. That is Fox Weather correspondent Robert Ray, live from St. Ann Parish in Jamaica.
And we will continue to bring you the latest on Hurricane Melissa as you take a look at a perspective of Melissa from the eye itself. This was captured by the hurricane hunters. It is not that often that you get this full view of the stadium effect. By the way, yesterday, the hurricane hunters had to turn around because the turbulence was too much. That is saying something. These planes are built for it, and so are the crew. That's a look at Kingston, Jamaica. High tide at the harbor is just after 4:30 this afternoon. They are very concerned with storm surge and the intense rain element of this storm in Kingston. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Yeah, like I said, guys, this man, it's about to be bad. It's about to be very, very bad. They keep playing this lack of mobility, sedentary inactivity. But yeah, this is going to be insane. They got more. Hold on. Let me show you what I got. Hold on. Boom.
Tell that there's a bridge right now.
No bridge.
No bridge.
It's
this
underwater.
Is the same shot.
It's not
folks.
wiped out, right? It's underwater, I think.
It's underwater. Hopefully it's not wiped out, but to be quite honest, until the water recedes, we don't know the condition of the road. But to put this in perspective, you know, last night, that bridge was exposed and now it's covered in water. So we're looking at probably 12 hours of water being on top of that roadway. That's just an example of the infrastructure issue that we're going to have moving forward.
You think about the amount of rain this is producing over a good chunk of the island, the consistent onshore push. What's all that water trying to do? Make it down to the lower lying areas and then back out to the open waters. Well, guess what? With that constant onshore push, it can't escape. It's backed up. The storm itself has accelerated now. Hey, take a look at this. Now we've got moving at 7 miles per hour. Taking a look at all that's coming in here, it still has winds at 175 miles per hour. So it's starting to accelerated a little bit more. Taking a look at satellite imagery, getting some information from this, it is moving up a little bit faster. That does mean we're looking at potential landfall in the next, say, I don't know, 3 to 4 hours about. We'll watch that here on Fox Weather Command, bring it to you. But it's not just about the landfall. That's when the center of the storm goes over land. It is about the impacts. They're going to be widespread.
There's at least 6 to 8 hours of exposure to Melissa for Jamaica in terms of the most intense exposure to the elements. We already are feeling the impacts. Once we get past landfall, we're expecting Melissa's core to be lifting to the north of Jamaica sometime late this afternoon, around 4 or 5 o'clock, and then we will prep for Cuba. But there's a look at that monster eye as it zones in on Jamaica.
Strong winds for the central portion of the island, perhaps 175 miles per hour, gusts up to 200 for the higher elevations.
In the Caribbean, Hurricane Gilbert slammed into Jamaica today and cut a swath of destruction across that island nation.
Of course, everybody knows we have a history. We had Gilbert 37 years ago, and now we're having our first major hurricane since then.
You heard it right there. The last time Jamaica faced a major hurricane before what's happening right now was back in 1988 with Hurricane Gilbert. Now, Gilbert became the hurricane on the 10th in the Caribbean Sea. It went through rapid intensification on the 11th. Video comes in then from Gilbert and the destruction. This is a satellite image as the storm approached the Lesser Antilles. Didn't look that organized, did it? Well, it certainly did intensify as it moved beyond the Lesser Antilles. Once it got closer to the Lesser Antilles, it was a tropical storm. It intensified, got up to Category 3 as it approached Jamaica, and that was for Kingston, made landfall on Jamaica about September 12th. Unlike Melissa, Jamaica saw this movement move from east to west. Here's a look at the track. You saw the satellite imagery of the Lesser Antilles. Tropical storm over the Lesser Antilles, intensified, got up to an impressive Category 4, Category 5 at a couple of points in its lifespan. Here's the trajectory. Notice it went over Jamaica, but it went from east to west. So a lot of the storm surge was happening over on portions of the southern portions of the island. Having said that, the island itself is about 145 miles long. So Melissa is doing this, and the storm surge is going to be impressive for a bigger part of the island with big waves and also a tremendous amount of rain. Not only that, but you talk about the impacts from the center of the storm and what that has. This name, by the way, Gilbert, was retired as it moved over Jamaica. You can see the center of the storm there. 20% of the population became homeless after this storm. At least 45 people died with this storm. And this one was pretty impressive. Some of the maximum sustained winds were at 125 miles per hour or so. This storm intensified, and then it went back into land. It made a landfall near Cozumel, Mexico. At that point, once it went over the Gulf of America, intensified. September 14th is when it made landfall near Cozumel and Playa del Carmen in Mexico. So we had one landfall here right off the Yucatan and then went closer to the areas just south of Texas. Because of that, the tides were 4 feet above where we'd normally see them in coastal portions of Jefferson County in Texas. And take a look at this. Gilbert produced the largest tornado outbreak associated with the tropical cyclone all across Texas since Hurricane Allen, and that was in 1980, and Hurricane Alicia back in 1983. Those are some of the impacts we'll be watching today as well for portions of Jamaica and Cuba, part of the storm that we will also see the potential for tornadoes along that comes with this tropical cyclone as we watch Melissa move up to the north and northeast today.
We're coming back to this. I just have a few things I want to share with y'all. Because obviously this is ongoing. So we're gonna be hopping around a lot. All right, just so you know. But I just wanted to share this because this is crazy. But this is from Met Forecast. Stunning. This has to be one of the best footage of a plane emerging into the center of a hurricane I've ever seen. Meteorologically, Melissa is absolutely textbook. Excuse me, absolutely textbook. Take a look at this. I don't know if there's any sound, but this is wow, that's crazy. That's crazy, y'all. That looks like AI. Wow. I hope to God this isn't AI. I'm just being real. Okay, guys. But I hope to God that this is not AI. But wow. Wow. That's what they say. They say the inside, the eye of the storm, is the calmest of the entire storm, of the hurricane, right? This is crazy. It's beautiful. Yeah, it's absolutely beautiful. I wish that there was sound, but I mean, of course, all I got to say is you got to have some serious balls to fly into the eye of a hurricane. You're risking it all. Like you're literally risking it all. See, I'm still waking up myself, guys. Okay. I can't pronounce words today. Okay. So we're going to be waking up together today. Okay. So good morning to every single last one of y'all. Okay. Good morning. Prayers to Jamaica, Cuba, because those are the two that are about to get hit. Okay. First Jamaica, then Cuba. All right. This is going to be a very long day for a lot of people. The people of Jamaica and the people of Cuba, they're going to have a long night. Cuba's going to have a long night. Okay. But I'm thinking and praying for them, all of them. Okay. Southern Side Eye just said, I'm still feral at this hour. So am I. Okay. I still don't know how I'm functioning right now. All right. Very little sleep. Keeping an eye on this overnight, just trying to see when things were actually going to go down and all that. And yeah, this is absolutely crazy. This is one very brave pilot. I'll tell you that. This is one very, very brave pilot. Don't worry, I'm going to play it again. I'm going to start it again so you guys can see that again, because that is some beautiful footage. Beautiful footage. But while we're at it, Lori, thank you so much for the super sticker. I really do appreciate it. Messy Sweets, thank you so much for the love. Good morning to you too. Okay. Yes, we all need to smile a little bit more today. It's unfortunate because there's going to be a lot of people in the Caribbean that won't be smiling over the next 24 hours, which kind of sucks. Okay. It really, really sucks to even talk about that. But it's a very real thing. It's a very unfortunate thing, but a very real thing. Man. So yeah. Come on. Yeah, Allegra, I'm gonna be hopping around to a bunch of places. So Ryan Hall will definitely be one that I'll be checking out. But of course, like I said, we're gonna be we're hopping around a lot of places. It's not just Fox News that we're sticking with. We're going to be hopping around. Okay, everyone chill. We're going to get to the stuff. We got plenty of hours to cover to get to a lot of places, because the reason why I've been going back to the Fox News one is because they're the only one that I've seen so far that isn't a content creator that is doing consistent live coverage of what's going on. Okay. I'm trying to hop around to different places, but right now, a lot of the other places aren't really doing much. I'm talking about legacy media. Okay. They haven't really been doing a whole lot of coverage yet. But as soon as this hurricane hits Jamaica, everything is going to be lit. Right. See, I can't please everybody. So I'm going to do what I do. Okay. And y'all going to watch, hopefully. All right. And be cool with it. If not, it is what it is. You know what I mean? Because I feel like if I put on CNN, some of y'all are going to get in your feelings. If I do Fox News, some of y'all are going to be in your feelings. If I do NBC, somebody going to have a problem with that. If I go to Max Velocity, somebody going to have a problem with that. If I go to Ryan Hall, somebody going to have a problem with it. I can't please everybody. I'm going to cover it the best way I can cover it, and hopefully y'all will just ride with me, okay? It is what it is. We're going to get the coverage wherever we can get the coverage at, okay? But this right now is the eye of the storm, which is absolutely insane. Okay? Absolutely insane. Absolutely crazy. I'm just playing a little bit more of this so you guys can see this. Okay? Pretty amazing, beautiful stuff, but very, very horrifying at the same time, right? Shoot, here's another one, another angle. Wow, crazy. Look at this, flying into it. Like, it's not like they go from above and go in. They're flying into it. That is serious. That's so crazy. Look at this. Wow. That is crazy. That is crazy, yo. I mean, I'm just still shook at how calm it looks on the inside. And I know that this is what we should expect, but how calm it is, but how massive it is as well. They say it's the eye of the storm is 10 miles, a 10-mile diameter, if I'm correct. That is insane. It's absolutely beautiful, but the fact that you got this going on the inside, but then on the out, like literally right around the crust, okay, right around the core, sorry, of this eye, is just absolute mayhem. That is crazy. That is absolutely crazy. We're gonna continue moving on. No way. Sorry, I'm looking at footage. No, that may not be real. That may be AI. See, now you gotta that's the problem with all this. You gotta look through all this stuff to make sure it's not a lie. You know what I mean? Look at things and make sure it's not AI or some BS like that. And that's what I hate more than anything now, because you just can't. Some things are so damn good you can't tell whether or not it's real or not, which is frustrating. So apparently they're saying this via CNN. They're saying this: Melissa's eye could be changing right before landfall. What does this mean? So an eye wall replacement cycle could be underway as Melissa nears landfall, the National Hurricane Center said this morning. The eye wall is where the most intense winds in the hurricane are located. Strong storms often shed their old eye walls, almost like a snake shedding its skin, as a new, larger one forms around it. Why this process happens is not well understood, but it often causes changes in the hurricane. So what could this mean, right? Winds often weaken for some period of time as the eye wall morphs. But in the case of Melissa, it's too late to make a difference. Any potential weakening as it nears landfall late this morning would be modest and won't reduce the threat of devastating extreme winds, storm surge, and flooding rain. So, it might be changing a little bit, but it's not going to change a whole lot. Like, in other words, if we see that, we're like, ooh, maybe it's not going to be as bad. No, they're still screwed. Okay, they're still in trouble. Like, no. Don't get it twisted. They're still in trouble. Okay. So they're saying that Category 5 Melissa is approaching Western Jamaica right now. So Hurricane Melissa is just hours away from becoming the first Category 5 landfall in the Atlantic Basin in over 6 years, and the strongest storm on record to hit Jamaica. Catastrophic hurricane force winds are expected to begin during the next few hours. So and this was around 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So just a few minutes ago that they did this update. So Melissa is centered 55 miles southeast of Negril, Jamaica, and is packing maximum sustained winds of 175 miles per hour. The hurricane has picked up speed and is now moving northeast at now 7 miles per hour. Okay. Still doesn't mean nothing. It's still going at a crawl. Okay. Still at a crawl at this point. So the last Atlantic hurricane to make a Category 5 landfall, was Hurricane Dorian in September of 2019. It roared into Elbow Cay, Bahamas, with winds up to 185 miles per hour. Hurricane Gilbert is the current strongest storm to make landfall in Jamaica. It ID so as what? I don't know what that is, but it was a Category 4 hurricane in 1988. Okay, so again, this was as of 2 minutes ago. So it's coming. I mean, it's crazy because you have Cuba right here, and you can't even see Jamaica. The hurricane is so big and so vast that it's covering up the whole island right now. And the eye hasn't hit landfall yet. Nuts. Oh, let's hear this. This is just a little bit. South Florida is going to be stepping up to help Jamaica, allegedly. Let's take a listen.
Not just in the
West, we ahead.
Come on.
Jackson and Claudette Watson live in Lauderhill, but originally from Jamaica. Their concerns for loved ones reaching new heights.
I have sisters there, I have brothers there, so I have very close family there, and they have children, smaller children, so it's kind of very nerve-wracking for them.
Lauderhill Mayor Denise Grant is also from Jamaica, standing ready to respond.
Thank you, Dusty.
Most of the help is going to the cities, Kingston and Montego Bay. But the rural areas, we don't want them to be neglected.
Work to collect relief items also underway in Miramar, Doral, and the Food for the Poor warehouse in Coconut Creek.
We've been in Jamaica for 40 years. So we have 100 staff on the ground there right now, ready to serve. And so we will continue to do our work.
The Food for the Poor organization calling on the community for donations this week. The disaster kits and generators they plan to send will be essential.
We have built 35,000 homes in Jamaica. We built 95,000 homes in the 15 countries we support.
That's
in
incredible.
Latin America and the Caribbean. But Jamaica is going to be our focus. We think it's really going to be quite devastating, and the need, not just in the short term, but the long term, is going to be absolutely critical.
You know what I think? I think you already can read my mind at this point. I just hope that the country does something about it. Countries do something about this. And again, it's not only going to be Jamaica. It's going to be Cuba. It's going to be other places. It's going to be Haiti. It's going to be, parts of Haiti, parts of the Dominican Republic, the Bahamas, Bermuda, right? So again, yes, I appreciate this Food for the Poor doing their part in trying to prep and get things ready, because you got to remember, let's not forget what's going on in this country right now as we speak. Okay, there are a lot of people that are not going to be able to get their food stamps, not going to be able to get their SNAP benefits, etc. Right? So that we're already in America, the states. There's a lot of mayhem going down, a lot of mayhem, right? And I'm not trying to turn this political. I'm not. I'm just trying to point something out. I'm just hoping that other countries, etc., are coming together to do everything they can to help these countries that are about to get rocked. Okay. Because, I'm going to be real. There are food banks that are already running out of food here in America. And still, no matter what, I'm not sitting here saying like, don't help Jamaica. Absolutely help Jamaica. All I'm just trying to point out is things are low. Okay. So I'm hoping that other countries come together and do something. And you got to also remember, this is only one place in South Florida, one organization in South Florida. So I'm hoping that there's others that come together and do something about this, because this is bad. All right. This is already bad. And this is first of the month is going to be insane out here in these streets throughout the country to begin with. Okay. So I'm hoping that more, I'm hoping that I hope that President Trump and all the leaders that be are looking at this situation and trying to see what they can do to help the people of the Caribbean. Okay. Because they're going to need the help, all the help that they can get. Real talk.
That long-term plan includes repairing the roofs. They are expecting this to be a devastating storm. Now, what can you do at home? Well, they're asking for the community to come out and help. They're collecting diapers, shampoo, conditioner, soap, washcloths. You can drop them off here every day until 4 p.m. Their warehouse located at 604 Lyons Road. We'll have all the details on our website. Reporting from Coconut Creek, Lenny Supal, Local 10 News.
You heard it there from Lenny Supal reporting in Coconut Creek. If there's anything that you can do to support or contribute, she told you where to go right there. Lenny, thank you so much for that. And make sure to stay with Local 10 for the latest on hurricane.
Okay. But I just saw that. It caught my eye. I thought that was really beautiful and really great. And I hope other people follow in suit, right? And do the same damn thing. Because again, there's going to be a lot of people, millions of people that are going to need that help. Millions of people that are going to need the generosity, right? Let's go over to Max. Hold on. I'm going to play this first. Let's see this. This
a live look from Jamaica, where residents are bracing for impact that is already underway. You can see that camera shaking left to right as wind gusts and heavy rain intensifying on the island overnight, which was likely a sleepless night for people there in Jamaica.
This is how powerful this storm is right now. It is a Category 5, large part of the Caribbean in its projected path. The storm has already killed 3 people in Haiti and 1 person in the Caribbean. And there are concerns for Cuba, which is where the storm is expected to head after making landfall on the coast of Jamaica later on today.
Hurricane hunters providing this wild view from inside the eye of the raging storm. Hurricane Melissa, now considered to be the strongest storm on the planet this year, and Jamaican officials warning they've never experienced a storm like this.
Officials are urging and pleading with people to take these safety precautions seriously. Thousands of people being ordered to evacuate and seek shelter on higher ground. We will continue to track this storm all throughout the morning. Of course, Julie monitoring the very latest developments in the tropics. And we have live team coverage on the impact on Jamaica to how South Florida is showing support.
We want to begin with Local 10's Aaron Maben, who is live in Montego Bay, Jamaica, with the increasing conditions at this time. Aaron, we see that the rain is falling a lot harder hour by hour. What are you experiencing?
Michaela, just a few seconds ago, you mentioned a sleepless night here in Jamaica. That was the case for us here in Montego Bay. The way the wind was whipping, it almost sounded like we were at a racetrack, that vroom noise. That's what it sounded like. And we haven't even touched the highest wind speeds, not even close. Let me set the scene right now. We're right outside of our hotel. There's this curvature here, so we're actually protected by some conditions. But let's walk out together, and you can see how things change as we take every single step together. The palm trees right by these buildings, they're not even moving, but you're going to see in a few seconds things are changing. Hey, take a look at this rain right here. This has been what we've been talking about, a rainmaker of a storm. This is expected to continue for some time. I'm walking underneath the canopy, so now I'm protected from the heavy rain. And hey, why don't we show this right here, because you can see this building has been boarded up. Sandbags are down too. This is not the only building in Montego Bay that has done that. We're talking about dozens, possibly hundreds, likely hundreds of them have done the same. All right, we're stepping now underneath, coming from this canopy, and now we're getting closer to the beach. We can take a look at the palm trees now, and they're moving just a little bit more as we are getting gusts from the eastern direction right now. No. We are feet away from the ocean. We can't see it, but we can actually hear it. It does seem like the waves have intensified. Why don't we swing over this way? I want to give you guys another angle too at the the other palm trees on this side too. So again, we are by a hotel and things are protected. The big story going to be the rain that's expected to come down, not just here in Montego Bay, but across Jamaica. Leaders are fearful of flooding and landslides. We talked one-on-one with the mayor of Montego Bay. Take a listen to what he had to say.
What is your greatest fear right now?
Our greatest fear in Montego Bay is always flooding. Of course, we will get gusty winds that will cause devastation.
What happened?
It was really grim yesterday when the Prime Minister of Jamaica said, look, not many countries in our region have the infrastructure, actually none have the infrastructure to deal with a Category 5 strength hurricane. That's what we are bracing for as the rain gets harder here in Montego Bay. So Julie, of course, will have the track, but just understand that things are developing a lot faster in Kingston and they're moving northward where we are in Montego Bay. So things will continue to deteriorate every single minute here, guys. Let me send it back to you.
Well, Aaron, as that storm strengthened yesterday into the evening hours, and as you had continued communications with leaders there in Jamaica, and they increased the severity of their grim warnings, what did you get from people who you encountered, who you spoke to? Are they going to start seeking shelter? Are they going to ride it out in their homes? What are you experiencing?
You know, what was really telling was one of the leaders saying that out of the around 880 shelters across this island, there were about 1,000 people in them. That's not a lot, guys. So he wanted people to seek shelter, especially in those vulnerable communities. The thing about this island, the topography is just so fascinating, right? We have a mountainous region, we have coastline too, and a lot of low-lying areas. Wow, the rain really giving us some powerful conditions right now. So they really want people in those coastal, those low-lying conditions to definitely heed a warning and get out. As for the people we've been talking with, they plan to stay inside their hotels, stay inside their homes. And that's a great teaser right there, Eric, because coming up at 7 o'clock, we're going to move from the ocean side and head over to the street side to show you if cars are on the road, if people are walking around. That's something we definitely want to see.
Aaron, you know, it's always so unique when hurricanes hit islands. There's not many places for people to go. You yourself, where are you staying? Are you in a resort, a hotel?
No kidding.
Maybe a home?
Yeah, we're staying in a hotel that has a safety plan. We've been talking to each other. We'll be seeking shelter when things get really bad as well. Well, we'll be doing that, Michaela. And, you know, you mentioned the sheltering part of it. I think it's important because if you think of Montego Bay, it's because this is a big tourist destination. You also, what about the tourists who couldn't make the airport? They couldn't get out on time. There is a shelter at the Montego Bay Municipal Center, the convention center here. There's a shelter specifically for tourists. We're not certain on the number of that, so we'll be reaching out to the mayor and other city leaders too to see, hey, are people, the tourists, have they left their resorts? Have they left their hotels? Are they going to those shelters? That's an important question that will get answered.
I mean, like I said before, it's crazy that all these people, these reporters are still like literally in the area where all this chaos is, right? Where they're about to get hit with this hurricane and they have no place to run. There's no place to run, you know? So I'm very impressed by the coverage that we've seen out here. Like I said, it takes a lot of guts that people are out here. Reporters are willing to be out there, right there in that area right now. I'd be like, nah, I'm gone. I'll go there like a few days before it goes down, but I'm out. I'm out after that. Or I get a bonus, or I get the chair. You know what I'm saying? Like I get the anchor chair. You know what I mean? You mean if I go out there and I get the anchor chair, I survive and I get the anchor chair? I bet. You know what I mean? There's got to be something worthwhile. There's got to be some sort of bonus that they're getting, because I just don't see how anyone would be willing to go down there and be a part of that. That's some just terrifying stuff. I'll give you that for free. Let us continue. as we continue. Yeah, like this is what's so frustrating. The coverage is not much. Like literally, they are just showing the streets. That's all they're doing. They're just showing streets in Jamaica, right? That's all they're doing. There hasn't really been much of any real coverage, which is very frustrating. You know, you got coverage of like from CNN, but even the CNN coverage is a few hours old, and they're just kind of looping that stuff, which is really frustrating. Let's see what Ryan Hall has to say. Come on. Let's see what's going on over here.
But so far, it's not been bad. It's not been terrible from everything that we've heard. But that's because the strongest winds are very tightly packed around the core, and that core is coming into.
Look at that.
It's coming into the town.
If you can tell, you can't see the damn country no more. The island be covered. Okay. Blood clot. This is insane. Okay? It's like any moment now, but at the same time, it's rolling at a snail crawl of 7 miles an hour. Let me just be completely real. So let me play just a little bit of this. This is insane, though.
That's public available and is it's basically the best video of a hurricane I've ever seen in our modern era. So we'll show you that video. You can imagine the hurricane hunters in that plane that's on Ryan's screen right now, flying into that and seeing this once again 24 hours in advance. It has not yet calmed in intensity. So like it looks like that right now, and that's what's gonna head over these areas wherever it does make landfall near the Black River area in Jamaica. So imagine seeing that from the surface. You could, if you're unlucky enough, I would say in this case. Unlucky, definitely. Oh, and speaking of unluckiness, I just wanted to say that this is an unlucky event. There's no question about it. No doubt in my mind. Like there's just nothing good about this. So when you are sitting there and analyzing that with us, and you know the gravity of the situation, you just know there's people who don't care or haven't prepared or don't want to leave. It's the same story every hurricane, right? You know that there are going to be consequences of that, and you know that landslides are particularly deadly as well. So if you get overwhelmed, it's not soft to take a break from absorbing this sort of information. It is definitely my recommendation that you look out for yourself too, because we can all sit here and do this, but like, what can we absolutely contribute on an individual scale at this point in the storm's path? You don't need to overwhelm yourself with the information that comes out, because it can be unhealthy. So just want you to look out for yourself just in case that becomes a concern, and we'll do our best to keep you updated in the meantime.
Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill, and we'll keep that. This is real, by the way. This is real footage from the Hurricane I yesterday, and it's pretty similar to what it looks like right now.
Obviously,
from one of the aircraft
we've already seen this footage. Okay, we've already seen this footage, and of course it's amazing. It's gorgeous footage. And I know somebody just tried to email it to me. I didn't get the link. I guess the link never was added to the email, but I've already played the video of, like, everyone's playing that same video. You just saw it on Ryan Hall as well. Okay. So again, the eye of the storm is pretty insane. It is, breathtaking. It's beautiful, but also devastating all at the same time. Yes, it is true. Like I said earlier, that they flew, the pilots flew into the eye of the storm, and then they had to leave because the turbulence was so bad. They had to dip out quickly. Okay. Solely because of that. So again, this is some very bad stuff. You can see right here, right next to Ryan Hall's like face. Okay, right over to the left, you can see the eye of the storm. It is getting closer to the island. The reason why you're saying, oh, wait, where's the island? You might be saying that, right? Yeah, because the freaking hurricane, where it hasn't even hit land yet, it's so massive that you can barely see the mother-loving country now. You can barely see the island. That's how big and massive Melissa is. Okay, big back Melissa. All right. She backing that thing up onto Jamaica, and she about to rock this country's world. And I hate that, but it's about to be crazy. Okay. Yeah, big back Melly. Big back Melissa. All right. This is bad. I'm telling you what. This is going to be just as bad as Brad Pitt's patois in Meet Joe Black. Anybody remember that movie? Okay. We might have to take a trip down memory lane on that one. But this is about to be bad, okay? Everything going to be eerie. Nobody saw that movie with Brad Pitt and Meet Joe Black, and he talking to the woman, and she's talking to, because he's deaf, like he's actual death. Okay, this very good looking man. Okay, he's walking around like he be death, and he starts speaking to her in patois. Nobody knows that. Come on now, and he goes, everything going to be eerie. Come on, nobody remembers that. It was so bad. And people rocked with it because it's Brad Pitt. It was terrible. I'm going to have to pull that up. But this is going to be just as bad as that. Okay? It's going to be just as bad as that. Get ready for it. Yeah. Nash said, I saw that. Yep. Yeah, how could you not see that? And you're like, wow, that really actually happened. That everything going to be eerie. Oh, it's just as bad as Chet Hanks and his patois. Okay, Chet Hanks, Bomber Clot. You know what I mean? Anyway, I digress. They're just going to continue looking at the eye of the storm. So we're gonna go back. Okay, we're gonna hop back over to some other things. Everything gonna be eerie. I'm sorry. Many apologies, guys. Gotta hate this feature. Okay. Let's keep on rocking. I'm going to get some more coffee. I'll be right back, y'all. Give me 2 seconds.
At this point, which does provide a lot of onshore push. Yep. Probably the worst angle of attack would be something from the south-southwest for Kingston Harbor. Yep. But still, you're talking about hours of exposure to an onshore push. This is probably going to be most significant surge that they have seen of any hurricane.
All right, let's bring in Fox Weather correspondent Robert Ray. He's joining us from St. Ann Parish in Jamaica, of course. Robert, from the perspective of what you've been experiencing, wondering, this storm, when we look at it, not necessarily a large storm, and that often means the most intense portion of the hurricane's going to be near that eye wall. But I would imagine in St. Ann's, those conditions, at least by this afternoon, will start to dramatically go downhill.
Yeah, guys, they will. And by the way, we're getting some gusty winds and rain right now. You know, what are we, an hour and a half, 2 hours away from landfall, and then it will trek up to the northeast into this area with significant winds. And you may be wondering, why am I holding an iPhone right now? Maybe you look at the shot and the perspective, peek behind the big camera and the lens that you're looking at right now. And I'm going to give you another perspective because we moved locations. We are in a fortified structure home with multiple different variables as far as what we can show and the safety right now. And I'm going to move slowly because we are experimenting essentially with the signal here in Jamaica and St. Anne between Runaway Bay, about 50 miles from the airport in Montego Bay. I'm going to zoom in on the iPhone and I want to show you, that's as far as I can go, but in the distance beyond all the fury of those trees and the clouds, that's the Caribbean Sea. And maybe you can make out some of the waves there, and clearly you can see the rain. And as I pull out this camera, give you kind of a 180 or maybe a little bit more of what we see. This home, it has a pool in the backyard. It has multiple rooms. It is safe. We are in a good position. What I am concerned about, and by the way, we could see the mountains in the distance over there just moments ago, but this outer band is really making that difficult. But I am concerned about, you see all of this. Look at all of these pieces of a home and debris, which will be debris when we get well over 100-mile-an-hour winds coming in here, and the vegetation that will get ripped up, unfortunately. And that is going to be a major problem here as the day progresses and all of these winds and the rain continues. And the airports and the roads, Montego Bay Airport will likely be put to sleep for some time, unfortunately, because of all this. And you see Pete right here, and this is how our setup. This is just one of the places that we can broadcast from on this balcony. We're on the second floor. We were in the garage earlier, and we will essentially try to navigate our way through this structure and give you the best views that we can as the day progresses. Power is going to go out in full. We've had spotty outages throughout the day so far, and the night as well. And we hope that we can maintain our cell phone data. We have a Starlink. We're also operating on T-Mobile, Super Mobile, which is unbelievable, and that partnership that we have. But rain and winds kicking up. And let me just kind of give you this view, guys. Here we go. This is exactly
I wonder who
what
sponsors
you expect with
this
outer
show.
bands, especially when they begin to kick up. And we don't even have a landfall. Look at this. See, this is exactly what we're going to go through, and this is nothing right now. When this storm comes in, you can expect catastrophic damage in so many different spots. I'm just going to pull out. I'm trying to monitor this and maneuver through this, and I hope that our signal is not degraded. We may have stalls in the signal. Bear with us. That is just the way it goes in this. And frankly, you know, the move that we made yesterday from Kingston up into this area, St. Anne and Runaway Bay, was because we wanted to document the wind field, because the track of Hurricane Melissa kept going west, and we knew that if we stayed in Kingston, yes, there would be flooding, there will be tropical storm force winds going west. But in order to truly document some of the wrath of this and then be on the ground for the aftermath in the areas that are so affected, we had to reposition ourselves into north central Jamaica. And so that is why we're here. And safety is number one, clearly, for not only this crew, but also the nearly 3 million residents of Jamaica. It is paramount. There are shelters everywhere. There's been evacuations in lowlands to the south. I hope people did heed those warnings and get out, because they may not survive if so. This is a historic, remarkable scenario that will impact Jamaica for not only days and weeks to come, but months and years, guys.
I think it's pretty incredible that just technology, okay? Like he's able to be connected to his iPhone, and then also they're using professional cameras and all that. I think that's pretty damn incredible, and pretty amazing what technology can do now. And again, you know, they may lose signals here from him once this hurricane comes blazing through. It's only a matter of time that he's not going to be able to do as much broadcasting, right? Because it's gonna happen. I mean, it's coming. They're just on the outskirts of the eye, if that makes any sense. And so this is going to be pretty wild.
Here on a good day, really don't handle precipitation. And then when you put this much down, they're not going to be able to handle it at all. And it's dangerous. And some of the roadways are already compromised with significant potholes in some areas. And when there's water over that, and if you're driving in, say, 2-3 inches of water, you don't know what you're about to run over, and your car could be in very bad shape. We had a moment like that yesterday where I just didn't see what was below us. So we're very cognizant of that. And, as I move continually with this iPhone and trying to test and push this technology, which is exactly what we're going to do the entire time, this team out here is really doing a stellar job. And that is what we're up against here. We're trying to give you the most immersive behind-the-scenes look at not only what we're about to experience, but for people to understand, whether it be first responders or government officials, to see exactly what Hurricane Melissa is going to bring in real time. We hope that we can have our signal continue to last, guys.
And so far, Robert, your signal looks great. I know that you're trying your best to give us different vantage points and testing and trying out a couple different ways of doing that. And so far, we see everything crystal clear. Just to provide a little feedback to you and your mighty group of three right there in Jamaica. That is Fox weather correspondent Robert Ray. Thank you so much for the update to our viewers. Stay with us. We're going to have Robert back in just a little while, but we'll let him and his crew take a couple moments of respite as they have a long day ahead.
Yeah, no doubt. This is a full-on, long-ish, mother-loving day. Hold on. They still got more.
Watching at landfall.
Take a look at this.
I'm thinking we're just a couple of hours away from it. It's it seems to be moving
It's
on.
coming,
through. On
baby.
the other side of the break, guys, we are going to be joined by our hurricane specialist, Brian Norcross. So keep it here. His analysis is coming up.
This is crazy. This is about to be gnarly, love. This is about to be gnarly. Like I said, big back Melissa. Man. She is going in. She is most definitely going in. Hold on. That was 2 hours ago. Trying to give you guys like as much updates, most recent updates as I can. Let's take a look at this. There's no sound, but we could take a look at this though. So, I mean, so if everything goes according to the plan, what they're predicting, straight up the side. Straight up the East Coast. I mean, out in the ocean, though. They really think. What's interesting about this is that they really think that the storm or this hurricane is going to go from a 5 to drop down to a 3 by the time it hits Cuba, and then it'll be like a 2, and then it'll go up, and they don't know. It might get stronger. It might rev back up into a 5 by the time it hits Bermuda, but they don't have any confirmation of that yet, right? I don't know if this thing is being as strong as it is. I really, really doubt that this thing is going to slow down after it hits Jamaica. I think it's going to stay just as strong when it goes to the next country. That's what I think. I think it's going to hit Jamaica. It's going to do its devastation. It's going to be bad. Sure, it's going to slow down a little bit because it's passing over land, right? But then as soon as it gets back on the water, I feel like it's going to rev back up again, right? And then it's going to hit Cuba and do God knows what with Cuba. And then it's going to continue going northeast. Now, will it maintain its power all the way up to Bermuda? I don't know. But one thing's for sure. I just really don't think that once it hits land for the first time, that it's just going to stop. That it's just going to slow down. The intensity is not going to be as strong. I just don't. I just don't see that. But of course, I'm not a meteorologist. I'm not watching these things. I'm not a storm chaser or anything of that sort. So again, who am I to say anything, right? But just the fact that this hurricane is so intense and so massive, and they keep on saying that it's just expanding and getting bigger, and it's getting more and more intense. I just don't see it slowing down once it hits land. I don't know. It just feels like it's going to get more intense, but I could be wrong. We'll see what happens, right? There's no sound to this, just so you guys know, but it is interesting to see what they are saying about this. Let's see. Check out Reuters. Check this out. People are still walking around down here. Look at that. I would not want, man. Okay, I'm gonna mute this because all we're hearing is the outdoors. And don't worry, when the hurricane does hit, I'm gonna turn it on. Okay. But what's crazy is that first off, people are still by the water. Now I get it; it's an island, so technically they're always by a body of water. But I mean, they're right at the coastline. Why? You see what I'm saying? I'd be out the door, or I'd be gone. I'd be somewhere else. If you got a friend or a bunker or a shelter you could go to, man, I'd be there right now. I just don't get why people are still kind of meandering around. Like it's not going to hit them as bad as they say it's going to hit them. I'd be the anxiety would be through the roof right now. I would be nowhere near a body of water. I got too much to live for, don't y'all? Damn. So again, it's just insane to me that people are like, oh yeah, I'll get there when I need to get there. And then when ish hits the fan and they're like, damn, I should have gone to that shelter. It's like, yeah, I told you right. You should have listened to me, right? Anyway, it's just very frustrating. See, look, car driving down. Maybe they got the right idea and they're finally leaving. But see, the procrastination is insane to me. Okay, like I procrastinate on a lot of things. I think a lot of us can admit being like habitual procrastinators. Okay, but when it comes to something like this, I'm gone. As soon as they say, snap, this damn hurricane is coming your way. Pack up your stuff and man, before they even finish their sentence, I'm already gone. Bags is packed, door is wide open because I just ran out the door. You see what I'm saying? I'm gone. Like, I am gone. So just does. Where's he going? Why is he coming back? You see that car? That's the same car that why are you coming back, bro? You forget the milk and cookies? Like, what are you doing, man? Pack up your stuff and leave. Damn. Kevin Richardson just said it got stronger. 893 pressure. Jeez. Yeah, he forgot he forgot the ganj. Yeah, all that gone. Melissa's gonna be making her entrance and going, "Where the weed at?" And she gonna take it all like that. Okay, she gonna bogart all of that. Do you understand? Bogart all of that. Okay. Big back Melissa gonna bogart everybody's ganj. Okay? It's gonna be bad. It's gonna be bad. keep an eye on that too. But yeah, like I said, the only place that's actually doing any coverage is Fox. It's insane. I'm looking everywhere. Like, I'm talking about legacy media. I'm not talking about all these other content creators, because I feel a little, I don't feel 110% just taking, like Ryan Hall or Max Velocity and just sitting there watching their stuff. I don't feel right about that. We're going to hop back and forth to them, I promise. But at the same time, I was hoping that legacy media would be doing more coverage on this. And the only people that are actually doing coverage on this is mother-loving Fox News, man. Fox Weather. Okay. I'm going to scroll this back a little bit because this weather hurricane specialist started talking to them after the break. So let's take a look and listen to this.
I'm wondering, since we're talking to you finally this morning, any big changes that you saw that maybe caught your eye with the latest advisory or perhaps overnight trends?
Well, nothing with the new advisory so much, but we are seeing on the satellite, I think, that the system, the eye may be expanding, maybe a sign that it's trying to finally do that eye wall replacement, make a bigger eye, which would lower the top winds but expand the storm, and that's not good. You actually make more storm surge with an expanded storm, and you cut a bigger corridor through the country where this thing goes, from southwest to kind of the north central part of Jamaica. Here is the 8 a.m. advisory with 175 mile an hour winds. There's that incredibly low pressure number at 901. Now, hurricane hunters just got into the eye, just on the report that is coming in right now. I'm seeing them flying right through the eye. That's the Air Force Reserve.
Hold on. I don't mean to pause and interrupt this man here, but CNN is covering it too. Sure, they're covering it on TV, but they're not covering it online, because I'm looking everywhere, and CNN is not known to do live feeds on their stuff unless it's like, some big event. This is a big event. So you'd think that they would be covering this and putting this online live, but they're not. So I've looked. Trust me, I'd be hopping back and forth between Fox and CNN just to appease everybody as best as I can. But right now, there's nothing coming from CNN right now. Okay, just being real. Okay, yeah, just how the cookie crumbles. Let's hear what Brian Norcross has to say.
Hurricane hunters, so we'll get kind of an understanding of exactly what's happening with the pressure and the winds here very shortly from them. Let's look at it close up here with the track. And if you were watching last night, I was on last night with Ari, and we saw this thing kind of go like this, and then it kind of turned around and got back on track to the National Hurricane Center track. What was happening there is it was being driven by a flow, a very light flow this way, and then it was going to get taken over by a stronger flow going this way. And it was just kind of in the midst of getting handed off, so to speak, in that spot right there, and it made that sort of loop. But you can make out with the eye, you see it kind of expanding. Look at the dark part of it, and watch here as it very tight there, and then here it comes wider now. So we think that's probably what's happening, is trying to form a Y wall, but it's probably not going to have time to do that. Maybe we'll end up with a slightly weaker top wind. I don't know. We'll see what the hurricane hunters say. It's an extremely impressive looking hurricane on that satellite. Here are the winds now as modeled, and you can see that over here, this is the Kingston area over here, the winds are blowing onshore here, blowing right toward the Spanish Town part of the metropolitan Kingston area. So in these bays over here, the water is piling up. Over here, where it looks like landfall is going to be, in the Treasure Beach, Black River area, right now the wind is kind of pushing the water off, but that's going to switch absolutely incredibly dramatically in the next few hours as the core of the storm, you can see where the strongest winds are. They're just down here. They're just offshore. So this is going to all really go downhill here just in the next few minutes. And this is the area where just a lot of bad things are going to happen. It really depends on where this center comes ashore. It's going to be so close to Black River, somewhere in there. This is a vulnerable coastal area from two reasons. One is the town of Black River, most of it is elevated, but it has all this coastal section and then resort and kind of homes right on the water all the way down to Treasure Beach, which is kind of a resort town. And from everything we're seeing here, this is going to be the end of that for quite some time. There's where the analysis is of the wind, and you can see here Kingston right now reporting sustained at 38 from the east, which is interesting. I think that we were losing data there. We just lost Montego Bay. Both have been reporting, as you said, winds, tropical storm force gusting up near 60 miles an hour. And you can see that it makes a huge difference whether the wind is coming off the water here or up here. And you can see the kind of packing of the lines together. But over here, where you have these mountains, you don't see much wind because it's getting blocked by the mountains there. So it makes a big difference on the island, whether you're right near the coast or somehow you're getting blocked by the huge mountains there that really will affect how people are affected by this hurricane. All right, so here's the forecast from the Hurricane Center, reminding you that the yellow areas are tropical storm force winds over 40 miles an hour, maybe gusting up to 60 or 70 there. Then these are the hurricane force gusts here, and you see they occupy from Maypen, which is a significant town in Jamaica, up to Mandeville, which is about the third biggest town, if you count all of metropolitan Kingston. So Maypen and Mandeville are quite large. And then all this area here under the hurricane force gusts right now, but we don't have any reports out of there. Then here are the hurricane force sustained winds just offshore. You see them right now. So remember now, the winds are coming in like this. So wherever the center is, let's say the center is right there, the winds are coming in like that. So this is where all the storm surge and all the serious impacts at the coast are going to be, and then it goes on across the country. Okay, so let's go forward in time. So estimating 11 a.m. Eastern time, 10 a.m. local in Jamaica, time for a Category 5 hurricane to make landfall somewhere around Black River, which was a former very important city in Jamaica, second only to Kingston before Montego Bay was built. And as I said, it's kind of elevated, but the Black River is drainage from all those mountains that are all around it, and you'll see that in just a second. So very, very vulnerable area, bad day here for them. And then just look at this, Mandeville, pretty significant city at 2,000 feet, and the winds get stronger as you go aloft. So this is going to be a very bad day, we think, in Mandeville, all the way in this corridor going north. Hurricane Center continuing with a Category 5 over the mountains. So they're just thinking this is such a formidable vortex that it's going to survive significantly over those mountains. And then the hurricane force gusts departing the north coast at about 8 p.m. In the east and 7 p.m. in Jamaica, and then the whole thing gone overnight in terms of the tropical storm force winds. And then tomorrow morning they'll be able to evaluate what exactly has happened with this storm. All right, take a look at this. This is an interesting way to see Jamaica. There you can see where the heaviest rain is over the mountains. Notice very heavy rain forecast, Montego Bay area over here. Montego Bay is actually right up in there. And then over the big mountains outside of Kingston, a peak. Not as much as was forecast because the system stayed south of Jamaica. Now it's moving fairly quickly across Jamaica, but still a foot to maybe a foot and a half of rain forecast, maybe in some places 2 feet forecast over the island, over the mountains. It all has to come downhill. So look here, we talked about Black River. You notice, can you see that all this goes in here? That's kind of a coastal plain, and then all the rain that falls in these mountains has to come out somehow, and even down the Black River, which is a major river right there. And you can imagine all that rain funneling into rivers and then coming out. And that's not going to happen immediately today. That takes time. Over in the Kingston area, again, you see Kingston and Portmore and Spanish Town kind of in this coastal plain here. All the rain that falls in these mountains has to come down and through Kingston, and then it comes out right there. This is kind of the exit area here. It's a low area. Actually, I drew that wrong. It's actually over here. Between Portmore and Kingston is where the drainage is, and it comes through Kingston. So this is going to take time for all that water to get down, maybe even days, maybe even a week before all that water clears up. And then we have the storm surge issue we talked about here. There's the line for the National Hurricane Center track. The wind is coming this way, up to 13 feet in here somewhere, looks like the highest part. But Kingston Harbor and this bay here trap the water that's pushed in there, so they get an enhanced storm surge as well. I don't think it'd be 13 feet, but significant there. And also, this water being pushed this way is holding that rainwater that's trying to come out from getting out into the Caribbean. So until all this clears later today, the water is not going to be able to drain really well, as it will when we don't have that big push of seawater up against those rivers. All right, so here's the watches and warnings looking ahead. Hurricane warnings at the eastern tip of Cuba, including Guantanamo Bay, also for the central and southeastern Bahamas. Tropical storm warning, Turks and Caicos here. And also, we didn't mention Haiti. I meant to do that, but it's still getting pounded, by the way, on the Tiburon Peninsula. So here's Cuba, and here you see 140-mile-an-hour winds making landfall. So this is really scary. In Santiago de Cuba, which is a major city, and of course at Guantanamo, U.S. interests at Guantanamo. Hopefully everybody is hunkered down there, because this is going to be a significant hurricane hit. And then through the Bahamas as a weaker storm, and but still a significant storm surge. But there is high ground on those islands. The Bahamians know how to deal with it, but still it is going to be a significant storm. And then on to Bermuda, where we'll see exactly how close it comes, but looks like a Category 1 storm in the vicinity of Bermuda overnight, Thursday night into Friday morning. I just wanted to go back to this because I didn't mention it at the beginning, Stephen. And look at this band out here, still pummeling the Tiburon Peninsula. The heaviest rain in this storm might end up being on this peninsula here, which has some mountains on it that enhances the rain and so forth. It's still going there this morning. Stephen?
Oh, and we've been looking at it, Brian. Even the National Hurricane Center saying that communities could be cut off in the Tiburon Peninsula because of the catastrophic rain. In fact, when you look at these systems, sometimes there is a predominant rain band that sets up over a given area well removed. So it's concerning. You had mentioned the Black River, and from a perspective sake, we've been talking about Gilbert. And from 1988, Gilbert was a huge hit to the agricultural center of Jamaica. Well, St. Elizabeth's Parish, which is where Black River sits, is known as a breadbasket of Jamaica. I would only imagine, and I was reading the local paper, they talk about the fertile plains and the parish's topography. It's harmonious. It's a harmonious blend of towering mountains and expansive plains. I mean, if you consider that with a Cat 5, this could be devastating to the agricultural sector of Jamaica.
Yeah, and the basin there, that is the Black River Basin, is actually quite wide and quite fertile, and it's like a nature area, but it doesn't have elevation. It's like a real valley in those mountains, and if the angle of the push of water is exactly wrong, that water will go a long way inland up the Black River. Now, there are only real people in that part of the coast, right at the coast. I mean, there are homes right on the beach there, looking out on that bay below Black River. But the water, the seawater, according to the National Hurricane Center's projections for a Category 5 going into that part of the coast, the seawater will go inland a long, long way. I've never been to Black River, but everything I've read about it, it sounds like it's quite a wonderful place there in St. Elizabeth Parish. And a very, very historic place going back to the 1600s. So exactly how they fare here, I don't know, because they are going to take an extreme hit. Yes.
Time will tell. Brian, thank you so much for the insight, diving into the latest advisory from the Hurricane Center. We'll check in with you soon, as very closely we're approaching the time frame where we will get updates hourly from NHC.
Yeah, and we do have to take a quick break, but as Brian had been mentioning, the hurricane hunters, they are currently flying through the center of Melissa, getting some really crucial data as we're talking about a landfall in just maybe a few hours. Might be less than that. Hurricane Melissa continues to lash. Jamaica, we're looking at Kingston Harbor. The wind is certainly up. This camera wasn't shaky yesterday, but it is today. Of course, the Whitecaps in the harbor too, keeping it tabbed. We're keeping close watch of it here. We'll be right back.
Yeah. Obviously, this is about to get pretty crazy. Question is when is it actually going to, make landfall? I think that's what everybody's waiting for. But let me look and see if there's anything else going on. Let's see if there's any updates. So they're saying that wind speeds in Jamaica, will be life-threatening. So they're saying the conditions are deteriorating rapidly as Melissa presses in on the island. So Trasher told CNN this morning that the Category 5 monster storm path has made evacuations efforts especially challenging as the storm shifted west before stalling. And you saw it. We saw that footage. I mean, it looked weird. It was like it kind of went a little bit and then it kind of did a skloopity-doo and then just turned right, which is wild. It was going off and it seemed like it was going away from Jamaica, and then it just said, nah, let's go back to where we were. Let's go back to where we were aiming for. Let's go back to Jamaica. So it just kind of did a weird U-turn and went bang straight for Jamaica, which is crazy. All right. Trasher urged residents to brace themselves for the devastation Melissa is likely to bring, adding there is no amount of caution they can take that will be too much or overkill. The wind speeds are going to be very traumatic, life-threatening. He advised people to be mindful of those objects likely to be whipped up by forceful gusts, which will become dangerous projectiles capable of penetrating windows and wooden structures. He also warned of the power of landslides, which is also something somebody else said in the chat too. That's one thing I'm very concerned about as well, right? Like landslides, the mudslides, landslides, etc. Flooding. Let's not forget all that too. I mean, this is going to be, like I said, very, very bad. Encouraging people to take shelter in concrete shelters or structures. Okay, on the lee side, of hills. I don't know if that I've never heard of that phrase before, but on the lee side of hills and mountains, or at a great height to avoid being swept up. So again, I mean, I feel like we already know. Like he's saying the loud part out loud. Okay. He's saying the yo, get ready, because the wind's going to be insane and you could lose your life if you're caught in the middle of the wind. I think we all know that, right? I think it's fair to say, or safe to say, that we know that it's going to be bad no matter where we go, or no matter where they go. Okay. So let's take a look at this. This is live still. No chaos yet. No chaos yet. It's about 9 o'clock in the morning in Jamaica. 9 o'clock in the morning. 9:08 to be exact. Or actually 8. That's interesting. My bad. It's 8 o'clock. So it's 8:08 a.m. in Jamaica right now. And they might be losing signals, or it might be a little choppy. Oh, they're back. Just a different angle. Sorry about that. How about this? What time is it in Kingston, Jamaica? Kingston, Jamaica, right now it is 8:09 a.m. in Kingston, Jamaica. Yeah, they're on Central Standard Time. I'm going to kill that noise. But yeah, if you Google it, it says that in Kingston, Jamaica, right now as we speak, it is 8:09 a.m. So, I trust Google. And also, this is coming from Jamaica right now, and it says 8:09 a.m. right here at the top of this camera right here as we speak. And this is a live broadcast from the streets of Jamaica right now as we speak. So again, interesting, right? So they're on Central Standard Time in Jamaica. Althea says it's 8:10 a.m. here now. I'm in Jamaica. Hopefully you're somewhere safe. Okay. Althea, stay safe. Anybody in Jamaica, anybody and also anybody in Cuba, you know what I mean? Please, brace yourselves or evacuate however you can. By any means necessary, just get out of there. Okay? Get out of there. Let's take a look at this too. Multiple camera angles now. The reception is not great because let's be real. As this hurricane approaches, the signal is going to be trash out there. But as you can see, and it's just music, but as you can see, they're doing as much coverage as they can. Oh, let me get these these members chats really quick. Louisa, thank you so much for being a member for the past 9 months. I appreciate it. Thank you for reporting this and everything you do. Hit that like button. Yes, be sure to hit that like button down below, please. And thank you. Okay. Louisa, thank you so much. And hopefully you're doing well as well. Rianne, thank you so much for the love for being a member over 32 months. That's a long time, y'all. Long time. Hey, P. Hola, amigos. Hola to you too. Thank you so much for being here and watching all of this crazy stuff. Okay. This is nuts. So we're continuing to keep an eye on everything. Okay. And I'm hopping back and forth, trying to see if there's any other coverage that's going on here. I think I'm gonna go back to where is he at? Let's take a look at Max Velocity, see what's going on here too. See what he's got, what he's talking about.
For example, right now where Tornado Pagey is located, where they're storm chasing in Mandeville, Jamaica, like that area, the pressure currently is around 800 or not 800. It's around 990 millibars or so. It's a major increase from where the eye is. Our pressure gradient is very intense as you get closer to the southwestern Jamaica coast. Like back over here near Black River and Malvern and west of Alligator Pond, this entire area, we're probably around 960, 970 millibars of pressure. But like once you get down to the actual eye wall, that is where we have pressure that is dropping down near 900 millibars. And like that's where we get into the eye, obviously. So the pressure gradient, which is the difference in pressure, it is significant between where the eye is corresponding to where Jamaica is, which is only about a 20-mile difference at this point. Where that lowest pressure is only 29 miles offshore. Where the pressure is about 900 millibars is only 17 miles away from being over Black River.
So they're saying around 9 o'clock, less than an hour from now, allegedly.
We are starting to get a slightly more clear view of visible satellite as well. If I go over to GeoColor here, or the G19 satellite, you can see Melissa a little bit clearer now on satellite. Again, the eye of the hurricane is now coming up currently only about 18 miles or so from being over land in Black River. Black River is likely now experiencing 100+ mile per hour wind gusts at this point, maybe even higher than that. Keep in mind that Black River is probably not going to be there's probably not going to be a whole lot left there when it comes to infrastructure after this is all said and done. That area is going to get absolutely slammed. We're talking again about a 180 mile per hour Category 5 hurricane, and on top, or 180 mile per hour Category 5 hurricane, and on top of that, the wind gusts are well over 200 miles per hour now. The wind gusts, according to the National Hurricane Center, I don't see the exact number, but they're probably over 210, if I had to say. The last advisory, the one previously, was, I believe, 800, or 800. It was about 200. So we're probably around 210, 220 mile per hour wind gusts right now with the eye wall here of Melissa. Countdown's bottom right of your screen. We are less than, I think, about 3 hours away from landfall. We might see landfall a little bit less than what that time says right now. Landfall will probably happen around 10:30, 11:30 here in Jamaica. Will subvortices have higher winds? Subvortices inside of the eye, for those that are asking, I've seen a couple people asking about it. When we have subvortices in the eye of a hurricane, that basically is a localized area of higher wind. And a lot of the time, this can mean the hurricane is still intensifying. Let me take off the lightning again. But you can see the subvortices that are all spinning in here. All right, so those are all the different subvortices inside of Melissa. But these are often associated with the most powerful hurricanes. Milton had this. Like any big hurricane that you can think of that was Cat 5, like most of them have something like this. But they're basically little swirls of wind that form inside of an eye.
That's crazy, yo.
Hey, Casey, for the 5 get to memberships. Yes, I slept for like 3 hours. For those that are asking, we got about 3 hours of sleep, and that was it. Also, this is a live shot right now, what it looks like in Mandeville, Jamaica. Conditions are starting to get worse. This is live storm chaser Tornado Pagey. You can also watch them on YouTube and inside of the Radar Omega app, which you can download with the top link in the description below. They are live right now in Jamaica as Melissa approaches landfall here.
Crazy.
How high is the storm surge? The storm surge will be up to about 13 feet at its peak.
I'm checking something out. Hold on. See this for myself. Yep. You got somebody literally out there, Tornado Pagey, covering this. That's insane. That's insane. Let's take a look at this, y'all. That's insane. This is some good footage too. Shout out to Tornado Pagey.
Hurricane Melissa is officially the 5th strongest hurricane in the Atlantic Ocean, pressure-wise, as it's down to 896.
Somebody asked me if I slept. I've had like 3.5 hours of sleep. I was up a lot. I was in and out of sleep a lot, just keeping an eye on this hurricane, because they say, oh, it's going to be 3 miles an hour and it's not going to be there until this at this particular time and blah blah blah. You know what I mean? And then next thing you know, they're like, oh my God, it's revved up, and then now it's here. So I was just like, just kept keeping an eye on everything. You know what I'm saying? Because I just like I said, these storms are unpredictable. And as you can see, it's starting to rev up. It's starting to get even more intense. It's starting to do what it does, right? And then, I was going to go live last night, but I wasn't able to do that. So, because of other reasons. But, I wanted to be able to be here to give you guys the coverage this morning. So, yeah, we're here. We're here, and we're here to, talk about all of this craziness. Restored Faith, thank you so much for the love. I really do appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for the nonstop coverage. Of course. This is what's going on in the world, and this is what's going on. And this is something that we all should be worried about, because, it's not going to only just be, regardless if it was just one country or if it was a multitude of countries, we all should be worried about this, because now, after this, we already know that the people of Jamaica are going to need all of our help. And I'm talking about the entire world. Every country should band together and try to help the people of Jamaica. And then, of course, the people of Cuba, if it's as bad as it's going to be for Jamaica. You see what I'm saying? So I'm hoping that we're not just sitting on our hands. You see what I'm saying? That's the thing I'm concerned about. That if it's, I could go a certain way, but I'm not going to go a certain way. All I give a damn about is making sure that all countries come together and try to help the people of Jamaica, because they're going to need all of our help. And that's the same thing with Cuba and anyone else that gets rocked due to the devastation that this hurricane may leave behind. That's the thing. So that's what I give a damn about. And one of the people, or one of the countries that's going to lead the focus is America. Real talk. It just is what it is. It's just how the cookie crumbles. So if America doesn't do anything about helping, I'm talking about America. I'm not just saying one organization out of Florida helping people out. Okay? I'm talking about America doing what they can to help Jamaica. If we are slow on the up and up, other countries are going to follow in suit. And I hope that's not the case. Okay? I really hope that's not the case. But let me hear what they got to say here. Bayou Babe, I hope you're right. I hope you're right when you say that we're going to step up. I hope you're right. I really hope you're right.
This is a very steep pressure gradient in this storm.
Welcome to the family, Breezy Bree. Thank you so much. Welcome to the family. Thank you so much for becoming a member. You read my mind exactly, Danielle. Just saying. But let's see. Let's see if there's. Y'all said something about. I'm going to keep an eye on this too, because that's very, very good footage right there. Let me see. Apparently, ABC is now covering it. Let's see. Well, it looks like they're on a break, but hold on. Yeah, it looks like they're on a break right now. Hold on. Oh, by the way, random. But speaking of which, let me show this to you guys real quick. So I am in this Nightline, this episode of Nightline. There I am. Holy crap. Hey, did you see that? Did you see? Whoa, what? Hold up. That was, I didn't expect that. I swear to God. I'm in the promo? What? ABC used my face, yo. Hold up. I want to hear this too. But yeah, I'm in the Nightline episode about the Burning Man murder. Okay. Sorry for the left turn. I didn't expect to see this. So I was like, oh, by the way, I'm in this mug. And there I was. Hold on.
Violent happened here.
It's a whodunit at Burning Man. What?
How could something so violent happen here?
It's a whodunit. Okay. See? Yo. Ma, take a picture. Okay. No, but that's what's up. Wow. One more time, but then we got to go to this hurricane stuff.
Epic gathering of radical self-expression. How could something so violent happen here?
It's a whodunit at Burning Man. Yeah. Wow. Okay. That's I'm done. I'm done with that. Okay. But that's very cool. I've only seen people like tweet about it, like, yo, Pascal, you were on Nightline. I'm like, word? And then I looked and I'm like, oh yeah, I'm on Nightline. But they used me in the promo though. Son. Okay, I'm done. We gotta take these little wins every once in a while. Okay. And no, I didn't get paid. I wish I did though. But one day I will. Okay. One day it will happen. Okay. Just wait for it. It's coming. But that's very cool. All right. Very freaking cool. Hold on. This is nothing. ABC News is not playing anything except talking about the World Series and having the hurricane off to the side. So we're not going to do that anymore. Yeah, because it's all the same stuff. Whoa, that's crazy. That was cool. All right. Enough of that. We got to get into the meat and potatoes of what's going on here. All right. See, like I said, no one's really doing much coverage of this except for content creators. Okay. Which I do appreciate. But let's see. Okay. Now we got something from CNN about an hour ago. Let's take a look at this. Okay.
Direct hit from Hurricane Melissa, this monster, a Category 5 storm that is already the most powerful storm on Earth this year. Melissa is expected to make landfall within hours, but conditions are getting worse with the outer bands hitting even as we speak. The new updated track shows Melissa about 115 miles west-southwest of the capital, Kingston, with maximum sustained winds of an astonishing 175 miles per hour. Now, along with the catastrophic winds, there are expected flash flooding, life-threatening storm surge of up to 13 feet, and landslides. Mandatory evacuations have been ordered along parts of the coast. U.S. Air Force hurricane hunters have been inside the eye of the storm. The National Hurricane Center warns the eye wall could bring total structural failure to Jamaica, especially at higher elevations. The storm is already blamed for at least 7 deaths in the Caribbean, including 3 in Jamaica. CNN's Derek Van Dam live in Kingston this morning with the latest. Derek, what are you seeing so far?
Yeah, John, we are nearing the inevitable landfall of the strongest hurricane to ever strike this island nation. No one on Jamaica will be spared from the fury of Hurricane Melissa as it comes on shore in the coming hours. This slow, agonizing pace of about 3 to 5 miles per hour that is just going to prolong the misery across this country. We are in Kingston. National Weather Service, very strong wording about complete structural failure, communication, power outages for days, and isolation of communities possible. Here in Kingston, you can see the winds picking up in the background. The rain has really come in earnest throughout the course of the night. Trying to get a couple of hours of sleep to prepare for our day today. My windows were rattling last night as the Norman Manley International Airport, which is within sight of the balcony of our hotel, reported a gust of 58 miles per hour. That was the storm is well offshore of where I'm located, 115 miles to be precise. But the core of those inner eyewall winds, the strongest part of this Cat 5 hurricane, is about 30 miles in diameter, and where it will make landfall is so critical. We say this a lot.
Thank you.
It's a game of miles now as we take that final approach into the south coast of Jamaica. We're thinking maybe the St. Elizabeth Parish, Treasure Beach, the Mandeville region. If you look on a map of Jamaica, you'll see it. What makes the terrain here so susceptible is a lot of people, a lot of communities live in these low-lying areas that are prone to flash flooding, mudslides, and landslides. So Kingston itself sits in a bowl surrounded by mountains that tower over 7,000 feet. And when the water falls in those mountains and here on the ground, it's going to be met with an opposing force of the storm surge from Hurricane Melissa, and those opposing forces are going to work against each other and make that water rise up right along those coastlines where unfortunately there still are people located. You can see, I want to pan up here quickly just with my cameraman. We do already have a couple of side structural damages on the side of our building here, and we're really just getting going. So we're going to monitor that, keep in a safe place. We do have the ability to get indoors very quickly, but conditions will be going downhill, and we are thinking and praying for the people of Jamaica. It is going to be an unthinkable day here on this island nation, John.
A treacherous combination going into that recipe down there. Derek Van Dam in Kingston, where it will get progressively worse. You and your team, please stay safe. Sarah?
Yeah, already seeing a little bit of damage there, and the storm hasn't even made full landfall yet. CNN meteorologist Allison Chinchar tracking the catastrophic storm this morning. Allison, what can we expect next from Melissa as we're seeing those outer bands hitting Jamaica already?
Hold on. One thing I have to point out really quick before we hear from this reporter here. They are saying, and I'm just reading this off screen, okay? But they are saying that they are predicting that this is going to be worse than Katrina. And if y'all remember Katrina didn't play. Remember what Katrina did to Louisiana? They're saying that it's going to be just as bad, if not worse than Katrina. Put that in your pipe and smoke on that for a minute. All right. That is insane and no bueno. Just letting you guys know. I know it's been like very dramatic. Like we're all sitting here waiting for the moment when it actually hits land, and we're all sitting here going, "Oh, it's going to be the most catastrophic thing you've ever seen." I already know, like, and yes, it is like but it is. And now they're saying that it's going to be stronger than Katrina. That is a big deal. Remember what Katrina did to Louisiana. Katrina was bad. But here's the thing. Remember, and this is what I'm concerned about. This is why I keep saying I hope the countries, the world, the people, the powers that be, these leaders get off their butts, come together, talk about things, and help the people of Jamaica and anybody else. We don't know what's going to happen after Jamaica. It may dissipate after Jamaica. God only knows. But how they treated the people after Katrina, I'm hoping that they don't do the same thing again. Katrina was bad. And the treatment of the people after Katrina was horrible. So I'm hoping to God this is not the same situation all over again. We need to learn from our mistakes and learn from the bad choices and how things were done before. And I know that, this isn't American, this is not an American, a part of America or anything of that sort. But at the same time, these people need the help immediately after this is done. And we can't just sit on our hands and just, it'll fix itself. No, it won't. So that's why I'm saying I'm really worried about how the way that they're saying it's just as bad as Katrina. Not only do I have PTSD from how bad Katrina really was, but I also have PTSD on how bad things were treated and handled after Katrina hit Louisiana and left. So I'm hoping that this is not the same. I'm really hoping this won't be the same approach and that we do better. So that's what I'm worried about. I'm sorry, but I'm gonna keep it a bean with y'all. I'm gonna keep it a buck with y'all. And that's one thing that I'm really worried about. They dropped the ball on the people, the people after the Katrina, after Katrina hit. They dropped the ball. I just really hope they don't leave Jamaica and other countries high and dry. We got to learn from our mistakes, y'all.
All right, so you're really just going to start to see those conditions deteriorate rapidly over the next few hours because landfall is expected in just a few hours from now. The center of the storm still just south of Jamaica. It's moving to the north-northeast at about 5 miles per hour. That's still incredibly slow, albeit double the speed it's been moving for most of the overnight hours, so at least a little bit of improvement there. Then it will continue to slide its way off to the north, but it is expected to make landfall as a very powerful Category 5 storm, gradually, and I mean very gradually, weakening as it continues to slide up to the north over portions of eastern Cuba, then the Bahamas, before finally making it back out over open water. Rainfall is certainly going to be the biggest concern with this system, not just from the flooding aspect, but also the landslides and the mudslide component that go right along with it. Here you can see all of those outer bands stretching across not just Jamaica, but a lot of the other neighboring island nations as well. Here's a look at the overall totals. You'll see a lot of red and pink color on this map indicating widespread 6 to 12 inches of rain. That may not sound like all that much, but what you have to understand is half a foot has already fallen across many of these areas. So we're just talking about adding to that total. Some of these spots could end up topped out at more than 20 inches of rain before the system finally exits the area. That's one impact. Now we also have the wind component because it is still a very powerful Category 5 storm. You've got those wind gusts well over 100 miles per hour. So as the storm continues to make its way landfall over Jamaica and then heading up towards Cuba, it's still going to have very powerful winds. Even if the storm does weaken, it's still going to have very strong winds across some of these other countries like Cuba and the Bahamas. Keep in mind, too, that when you have that saturated ground, it doesn't take much to bring down trees and power lines. Even a 50 or 60 mile per hour wind is more than enough to bring those things down.
It is terrifying just looking at it, and Jamaica has never experienced a storm like this before. I know you will be watching the trajectory of this, and our Derek Van Dam and crews on the ground will be talking to them throughout the day. Allison Chinchar, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Yeah, this obviously we already know it's about to be really, really bad. Now we just need to know how bad is it going to be. Let me see what's going on here. Twisters, chasers.
I can't twist it off. Yeah, see if you can twist that off.
Hold on. Out in Jamaica. Hold on. This is saying live from Santa Cruz, Jamaica. Let's see what this is. What's going on here real quick.
Oh, son, I got you. Right now, I'm on cell service, not on I'm on cell service. I do have Starlink in the house. It's still on the roof. It's just on the south end. Power lines are bouncing. And again, guys, things are going to get really, really, really crazy here. We've already got some trees broke. A big zooming that for you just a few minutes ago. Yeah. No. Who's over calling? I can't take a call. Nope. Can't do that. So, yeah. Yep. So.
No sound so far.
It's going to be it's going to be a big problem, and that is the higher elevations when on these south-facing slopes. I've learned something new being on the island, both from a meteorology point of view and dynamics of the wind. But as these from the surface up to even 10,000 feet, you have these 200-mile winds coming in at the surface and just above the surface. We call it 1,000 millibars, 900, 2,000 feet, 850. And as you get these elevation rises, from the south coast and does that, too, especially over by Kingston. But we also have big high, we got some 2,000 foot rises over at Maidenville east here, about 10 miles, roughly 10 or 12 miles east of here. What the theory is that as these 150 and 180 mile winds come in and hit that face, because just east here, it's kind of like the Grand Canyon. You've got this big opening. You have to take this big road. It goes way up and you climb 2,000 feet. I'm at 150 AGL right here, 100 foot elevation, about 33 meters. Over there, they're at 2,000 feet. So the fear is that, and it's going to happen. You hate to tell people this, but it's been out, so people know it's coming. The biggest fear in the meteorology community and the Hurricane Center, as these extremely destructive winds, 200 plus mile an hour winds, maybe have gusts to 250 on top of the mountain. As the wind comes in, it accelerates. As it hits the face, it goes up even higher. So we expect 200 plus, and probably gusts to 250 or higher. Maidenville's one of the towns I'm extremely concerned about. It's going to be devastated. So any of these towns are at high elevation, especially on the southern half of the island, where you're getting full impact of the eye, especially it's 893 millibars, winds 200, probably gusts to 250, just above the surface. Hitting these mountain faces here, and structures that the roofs are going to peel off, the buildings are going to collapse. And I think we're going to find communities, unfortunately, in this eye wall and to the right of the eye, and even on the left side of the eye, they're going to be totally decimated. I mean, totally leveled. Unfortunately, it's worse than our worst case fear that we thought was going to happen. 48 hours ago, I thought I was coming down here for a Cat 3, maybe a Cat 4, worst case scenario, right? Until this thing got really developed in the last 24, 30 hours ago, didn't really realize that I'm not only going to go to Cat High 4, Cat, just a loud boom, like a big boom. Anyway, it really in the last 24 hours, this thing has went from really bad, extreme to catastrophic to possibly, hope to God we don't go any lower than 893. It's going to be melon shore, hopefully pretty quick. That we get, this thing is going to be at a level that I don't think anybody anticipated. I'm going to get a shout out to the Hurricane Center and the Andy, the modeler that works at NHC as one of the modelers on the HERS A and B. That model did just a phenomenal job. About 24 to 36 hours ago, they're like, hey, I'm going to take it to sub 930. And a lot of people are like, I don't know if it's going to get that strong. And then it shoved southwestward and it went west in the deeper, warmer waters. 896 now, 180 mile wind sustained. Jeff Williams just texted me. And you see update 109.86 pressure and 180 mile an hour wind sustained, guys. We're going to gust to 250.
I mean, I get it. Some people are saying he looks scared. He might be. I bet he's nervous. Because I'm reading off of just off screen from the BBC. They're saying like the structures, no structure is built to withstand Category 5 hurricanes. This is what they're saying right now. I mean, so y'all been sending me emails, so I'm, just looking at these things. They're saying nothing's built to withstand Category 5 winds. This is what a reporter in Jamaica is telling the BBC. Jason Allen, a correspondent from CBS News, has been speaking to our colleagues. Actually, hold on. Let me just pull this up while I talk so you guys can see live footage of what's going on at the coast. And it's rocking. It's starting to rock. It's starting to rock, baby. Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna actually show you a little bit back as you guys can see a little bit more stuff. Okay. So I'm gonna read this off screen, okay? But it says again, let me repeat that again. Nothing's built to withstand Category 5 winds. Okay. This is what a reporter said to the BBC. So Jason Allen, a correspondent for CBS News, has been speaking to our colleagues on the BBC News channel about the situation in Kingston. So we have only seen moderate flooding, he says. There's a break in the rain for now, but the worst of the weather is yet to come. You could still see much stronger winds. You could see trees come down, power lines come down, power go out, he said. Allen says not many people have gone to shelters because they want to protect their belongings or think their homes will withstand the hurricane. I'm sorry. Let me repeat that one more time for those y'all in the nosebleed seats. He says not many people have gone to shelters because they want to protect their belongings or they think that their homes will withstand the hurricane. So the Kingston area may miss out on stronger winds on the west of the island, but he reminds us that nothing is built to withstand Category 5 winds. Some forecasters have warned Hurricane Melissa could remain a Category 5, the highest on the scale when it hits landfall, which we already know is about to go down. If you guys can see over here on the screen, this is live footage. Okay, it's a few seconds back, okay, because I scrolled it back a little bit. But this is live footage of the coast, okay, one of the coasts of the island as this Hurricane Melissa fastly approaches this island. Category 5 hurricane. Nothing, I repeat, nothing is built to withstand Category 5 winds, but you still have people sticking around their homes so that they could protect their things. Or trying to protect their homes, their things in their homes in a Category 5 hurricane, stronger than Katrina, that is allegedly on its way to Jamaica. And people are going, no, I got to protect my TV and my car and my house. I'm telling you right now, it's just stuff. It's just things. You'll get another one. Okay? I get that some people have like family heirlooms and photos and you know, things that are your own family history, right? If you can pack up that album, that photo album, or that heirloom or something of that sort, do it and then leave. Because a car is a car. That house and that car aren't going to be here anymore. They're going to be somewhere else in pieces somewhere down the road. Okay? Like, your life is irreplaceable. Okay? Unlike what Beyonce said. Okay? Your life is irreplaceable. It really is. But all those possessions that you have, all those knickknacks and things, they can always be replaced. So if you are watching this and listening to this show right now, thank you for watching and listening to my crazy ass. But at the same time, please pack what you can get and leave. Seek shelter now. That house is not, if these winds are going to be this strong, and if this hurricane is as catastrophic as they say it's going to be, I can't urge you guys enough to just pack up the essentials and go right now. It's coming. And I hope it doesn't happen. I hope nothing happens. Like I said, I hope a miracle happens and it just stops. We'd see a miracle today. And Lord knows we can use some miracles right now. Okay? And this year, been the longest year of the year. Okay? We can use some miracles right now. But at the same time, unfortunately, that doesn't look like it's happening anytime soon. Fingers crossed, but let me be real. Pack up your stuff and go. Please. All right? Pack up your stuff and go. And then he just cut it out. But I'm gonna roll that back a little bit more so we can see a little bit more. Look at that. That, like, and this is just the beginning. This is just the beginning, guys. Man. And I mean, this is not live now, but you know, as you can see, things are about to get heavy. All right. Things are definitely about to get very, very heavy. Let's continue on, though. Let's see what's going on with Fox. See what they got to say. Fox weather. Oh, they're not saying much at all either. Hold on, guys. This is the one.
Approach hurricane force, maybe get close to 90, 100 miles an hour. You know, getting caught up in the actual wind speed, though, we're missing, in fact, the point, because this is a Category 5 hurricane that's going to be making landfall. This is what radar could look like, and this is going to be later this morning. Keep in mind, these forecast models initialize at a certain point, and they might be slightly off with where the center of Hurricane Melissa is. Our Fox weather model is a bit too aggressive or fast with this most recent run, so it's showing that by 10 o'clock Eastern time, we already have this ashore, as we know is not true. So
we're a couple hours off for this particular computer model.
But you get the drift that the rain that we're seeing where Robert has been just to the west of Ocho Rios near St. Anne's Bay is going to be intense. The winds are going to be strong.
And you're talking about hours of exposure from Kingston to Ocho Rios.
Yeah.
You're talking about hours of being under strong winds, heavy rain.
Yep.
It's going to lead to mudslides and landslides. We already have images of bridges that are washed over in Spanish Town. And so these infrastructure problems are going to be more prolific and common as we work our way through the afternoon.
Montego Bay, wanted to point this out, into the afternoon, we are going to have an onshore push, too.
Yeah.
So
the
we
storm
will
surge
be
on the north side of the island will be an issue and threat.
Dealing with it, yeah. It really depends on where you're at. This is eventually going to lift off to the north, and as it does lift north, the rain will move on with it, but the damage will be done. There are several threats that we have, and even beyond what it's going to do in its assault on Jamaica, we're going to see it in Cuba. We're also going to see it, of course, in the Bahamas and in Turks and Caicos. But this Category 5 hurricane, it is a remarkable force that you see in the Atlantic Basin. Of the likes that we haven't seen, we've not seen a Cat 5 make landfall in 6 years. It was Dorian back in 2019 that happened. This could very well be a Cat 4 as it makes landfall in Cuba tonight or overnight.
And then we move on to the Bahamas. You talk about Dorian back in 2018. It sat over the Bahamas. Now, the Bahamas will have a shorter time frame of interaction with Melissa. The forward motion of the storm is already trending faster. That is a positive solution for the Bahamas because they'll have a matter of hours to be dealing with what at that point most likely will be Category 2 conditions. But first we have to get through the first landfall, and that's going to be somewhere between Black River and Treasure Beach as a powerful 180 mile per hour Cat 5 hurricane at a minimum. Because again, this is not weakening. No signs of weakening at this point.
No signs, if anything, strengthening, because the last hour that we got, it was 180 mile an hour.
Check that out.
The hurricane itself, as we're watching, the sun's growing higher in the sky because we're heading toward the afternoon. So we are beginning to see more of that eye, and the ability that we have from space to peer down into and see the water. We saw those remarkable images yesterday from the hurricane hunters as they were penetrating this eye, showing us that stadium effect, and a lot of meteorologists remarking on how dry this eye is. And
Crazy.
I think from a perspective of symmetry, it doesn't get more symmetrical than this. There's been discussions, even our Brian Norcross, which he's going to join us at the top of the hour, talking about maybe an eye wall replacement cycle. Still waiting on seeing that. Radar is the tool that we would use to really confirm that. That's what the National Hurricane Center has been paying attention to. If I'm looking at this thing, it's got a focus, and it's St. Elizabeth's Parish.
And unfortunately, it is just continuing to bear down.
Yeah.
Once we get through that first eye wall for Black River and Treasure Beach, there will be a 45-minute-ish window of calm before they have to go through the backside of this.
Yeah, it's going to be two. Yeah, they get hit once as that eye wall is moving ashore as we speak. We'll have landfall, and then you're going to get the backside of Melissa too as this thing's lifting off to the north-northeast at 7 miles an hour. As I had mentioned, we are going to be joined at the top of the hour by our hurricane specialist, Brian Norcross. Our live coverage continues throughout the afternoon. Hurricane Melissa.
Yeah, guys. I am, clearly we are still waiting for like a touchdown to actually happen. It hasn't happened yet. This bad boy is going at an all-time crawl, just to be completely real, an all-time crawl. It's pretty insane how slow this is moving. But we're also understanding that even these slow-moving storms can be very, very bad. And I feel like that's common sense. If you really think about it, it's common sense. Everybody should know that the fact that it's moving this slow only means that it's going to move this slow when it hits, when it actually hits land. It's just going to move slow. Okay. I mean, I feel like that's common sense. The same thing that we're seeing in the ocean right now. It's the same thing when it hits land, unless it randomly picks up speed, but still doesn't matter. You know what I mean? It's going to be bad. So here's the thing. So slow moving storms I'm reading this off screen really quick, but slow moving storms are always worse because their effect lasts longer, which we already know. Okay, we already know. If you think about it, it's going that slow with that kind of speed, right? It's only going to do more damage because it's just going to be it's not like it's just passing over very quickly, right? And it does just a little bit of damage. It's going to be like slowly crawling over the country, taking its time as it goes on, right? Then also, yes, let's not forget about the rain. Let's not forget about all that too. If it's just dumping water on top of this island, yeah. I mean, we heard yesterday as well, like that this could change the country geographically as well, depending on how intense this hurricane really is. It could change the geographical, it can change the country, the island geographically. That's how massive and that's how powerful this hurricane is. And if you can see over here on the screen, the footage is getting choppy as hell now. Obviously, because the hurricane's getting closer and closer, right? It's about to hit landfall. It's going to be bad. We already know this. I just think it's insane that there are people that are still driving. Like I still see live footage of people walking and driving, and like they're just waiting at the very, very last minute to get where they need to get to. And some people abiding by traffic. You see that down here? Right here? I'm sorry. I don't think traffic laws apply here anymore. Just pack up your stuff. Don't run anybody over. You know what I mean? But these 4 cars are stopped at a stoplight. Real talk. Like, who? What? I'm gone. I'm looking left. I'm looking right, making sure I don't run over a pedestrian, and I'm getting going. Like, you know what I mean? And I know red means stop. Okay, Jocelyn. Okay, I do. I know. All right. But at the same time, what? The law doesn't apply at this moment. Traffic laws do not apply at this moment. I'm getting in there. I'm looking left and right, and I'm driving. Okay? Shoot. But as you guys can see, I mean, before, the footage here was not choppy. Okay? It was not choppy at all. It was pretty decent. Smooth live stream. Now it's getting choppy. Just like the water in the top middle video. Getting choppy here. As everybody waits for it to hit landfall. Let me get these super chats really quick. Grateful, thank you so much for the love. It's nauseating watching that water when you know how it feels to be in it. No kidding. Yeah. That is, the footage that I showed earlier, it was, bad. And it's only going to get worse, right? The only thing is are we going to be able to see that footage when the time comes? I don't know. Nance, thank you so much for the super sticker. I really do appreciate it. Thank you guys so much for the love and the support. It means a lot. Thank you so very much. I mean, I guess I'm going to do this shameless plug. I'm going to do this now. So here's the thing. Pinned to the top of the chat. All right. I have a live streaming rig I'm trying to put together. Okay. And on the I put together a GoFundMe. Now I know some of you guys know about it, and I know some of you guys know about it. Not a lot of you guys know. So I'm just letting you guys know. Pinned to the top of the chat is a GoFundMe. I am trying to raise enough money to get a live rig that I can go live anywhere, right? So I can, not saying I'd go boots on the ground in the likes of somewhere like Jamaica before a Category 5 hurricane, but I'd be able to go to certain areas and do more boots on the ground coverage, interview people, talk to the people on the streets, that kind of thing, right? So definitely, if you can support, that would really mean the world to me. The GoFundMe is linked to the top of the chat. It's also in the description box down below. If you want to support, that would be awesome. Okay. And that would really mean the world, because that's it's a dynamic that I've been wanting to do on the show for a long time. It's just that the rig isn't cheap. Okay. And so I could really use the help pulling the money together to get that rig. Literally, it's a book bag filled with, knickknacks and stuff like that allows me to go live anywhere where I don't need internet service or anything of that sort. It's basically I have my own internet service in a backpack, right? So yeah, just something, if you want to, please. I know a lot of you guys have already started donating, which I really do appreciate. Seriously, it means the world to me. But if you can contribute, that'd be awesome. So then we could do more things, go out live and cover things live in various areas, interview people, take this to certain events, etc. Right? So just saying that, it's pinned to the top of the chat. Support if you can. That'd be awesome. Okay. So let's see. Hold on. Let me see if there's any updates here. 1 second. Breaking news. Hold on, guys. I'm going to scroll this back a little bit so we understand what this breaking news is all about. All right. Hold on. Let's take a look.
being felt for sure as those most powerful winds on the northeast eye wall starting to work on shore between Black River and Treasure Beach, where likely we will see winds that are strong enough to take out infrastructure. Those are the aggressive words being used by the National Hurricane Center this morning.
If we do have any changes with the numbers, we'll of course be bringing it to you. It's not been dropped.
Hold on. Let me I'm gonna go to max velocity. Apparently, y'all are saying he just did some breaking news there. Let's see what he has to say. Real quick, I'm gonna scroll back though a little bit so that we know what's going down. Hold on.
That is what it looks like right now. Mandeville, which is closer to where the eye of the hurricane is going to be making landfall here shortly. We still do not have that update from the National Hurricane Center as of right now. We are awaiting it. This next update, again, most intense. It's already the most intense hurricane to ever be within Jamaica, but it all wind of mile-per-hour winds. And here's another view, by the way, from tornado. And signal's gonna be pretty low, but live here. Keep in bottom middle of your screen as the signal continues to remain pretty low there. Revel has an urgent update. Go ahead, Revel.
Okay. Right
Thank
here?
you, Max. The National Hurricane Center has went ahead and released that TCU. It is currently 892 millibars, and they have upgraded the sustained wind speeds to 185 miles per hour.
Thank you, Rebel, for the update. This is now officially the fourth strongest hurricane on record in the Atlantic Ocean. Or actually, sorry, third strongest hurricane of all time in the Atlantic Ocean based off of pressure. We've now officially hit a Category 5 hurricane with maximum sustained winds also of 185 miles per hour. So we're now at a very, very intense Category 5 hurricane. Maximum sustained winds at 185 miles per hour. That is now basically as high as Milton. The pressure is now past Milton. Milton was at 895 millibars. This has now dropped under that. It's down to 892 millibars.
Yow.
So again, this is reaching historic levels right now. This is the latest update from the National Hurricane Center. They're warning catastrophic winds are moving ashore in southern Jamaica. Last chance to protect your life. This is, again, some of the strongest wording that we've ever seen from the National Hurricane Center. This is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. Take cover now. Failure to adequately shelter may result in serious injury and loss of life. Residents in Jamaica that experience the eye should not leave their shelter as winds will rapidly increase on the backside of the eye of Melissa.
Hamburger.
Again, we are talking about some serious, serious wording here from the National Hurricane Center. To protect yourself from the wind, the best thing that you can do is put as many walls between you and the outside. An interior room without walls, ideally, is the one where you should be. You can also avoid falling trees. It is the safest place to be in a building. You can cover yourself with a mattress and wear a helmet for added protection. These are what, if you're watching from Jamaica right now and you somehow still have power, this is what you should be doing.
Oh my God. Yo.
Once again, the maximum sustained winds have just been measured at 185 miles per hour. The pressure is now at 892 millibars. Again, this hurricane is literally taking a turn for the absolute worst.
Right before it hits landfall on Jamaica. You realize this, guys, right? Damn. Damn!
It is
Come on,
still
man.
intensifying as it approaches land. I cannot, stress enough how terrible what we are about to see is in Jamaica. There will be lives lost by this hurricane. There will be total destruction in some areas of Jamaica. This isn't it might happen. It's going to happen. We are literally talking about the most catastrophic hurricane making landfall that we've seen in quite some time. The eye wall is now moving through the very far southwestern part of Jamaica near Black River, White House, and Alligator Pond. This is some of the areas that we are already seeing over 100 mile per hour wind gusts occur in real time. And it is only going to get worse from here. Landfall is expected within the next hour or two. Hurricane hunters are continuing to fly through Melissa. This Hurricane Hunter aircraft, I'm not sure if it's going to go back into the hurricane or if it's just going to fly back to its base, but we at least have one that is still flying around the eye of Melissa, or it did fly through briefly. It's now flying out, it looks like. That's all the way down here now.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm praying. I am praying.
Again, this is going to be the worst hurricane that we've seen in a long time. Just across the board in the Greater Antilles. Here's the updated chart on Melissa.
Jesus Christ. This is insane.
It is now tied for the third strongest hurricane of all time in the Atlantic Ocean in terms of pressure.
That's insane, man. That is insane. Yep. I'm looking at the public advisory.
Labor Day is the one it ties
update.
with. And if it were to drop any lower than this, Gilbert is next in line. I don't think it's going to get under 890, but it could go barely under Labor Day.
It's worse than Katrina, y'all. Just something to think about, okay? And it could drop even more.
This beats Katrina by quite a bit. Beats Milton from last year, which Milton was pretty strong to begin with last year.
Yikes.
And it's continuing to get worse and worse right now for southwestern Jamaica, where catastrophic impacts are beginning. It's over in Kingston Harbor right now, where things are getting a lot worse. This is not where the eye is going to be, but this is where we are seeing some of the outer parts of the hurricane hitting. With hurricane force wind gusts moving in.
Well, shout out to Max Velocity for that for that information. But I am going to pull this up because I do want to repeat this again for those of y'all who are just getting here. This is bad. It's about to get bad. This is worse than Katrina. It's only a few I don't know. I don't even know what the MBs or what is it? What did he say? Now I'm forgetting. Trying to show the thing again. This right here, just so you guys can see it. Okay. Just a few. Okay. From Gilbert and Gilbert millibars. Thank you. Millibars. Okay. Only a few millibars away from Gilbert. And that was devastating to Jamaica. All right. So again, this is really, really bad. This is bad. So I just want to pull this up so you guys can see this as well. This is from the National, the Central Pacific Hurricane Center. Okay, the National Hurricane Center. All right. I'm just repeating what it said. Okay. Catastrophic winds moving onshore southern Jamaica. Last chance to protect your life. I repeat, last chance to protect your life. Okay. So this is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. They're putting this all in caps, y'all. Take cover now. All in caps. So again, for those of y'all who are sitting there going, oh, let me just stay home and protect my home and protect my belongings. Forget all that. Leave all that behind. If you're in a place that cannot fully protect you, please leave now. If you can, if you still got time, leave right now. Leave everything behind. You don't have time to pack up anything. Pack up pack up your family, okay, and your loved ones, the ones that you know what I mean, the people that are with you, and leave. Failure to adequately shelter may result in serious injury and loss of life. Residents in Jamaica that experience the eye should not leave their shelter, as winds will rapidly increase within the backside of the eye wall of Melissa. Like at this point, everybody should be underground. I'm being real, like bunkers underground, etc. To protect yourself from wind, the best thing you can do is put as many walls as possible between you and the outside. An interior room without windows, ideally one where you can also avoid falling trees, is the safest place you can be in a building. You can cover yourself with a mattress and wear a helmet for added protection, which is insane to even think about. Wearing a helmet right now, grabbing a mattress just to protect yourself from debris and random projectiles, because they're coming. So NOAA Hurricane Hunter aircraft find that Melissa continues to strengthen with maximum sustained winds of 185 miles per hour. The minimum central pressure has fallen to 892 millibars based on NOAA and Hurricane Hunter Air Force Reserve aircraft data. So the next update will be provided at around 11 a.m. So we'll be waiting for that information when it does go down. So that's less than an hour from now. We'll get another update. But again, guys, the fact that this has gotten this bad, and the fact that they're saying this is worse than Katrina. And I'm just thinking, if we're just thinking about things that have just recently happened, catastrophic hurricanes that have happened, that have hit America, that we can use as a reference. Katrina was really bad. They're saying this hurricane is stronger than Katrina, and that's bad. Now, it could still drop. The millibars could drop, like we just heard from Max Velocity. The millibars could drop even more and go down to the levels of the intensity of Gilbert, 1988's hurricane that ravaged, went through and destroyed Jamaica as well. So again, this is some crazy stuff. All right. Of course, I'm going to keep this around. So if there's any updates, we have that as well. But dear Lord, this is bad. But let's see what Fox Weather is saying here too. Man, this is insane.
But we want to go live into Jamaica. We've been taking a look at Spanish Town and Kingston. We're going to go ahead and take Kingston's camera right now as the harbor. We've seen this since really yesterday, whitecapping, right? The harbor, which is generally speaking a slightly quieter part of the bay. It's surrounded mostly by land, but unfortunately, even the winds that we have with Melissa, while the core of Melissa is going to miss Kingston, which is some good news for Kingston. It's bad news for their friends and neighbors farther west in the parish of St. Elizabeth. The eye wall of Melissa is a sight to behold on satellite, and those are the tools that we have at our disposal. We also have the hurricane hunters, which continue to fly through this storm. Tropical storm force winds have already been reported at the International Airport in Kingston, which is Norman Manley, a 39-mile-per-hour sustained wind there. It gusted upwards of 60 miles an hour, 58 miles is technical. The advisory, still waiting on it, still showing the 9 o'clock numbers, but the storm's still moving. Melissa's not going to stop, and it will be approaching Black River, the eye wall itself moving ashore now, but the center probably around the noontime hour. I mean, we're just a couple of hours away from that center moving ashore. And as we watch, just remarkable how this storm has been able to maintain its intensity since really 2 days ago when it became a major hurricane. I'm distracted because we just got the new numbers in, Britta.
Okay, so let's go ahead and bring up the new numbers again.
Even stronger.
Happening in real time. 185 mile per hour winds, pressure down to 892.
So it's even stronger. It is now as strong as the 1935 Labor Day hurricane, which dropped down to 892 millibars. This thing is still strengthening. The third most intense hurricane on record. We only have two that were stronger. We've got Wilma from 2005, and we have Gilbert from 1988. That's a remarkable stat that we have. And the winds also being ticked up because that pressure was dropping.
Of course.
My
To
word.
be talking about a storm that finds itself in the ranks of the Labor Day hurricane of 1935. If you're familiar with the Florida Keys, there is a tremendously famous railroad that is in shambles. Beautiful bridge by Bahia Honda cut in half. Actually, I have a photo of me and my husband right by it. It is a classic staple of the Keys. That railroad was demolished and taken out by the Labor Day hurricane. You're talking about forces of nature that are rarely seen on the globe. So this is a historic moment, not just for Jamaica, but for the Atlantic Basin in regards to tropical weather. Here's a look at the brave men and women that are getting the data for us. That's how we're getting these updates of this internal pressure dropping so dramatically low.
We just had the NOAA hurricane hunters. They went through the center deriving some of that data.
NOAA.
It was interesting because the Air Force, I can actually show you their recon. We're able to show it to you graphically. Of course, they're outside of the center. Pay attention to where that's at. They'll be making another pass, and they'll punch that core twice, right? You go through the eye wall twice. It was that second punch as they were moving out of it where the pressure dropped to 892 millibars, and that's what we're seeing reflected in this latest advisory. So because of the hurricane hunters, we're able to see it. I wanted to look back on infrared, though, because it does look like, I might be splitting hairs here, but it looks like maybe around the eye, we're beginning to see some warming take place. And that might be an indication of this eye wall trying to go through that process of replacing itself.
Hints of an eye wall replacement cycle trying to get itself going, but these hints end up just kind of staying as hints. And at this point, time is limited. I mean, the landfall, the process is occurring right now. That northerly eye wall is starting to work its way on shore. The technical landfall, of course, probably 2 hours away at this point.
Yeah. Hard to get data out of St. Elizabeth's Parish here when we're talking about wind speeds, how much rain has fallen so far. But notably with this part of the hurricane, it is about the winds. I mean, we're talking winds that are 185 miles an hour, and you're looking at damage that would be unthinkable. I think back to Hurricane Helene and the widespread wind damage that we endured through Georgia. This storm is stronger than Helene, and we've got trees, mountainous terrain in Jamaica, in the breadbasket of the island, St. Elizabeth's Parish, and it's going to be in probably ways unrecognizable if these winds do verify at the surface. And we have reason to believe they could even be stronger because of the mountains.
And when you think about where people are seeking shelter, it is in the mountains. You have to get away from the storm surge because that's a guarantee life ender. You cannot survive at the coast with 12 feet of water coming in, so you go up to the hills and the mountaintops, but that's where you have the exposure to these winds. And so the hope is that you picked a strong enough structure to withstand the winds.
Yep, and we want to leave you because we are going to be heading out live to Robert. But with this latest advisory, Matthew just being able to update the numbers here, remarkable that this is tied for the lowest pressure that we had with the Labor Day hurricane of 1935. As he'd said, only two other storms have been stronger, Gilbert and Wilma. Gilbert, of course, hitting Jamaica as a Category 4. It wasn't at its peak intensity, though.
But also, it is worth mentioning there's a difference between breaking records with a storm that is over water and breaking records with a storm that is making landfall. And when you take a look at a storm making landfall, making those records, Labor Day kind of holds, you know, the benchmark.
Yeah. So we are watching. I know that when we're looking at the landfall component, this could be the strongest landfall we've seen in the Atlantic Basin on record, because that goes back to the Labor Day storm of 1935.
We're having those conversations with our meteorologists just 5 feet from us. I mean, I think all of us in this room and also our meteorologists on staff, you know, a floor from now also thinking the same thing.
Let's head out to Jamaica because we have our Robert Ray, which is standing by. We know every square inch of Jamaica going to feel the effects as Spanish Town as well as Kingston Harbor. Total structural failure is what the National Hurricane Center is saying will happen within the eye wall of Melissa. Fox Weather correspondent Robert Ray is joining us from St. Ann Parish in Jamaica. Robert, you're close, very close to the ocean, just beyond, and watching how these advisories are coming in, and Melissa just keeps getting stronger and stronger and stronger.
It is terrifying, Stephen, and everyone watching, to see these advisories and what is coming here. And that's the thing. And if we could see our second shot here, I'm holding a rig with an iPhone that's streaming, and you see our camera position here in a fortified home where we will continue to report as long as we can. And I want to show you the ocean that you mentioned. And while I'm doing that, I'm going to bring in Jared Maloney over here, meteorologist and field producer, because I want his assessment of what you all have been talking about as well. And Jared, I'm going to give you the mic because I want to zoom in on the ocean. And let's, if you can, just talk about the significance of this latest advisory as well. Well, I'm going to push into the ocean.
So at this point, we have tied the Great Labor Day Hurricane of 1935 with an 892 millibar pressure as confirmed by the reconnaissance planes and 185 mile per hour sustained winds. At the time, we did not have planes flying into hurricanes quite like that. Today, these observations that we are seeing in the dropsondes that are measuring winds dropped from the plane falling down to the surface of the ocean are unbelievable. They are stronger than Dorian's were in 2019. The flight level winds are higher. The central pressure is the record strongest that will be making landfall anywhere in the Atlantic basin and worldwide. You can only compare it to the worst of the worst. Thankfully, it is on the west side of the island where you will see these winds. The east side, while lower winds will be felt in the major population centers around Kingston, that flooding will continue to make this just an incredibly difficult situation to recover from. The humanitarian response needs to be absolutely massive, as it will be overwhelming to go and get the roads back online, to clear the power lines, to clear the downed trees, to clear the flooded out roads that get destroyed. Just the island as a whole, even if people do wake up okay tomorrow, power will be out for who knows how long at this point. On the west side of the island, it may be over a year with how much infrastructure is going to be destroyed. It will be suffering on an unimaginable level in the modern day on the western side of Jamaica. And it is all about how can we get the routes and the supply chains back online as fast as possible as soon as the storm passes.
Yeah, Jared, you know what? I'm going to give you this rig real quick, and I'm just going to zoom out and put it like this for our viewers to look at what we're doing here and how we're staying safe. Incredible analysis by Jared, a scientist, a meteorologist out of University of Miami, has been with Fox Weather now for almost the entirety of our 4 years. And we are bracing for what is to come, everyone. It's not going to be a situation that is going to be easy during the impacts of the landfall and as it makes its way up here into the north, makes that northeast cut. We're in the central part of Jamaica, essentially, 50 or so miles from Montego Bay Airport, which will likely take very bad destruction, as well as the Kingston Airport. And as Jared was referring to, the humanitarian effort that's going to ensue after this, with lack of power, lack of modern resources, and the inability to get aid in very quickly. That is going to be major issues as the rain falls and the wind picks up on these outer bands. This is only going to get worse, and conditions will deteriorate on the mountains with mudslides, with down power lines, debris flying, and all this beautiful vegetation behind us. Much of it could be ripped apart. One of the strongest hurricane landfalls in world history is what we're about to experience. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, we're just a couple of hours away as that eye wall is moving ashore. Okay, Robert, we know you got to go, so we will let you be. We'll be talking again, though, throughout the hour. Robert Ray for us in St. Anne's Parish, Jamaica. Thanks, Robert.
So that's what it looked like on the north side of Jamaica. This is a look from space via satellite. The latest info as of the 10 a.m. advisory showing a strengthening Melissa. 185 mile per hour winds, that pressure down to 892. tying the Labor Day hurricane of 1935. Folks, this is not only historic for Jamaica, but also in terms of tropical weather across the Atlantic Basin. Stay with us. We'll get right back to Jamaica and the impacts that will be unfolding throughout the next several hours.
Okay, so couple things that are going to happen. First off, thank you so much, Debbie. Okay, thank you so much for holding it down and being one of the many amazing mods on this platform. So I do appreciate you, and thank you so much for the heads up. So apparently in about 15 minutes, there's going to be a press conference that they're going to be holding here from hold on, let me get this right. The Jamaican government is going to be briefing on the hurricane in about 15 minutes. So in a little, literally exactly 15 minutes from now. Okay. So I'm sure, just like you, or just like me, I'm sorry, I'm sure you're looking forward to hearing what they have to say, if they're giving any updates or anything of that sort. But real quick, there are some, it looks like they've interviewed some people as well, some locals here as well, Jamaicans, etc. So I'm going to take a look at that here in a second. Let me just close some things here. Let's take a look at this.
Every step of the way. But there are people that are on the island. In fact, take a listen to this.
Well, thank you, Tipsy, for sending it to me.
This is real. Like, they're really preparing.
They are
Wait
really
a second.
preparing. That was Dawn Harper Nelson. Dawn.
I know Dawn. That she's been on the show too. What the hell? What the hell? What? She's in Jamaica right now? That's wild. Okay. Well, anyway, I know her. So that's interesting. Let me just continue.
Been in Jamaica on a business retreat with 17 other people this week. As word spread that Hurricane Melissa was bearing down on Jamaica, a couple of people from her group, they were able to leave before the airport closed on Sunday. But now Dawn, her husband, and 14 others, they're stuck in Jamaica. Dawn Harper Nelson and her husband Alonzo Nelson join us now. We need to mention that this retreat was the National Scholastic Athletics Foundation. Dawn is a two-time Olympic medalist, winning gold in the 100-meter hurdles during the Beijing Games back in 2008. Dawn and Alonzo joining us now. First off, thank you for joining us. I want to make sure you guys are in Montego Bay, Dawn. Is that correct? Just give us an update of what you've been dealing with over the past, 12 hours or so.
Yes, we are in Montego Bay. It has been pretty much a drastic change. Earlier, everyone wanted to make sure people stay calm, don't, panic, but we didn't really have an evacuation plan. We knew that they were turning the convention center that you saw before boarded into the evacuation center. We were informed, you would be in this space, this area, but once it was time to evacuate, people were supposed to leave at 9:30. They were showing up at 6 o'clock, standing in the rain, panicking, people being turned away. Trying to push through the door. All plans change. You have people here with children, elderly. And so there's actually where this convention center is, there's an upstairs area, but downstairs there's a movie theater. And they have people, imagine a movie theater, they're in there. And the panic for them, and the lady was yelling out, I was in Katrina, I don't want to experience that again.
Oh, no.
And so you have mindsets, and so we're upstairs. So the flooding portion, we feel like we may be safe, but the winds have picked up. You can see the boarding behind us. You could hear the winds going by. So it has been a huge change. Flights, everything have been.
So it's a lot of anxiety around here because last night we thought we heard wind, but that was just the blow dryer in the bathroom. But being in this area, the lobby area, you can actually hear the 70-mile-per-hour wind pushing against the boards. And there's some leaking in the roofs as well.
All over the building.
Already beginning to leak, and we still haven't even seen this hurricane make landfall yet.
Yeah, the worst of the wind is quite a distance from you, but you remark that woman, obviously tapping into her previous experience. And I think that all of us as humans can relate to that. Your mind goes to what you've lived through. And I can only imagine for that poor woman, but for all of you in this situation. So what's being done to sort of keep the cool? Because obviously we have a long way to go. You guys haven't even gotten to the worst of the storm. And then sometimes the aftermath can be very troublesome. So what efforts are being made to sort of keep the temperature low in this moment?
Well, right now they've notified us. Everyone kind of first got into the building. They said, listen, we're going to do numerous announcements. So try and stay calm, bear with us. There's a big projectors in each room. So imagine a big ballroom, and there are partitions, big four ballrooms, where the big partition is about 80 people in each room. So they have projectors in there. So they're going in, pulling up the map, kind of showing people where it is right now, when it's projected to hit. You're going to be okay, stay safe. They're letting us know they have plenty of food and water, they said. And obviously we'll deal with the day as it kind of comes, and they said they've never experienced anything like this, so they're like, bear with them. That's their main comment.
And the cool and calmness of Jamaicans is also what's keeping us calm, because as we were getting closer and closer to the evacuation, all they played was reggae music, and it was real soothing and calm. And the employees here have been really, really accommodating and like really, really nice and just like even kill. So big blessings to like everybody that's working through this.
Because it got chaotic because there was a lot of misinformation with the evacuation plan. But literally, they're like, please just stay calm with us, because they're like, we're actually nervous too. So trying to have grace.
I mean, they end up becoming almost crisis managers, right? As you've got a
Exactly
lot of
what they are.
people that are dealing with some nerves from ones who have lived through past storms.
And ones that have no idea what's coming.
Yeah, I guess from your perspective, Alonzo, when we're looking at, and Dawn, perhaps you know, the amount of time that you might be there, when was your flight supposed to leave, and is there a timeline?
Oh my gosh. So that's the hard part. I'll give the beginning. So we were supposed to leave on Sunday, this past Sunday. And once we heard people trying to get the earlier flights, that's why some of the members from this group were able to get out. But now it's Wednesday that our flight was booked for, but they alerted us yesterday that flight is canceled. So we rebooked for a Friday flight, but they're saying we don't know really when you're going.
Hopefully we can get off Friday, but it'll probably be sometime maybe Saturday or maybe even next week. So
because of the aftermath.
And Don and Alonzo, is the flight through Montego Bay? I'm assuming because both airports located on different shorelines will face different things. So you are trying to get out of Montego Bay.
Yes, it closed on Sunday.
Sunday at noon.
And they're like,
supposed to go out at 1 o'clock Sunday.
So how is staff preparing you for what's to come? Dawn, you had posted, I think that they are beach chairs that are going to be serving as cots. So you all are going to essentially be sleeping in these different rooms tonight or tomorrow too?
We already did. We just did our first night last night on those cots and everything.
And remember, downstairs is the movie theater, so they spent their night in movie theater seats. And no reclining, so that's where we are on that side. They gave us a sheet. We brought over our blanket and a pillow, and that's all we have. They said, bring your essentials. So, as you said, IDs, passports,
one change of clothes.
One change of clothes. And that's just one room. It's about 3 or 4 more of those. And that looks very organized. Just imagine people are sprawled out all over the place now. I mean.
Yeah. You got to try to make do, right? I mean, as this hurricane's bearing down. So with mandatory evacuations that are set, I mean, you got to be ready to go by this afternoon. What is the game plan for you guys? You have to stay indoors? Are you allowed to venture out still?
Oh, no. So this board behind us, this is what let me see. Literally, you cannot exit at nothing. There's no way to possibly get out. And so that is the part that makes it kind of hard, because you can hear the wind, but in the ballroom that we're in, we can't hear anything. And so that's why they're just going to update us, and our phones, as long as we have service, which it actually now has been starting to cut out a little bit. So I'm in this space, that's why we're not moving, but it's starting to cut out a little bit. We're just literally we're waiting.
We're at the mercy of the storm, because the wind is not going to get any less than what it is right now. When we woke up around 6 a.m., the wind was at 60 miles per hour. And now it's probably closer to 80 miles per hour. So,
and so family members have been panicking. I've been every hour. I didn't get a 4-hour sleep, because every hour on the hour, I have a group text of his family and my family, and I've been texting them, we're okay. We're still okay. Everyone, Alonzo's sleep is just trying to ease their mind.
So I'll take the shift. If she's going to get some sleep after this, then I'll start notifying the family.
Yeah, trying to keep everybody in contact as long as you can. Just the human element here. I mean, just listening to both of you talk about this, I can feel my anxiety going up and my blood pressure responding. How are you two as a couple dealing with those physical reactions to this experience and trying to just weather the storm quite literally?
Well, so I did have a moment because this is just real conversation, and I want you all to understand mentally where our minds go. I talk to my sister and I tell her, hey, you're our emergency contact. The U.S. Embassy, if anything happens, they'll be letting you know if we can't contact you. And she says, okay, Dawn, let's have a real talk. Am I getting your girls if something happens to the two of you? We have a 6 and 2-year-old. And I just break down crying because I'm like, oh my gosh, this is a real thing. So that's where we are. I mean, at any moment, anything just triggers the fact that this is real. And so the helpful thing is we have each other, we have the other members, of the group that I'm here with that, you're able to kind of have a little fun moment, and then it's the emotional roller coaster.
Well, and taking those turns to help each other out of those moments, I would assume.
Yes.
I'm looking at you guys at a table, that retreat, the group that you were with. This was before. I would assume that, does the resort have plenty of food for everyone in the several days ahead? We always talk about having that stuff with you. You need drinkable water and you need the food. Are they plenty stocked up?
They are. That's what
they just served us breakfast, and they have several stations with water and juice and hot tea and coffee.
Well, I don't know if you guys have been getting the updates, but the National Hurricane Center, every hour they've been providing updates, and this could very well be the strongest landfalling hurricane that we've ever seen in the Atlantic Basin. That's breaking all records, all landfalling hurricanes, a Category 5. The power thing that you had mentioned, Dawn, I was curious. With the idea of power being out, have they been encouraging you guys to keep those electronics powered up? I'm thinking of the U.S. Embassy. You might want to write that phone number down on a piece of paper if the phone ends up going out, right?
For sure. We have it down.
Yeah, everything you just said, that's exactly what we're going through. When I finish this interview, we're not using his phone, we're going to keep it fully charged. We have our portable charger. Our group has portable chargers. They have charging stations because everyone's fighting for a socket, a wall socket. And so that's where you want to be. But they have portable, stations that they've set up for you to charge. And so after I get off of this, I'm charging my phone and I'm not using it again. It's just do not use it unless you have to.
Yeah, that's the advice. That's well taken. I'm curious, do you have a head count about how many people? I know within your group, am I correct? It's you both and then 14 others. How many are at the resort?
Yes. It says 650.
650?
50 people.
Wow.
And how many rooms? You have a couple of floors that you guys are all in.
So, yes, the convention center, we have the front room. So I'm going to do a quick span.
Yeah.
Thank you for the perspective.
So that was right, because I don't want to, put people out there in a vulnerable space.
And we want to respect their privacy as well.
Right. So that's an example of what's in the front of the convention center. Then you have the ballrooms. Then downstairs, they said they were putting people in the bowling alley area, and then there's another room that they're putting. So they're just squeezing us in.
Yeah. So up here, it should be somewhere around 450 people.
Well, we're certainly thinking about you guys and hoping you can get back to the kids, Dawn. I know that it becomes unnerving, especially when you're away for so long. So we're thinking about you guys. Please stay safe, and let's keep tabs too, because this is an all-day event and it's only going to be going downhill. So we'll be keeping tabs on it. Dawn Harper Nelson and Alonzo Nelson, thanks for joining us.
We're praying for both of you and your families and every one of you that are in this situation.
Thank you so much.
All right, take care.
Yeah, I'm praying for them too, because they're a great couple. She's a very wonderful woman. She's been on the show. She's a friend of the show, that kind of thing. She's been on the show in the past. Very kind heart. An amazing athlete as well. So I'm hoping that they're safe. That surprised me. That was a big surprise. I didn't expect that. But they are having the press conference. So again, we all have somebody or someone or some, you know what I mean, that spending time in vacationing, going in certain areas. You just don't know who's in areas that you know of. You know what I mean? Like, you just don't know who's actually going to these, places like Jamaica and all that. So again, my thoughts and prayers out to everybody out there. And it, like I said, it doesn't change anything. My reaction to what's going on here is still me just terrified for everybody there. It's just crazy that that's somebody I actually know. And so I hope everyone comes out of this okay. Real talk. I hope that this hurricane is not as bad as they are painting it out to be. But we got this press conference, and we got to get into this press conference. I know all y'all want to like tell me to go to 15 different places. We got plenty of time to go through all different places. So just please bear with me. This is all breaking news. Okay, we've been on for 4 hours and we've gone through a slew of different things. But now, right now, what's the most important thing is us going and looking into this press conference and seeing what updates they have for the people. So let's take a listen to this.
It is going to hit us, so we have to heed everything that Evan has just said. I'm going to ask if there are any questions for Evan before we go on to the others. Any member of the media? Okay, please go ahead. Do we have a mic, or you're just going to speak very loudly and I'll repeat it?
Hold on, I'm going to roll it back a little
The
bit.
mic is coming.
Somewhat to the east of Black River. So it will most likely make landfall in the. We'll be hearing a lot about Hurricane Melissa today because there has been no significant change in terms of the magnitude of this system, the strength of its winds. Our satellite imagery will just give you a good picture of what is really happening out there over the waters and even over the land, because Hurricane Melissa, a Category 5 hurricane, continues to barrel its way. Well, not barrel its way because it's still moving pretty slowly, but moving toward the southwestern coastline of Jamaica. We are starting to experience quite a few of the impacts of this system because we have been experiencing rainfall over much of the island, especially in the west and the south of the country. We've been having some periods of heavy rainfall, mostly moderate rainfall. There have also been gusts of wind and some sustained strong winds over sections of the island. The gusts, of course, going well into tropical storm force as we went through the night last night and as we have gone through this morning so far. We recognize that the system has not yet made landfall. The center is still some distance away from the coastline, just about 70 to 75 kilometers from the southwestern coastline, and it is still moving toward the northeast. So it is moving closer and closer to the coastline of Jamaica. I mentioned that it has been moving slowly, but it has been moving a little bit faster than it was previously because it's now moving at 11 kilometers per hour. That's just about 7 miles per hour. And it is expected to make that turn to be more in a direction, moving in a direction toward the northeast, which is a slight shift toward the east, more so than it is going at this time. So it will continue to move toward the island, making its entry on the southwestern coastline. We do expect, let me move this slide forward a little bit so you can see and get an idea of where we're expecting it to move. First, let me just point to those circles that you're seeing on the image. Where the center is located, the inner, I refer to it as the inner core, which is that orange area that's surrounding it. And then you have the outer band, of the greens that extend across the country, which is what most of us have been experiencing thus far. But the inner core that we speak of is that orange area that we expect to be making some impact on the island, and that's where the stronger winds are concentrated. Also, the heavier rainfall is in that general area. We did say that the system is a Category 5 hurricane at this time, and when it makes landfall, it is expected to still be a Category 5 hurricane. That means it will cause catastrophic damage, life-threatening damage. There is very little that can stop a Category 5 hurricane. And regardless of the where you are in the parish of Westmoreland or St. Elizabeth, if you are under the impact of those Category 5 hurricane force winds, you will be having significant difficulty even with infrastructure that's in the area. So ensure that you are in the strongest area that you can. The recommendation from the Hurricane Center is that you would have as many walls between yourself and the outside as you can, because it is important to reinforce yourself and to ensure that you are not left vulnerable to this system. We do expect that it will gradually be reduced in strength as it moves over the island. It will fall to a category 4 maybe, and then category 3 as it exits the country possibly. But in the meantime, when it makes landfall, which is expected, as you can see in this image here, to be somewhere near parity in western St. Elizabeth, that's somewhat to the east of Black River. So it will most likely make landfall in the western part of St. Elizabeth rather than in the eastern part of Westmoreland. And then it will continue moving toward the northeast. That is the direction of movement that is expected. It will continue over the northern part of St. Elizabeth and then move into southern Trelawney. And the exit is expected to be somewhere in Trelawney rather than in St. Anne. It would be most likely in the eastern end of Trelawney rather than St. Anne, where it makes its exit from the island of Jamaica. Here we see the area, this area of orange shows the outer bands of the system, where we are expecting to be experiencing impacts, heavy rainfall right across the length and breadth of Jamaica, also strong winds across the island. The amounts of rainfall that we expect, we see here again, we indicated that we would have between 20 and 30 inches or 500 to 750 millimeters of rainfall affecting sections of the island. The area that is expected to be impacted mostly has been narrowed a little bit on the map. So you'll see that Jamaica's central parishes are most at risk and extending into the west of the island as well. And then some slightly lower figures are expected for the rest of the island, but still significant rainfall. 12 to 16 inches, 300 to 400 millimeters is nothing to scoff at. It's still a lot of rainfall, still expected to produce significant flooding. You might be saying that this system doesn't seem to be packing much of a punch because what you've been experiencing outside doesn't seem to be worthy of all the hurrah that we're creating about the system. But the truth is, it is still some distance away from the coast, expected to move closer and then move across the island, and that means that the impacts are going to be significantly greater than you've already been experiencing. Flooding is expected, landslides are expected, storm surge is expected, and of course those strong winds we will not be able to escape, especially if you're in the path of this system and in the path close to the eye of the system. The rest of the island, I mentioned the category 5 hurricane force winds that will be experienced over parts of St. Elizabeth and Westmoreland going into Trelawney, but we are expecting tropical storm force winds over the rest of the country. And so we all should be experiencing or looking out for the experience of tropical storm winds right across the island. Here we see on our picture some of the areas that are expected to be mostly inundated from storm surge that is also expected to come onshore. And this would be in those bays and inlets. In the area of Black River, we expect significant storm surge, although the center is now expected to be somewhat of Black River, so this might have to be updated slightly, but Black River will also experience storm surge. Storm surge could get as high as 13 feet. That's high. 13 feet is a couple of stories high. And so you need to be very much prepared for that kind of activity if you're in any of those bays or inlets along the coast of St. Elizabeth in particular, and even going into Clarendon. So those traditional areas of storm surge impact, like Portland Cottage, Rocky Point, those are areas that, because of the geography, we are expecting still to experience some amount of storm surge in those areas, although probably not as significant as we would have in St. Elizabeth along the coast. So anywhere, even along the coast of Manchester, parts of Alligator Pond and, Treasure Beach area should also be looking out for that kind of activity, and going eastward as far as parts of St. Catherine. And that is basically the presentation at this time. I'm sure you'll have some questions that will bring out some more information later. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Evan. You heard it. It is strengthening and it is coming to Jamaica. I know we've been praying for it not to hit, but it is going to hit us. So we have to heed everything that Evan has just said. I'm going to ask if there are any questions for Evan before we go on to the others. Any member of the media? Okay, please go ahead. Do we have a mic, or you're just going to speak very loudly and I'll repeat it? I think the mic is coming. Okay, so the question was, has the window now closed for those who need to make preparations, especially on the western side of the island?
We're very close. Thanks for the question, JIS. We are very close to the closing of that window. I mean, I would not actually say it's entirely closed, because there are a couple of things that you might be able to do right outside your doors that could reinforce your structures. If that is a possibility, when we have some level of calm, I have been hearing from persons in St. Elizabeth, in Manchester, who have indicated that they are getting quite some heavy rainfall and some strong winds, but there are usually some lulls, some periods of semi-calm that they can probably do something quickly on the outside and get back inside. So we would like to ask everyone to ensure that you keep yourself safe. Exercise extreme caution if you have to do anything immediately outside. But of course, as the system moves any closer, we will start to experience the eye wall of the system moving onshore, and then the eye will make its impact. And we do expect that that will occur by midday today. So during the latter part of this morning, after 11 o'clock, I would say let's not take any chances on the outside. Let's make sure that we are on the inside, so as this system makes its way here, we're not destroyed ourselves. Apart from the structures outside, we have to make sure that we save our own lives. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Evan. We're going to now move to Minister Darrell Vaz, who is our Minister of Energy, Telecoms and Transportation.
Morning, Jamaica. Prayers up. Let's start with JPS, which I know is on everybody's mind. The electricity grid has already been impacted by hurricane conditions, which have caused several power outages across the island. Several generation units, critical high voltage substations, transmission and distribution lines across the island have been forced out of service by the hurricane force winds and lightning. As a result, approximately 240,000 or 35% of JPS customers are without power. That's out of a possible 700,000. Mainly in the parishes of St. Elizabeth, Manchester, St. James, and Hanover. The status, generation, there is adequate firm generation online to serve our customers. No renewables are available. As I said before, customers impacted, more than 75% of the customers in St. Elizabeth, Manchester, Hanover, and St. James are affected without electricity. The least impacted parishes, with less than 10% of customers impacted, St. Thomas, Kingston, and St. Andrew, and St. Catherine. The majority of hospitals continue to be supplied with JPS power, except those in Manchester and St. Elizabeth, such as Black River, Mandeville, and Percy Junior Hospital. But I can confirm that they are operating on standby power, generator power. There is no plan at this point to shut down the grid. JPS crews continue to respond and restore critical facilities and customers where it is safe to do so. In the meantime, JPS is reminding customers to stay safe and take precautions to protect life and property. And most importantly, stay tuned to official channels of information, which include government and JPS, for further updates. As it relates to our telcos, I'll start with Digicel. The network is offline, predominantly due to the widespread loss of power. There's a further 209 sites running on generators and 9 on batteries. For fiber to home customers, we are seeing 20% customers offline due to no power in their homes. As we see the most impacted areas, we will work with our crews to focus on those areas first. Even if commercial power is still to be restored, we will keep generators fueled and gas the sites back to keep them up and running. They're also confirming that also in aid in recovery, we are working with the SMA to increase our spectrum bandwidth channels, as we know from our experience from Hurricane Beryl that the mobile infrastructure will be recovered much quicker than the fixed. So just to indicate that I, this morning at 3 o'clock, signed licenses for additional spectrum for Flow, Liberty Caribbean, and I'm awaiting Digicel to give them the same. For Flow, I'm happy to say that Liberty Caribbean operators of Flow, Jamaica, and Liberty Business is committed to playing its part for Jamaica to recover quickly from the inevitable damage following the passage of Hurricane Melissa. Again, with the spectrum that they have received, they will be bringing a new innovation, mobile connectivity via satellite, and facilitates SMS and text messages to areas affected in the aftermath of the storm. So this partnership promises to seamlessly enable 4G LTE mobile customers to send texts to their family and friends, even when the local network services may be interrupted. So that's huge, very huge. And this collaboration with Starlink reflects a deep commitment to the Caribbean and protecting Jamaica. So we look forward for that. And we also look forward for Digicel to do the same, which will give us a lot more ability to communicate and to recover as quickly as possible. This one is the big important one now, and that is the airports. Based on my consultations with Pascal and the Jamaica Civil Aviation Authority about the timeline for the Norman Manley International Airport to accommodate emergency relief flights after the passage of Hurricane Melissa, the assumption is that the system will leave Jamaica by the end of today, Tuesday, October 28th, and that the impact on the Norman Manley International Airport is not extensive. Both Pascal and JCA will use tomorrow, October 29th, to inspect and clean up the facility and restore the test equipment that have been decommissioned to accommodate flights. These emergency relief flights could therefore be accommodated as early as Thursday, October 30th, 2025. Again, we are not sure what's going to happen with Montego Bay, who will face at least a lower category, possibly category 3. So we aren't able to say anything on Sangster, but we know that it could have potential disabling impact for that airport. The good news is that the Ian Fleming International Airport is being considered as a part of contingency planning. So it means that we could get into Ian Fleming with certain types of aircrafts, and that will help us significantly based on the distance between Ian Fleming and Montego Bay. Petrojam, following another meeting this morning of the refinery, Petrojam is turning its attention to deepening participation in the broader national multi-agency response. Fuel security plays a key role, as we know, and Petrojam is assuring that all 3 international airports, in addition to all airdromes, are at 75 to 80% capacity for aviation fuel. This will enable aircraft movement to resume immediately. In addition, Petrojam has 2 to 3 weeks supply of aviation fuel at its Kingston and Montego Bay storage facilities. So in accordance with international standards, we will follow strict safe storage and rigorous testing prior to reopening. Jamaica Civil Aviation Authority, the microwave system is in general is operational, with the exception of the links between Winchester headquarters and Catherine Peak, which is currently offline. All remote sites are operating on generator power. So this means that we will be able to accommodate relief flights, which the requests are coming in fast and furious. And as I said before, we spoke about Airports Authority. Finally, I'll just give an update on JUTC. And that was up to 9 o'clock last night, reporting 361 persons that were taken to shelters in several parishes. All road operations for JUTC ceased last night, with the exception of transport assistance being provided to essential services staff, such as hospital workers. JUTC's emergency standby teams remain in place at all depots. We will have some kind of disruption to some of the buses, because those buses that use CNG will not be able to be fueled immediately due to the fact that the plant has been decommissioned. But let me close by saying, once again, that government, as you have heard and will hear from Minister Mackenzie, we are dotting all the I's and crossing all the T's to make sure that we facilitate all that is required for the response that is going to come in relation to the rebuilding phase after this catastrophic hurricane. So I want to just say to you, those of you who are still not taking it serious, you have but a few hours. And as I said before, based on what Evan said, the low-lying areas are going to be badly affected. Seek to go to higher ground and protect yourself and be smart. Again, commit to be here right through. And of course, if we work together, we will get through this once again. God bless Jamaica and keep safe.
Thank you very much, Minister Vaz. As you hear, we have not stopped working. He's not going to stop working to ensure that we have electricity and that we have telecom service. Right before this press briefing started, I heard him on the phone with JPS's head, and they were talking through how they were going to be making sure that we have electricity up in areas that aren't as badly affected, and then that we can recover even more quickly. He has not stopped working for us, and we have to obviously thank Starlink for that support that they're giving to our telecoms providers in Jamaica to ensure that even if our systems locally go down, that we will still be able to communicate internally and externally with the rest of the world. Also want to welcome the members of the media who are joining us from overseas. I know that the feed is going out also. We say good morning to you and good morning to all of your viewers out there too. Next up, we have Minister Desmond Mackenzie, who is not just our Minister of Local Government and Community Development. He is the one that's coordinating the entire disaster response, wearing his hat as the Deputy Chair of our National Disaster Risk Council. The chair is the Prime Minister, who is very much behind the scenes coordinating all of this and calling all of us for updates. And so this morning you will hear directly from Minister Mackenzie his updates on the entire disaster management framework.
I am going to come back to this in just a little bit, but I want to see if there's any more updates going on with everything, because I know that there's new updates, I'm sure, popping off. So I want to grab those things real quick before we listen to more, because obviously as they're speaking, the hurricane's still getting closer and closer. You know what I mean? It hasn't stopped. So of course, I just want to see if there's anything else. Let's see.
So, yeah. So, we'll see how this happens.
So this is what we're seeing right now. Multi angles going on. Look at this. You got a person that's walking backwards on the bottom right-hand corner. There are still people just walking around. The car is driving. Oh, maybe he isn't walking backwards. My bad. He just has something covering his face. It looked like he was going backwards, but no. There are people still out there. It's gusty winds for sure, as you can see in various screens. Gusty winds. Cars still trying to get to wherever the hell they're going. Still wondering what the heck's going on. But yeah, there's still a lot of people like still live streaming while down there and all that. Okay. So again, this is live right now as we speak. So let me see here. So now there is an update. There's a few small updates. Okay, the millibars is still the same, 892 millibars. The max wind, okay, is still at 185 miles per hour, but it is moving at 9 miles per hour now. Okay, and I'm just looking at this according to the National Hurricane Center. So it is still going at it moved up to 9 miles an hour. Okay, wind is still at 185 miles per hour, and millibars is 892 right now. Okay, so yeah, there's a lot going on here. Let me see if see what we got over here. Nope, nothing over here. Yeah, they probably have no reception. That's the problem. Let's see. Whoa! Whoa! Ah, that's terrible for my ears. Take a look at this. I'm gonna try to lower the volume though, just to hear it. There it is. Diggity damn. And I won't be surprised if this goes out. Shout out to JS Photography. This is insane. I knew it. I had a feeling it was going to go bye-bye. I had a feeling that was going to go bye-bye. You see that, though? I want to see if... Yeah, it was... It was bad from the beginning. Oh. I guess the reception's back. You can't see nothing now. Let me see if there's any other spot. As this one's... I'm going to turn down the volume. See, yeah, the reception, you know, the signal's going to go in and out. So just get ready for that. That's nuts. This is crazy. Treasure Beach, Jamaica is where this footage is coming from. The winds right now are at 185 miles per hour. According to the National Hurricane Center. But we'll see how long this is going to last for. I'm checking the National Hurricane Center just to see if there's any updates. I mean, power lines have not been taken down yet, so I'm surprised about that. I figured some things would just be completely ripped out of the ground by now. But this may not be the thick of it yet. You see what I'm saying? No, don't worry. We're going to come right back to this. Ooh, maybe not. Maybe we stay. Hold on. It's getting worse. Look at that. This is crazy. Okay. Yeah, that signal might have gone bye-bye. They might have lost signal. Or not. I keep thinking that it loses signal, and it keeps playing games with me, man. Okay. I'm gonna come back to this. I promise. I'm gonna come right back to this. I'm just seeing other parts of other parts of hold on, I'm thinking here. Sorry. Because of course there's other stuff going on. We got the Brian Norcross talking about this as well. Let's see what he's saying real quick here.
2 a.m. the winds are dying down and people can begin to recover, although it's likely there will be no power in Jamaica overnight tonight. So probably not until tomorrow morning will people be able to go out and look. And here, this tells you the real threat there in the Black River area. You see this bullseye up in here in the couple of foot range, so 1.5 to 2 feet. Another one over here. We have another one sort of over the Kingston area. So the rain falls in the mountains. It all has to come downhill. Either has to go north or it has to go south, one or the other. And this is not called Black River for nothing over here. Let's look at that. And here you can see, look, see the low area all in there? That includes the river. So this is storm surge going in here, and this is rainfall in these mountains coming out here. And so this is, prone to major storm surge flooding there. How much that affects the town and what part of the town, certainly some of the town, but part of that is indeed elevated there. And then you have this coastal area here, Treasure Beach, where again, the rain is coming down the mountain and the storm surge is going in. So it's all bad. There's absolutely everything is bad there. And then you have in Kingston, here's the drainage coming out of Kingston is right in there. So the rain is going to come down and through the city and it ends up over here. Same story here in Portmore, rain coming all down into this drainage area right there. But
we're coming back to that. A lot going on right now, guys. Whole lot going on. Let's see if he's got good reception. We'll see. I want to roll it back a little bit.
Oh no. Be careful. Everything's breaking apart.
Look at that roof.
That's over 100. Bubba.
That's over 100 and something miles per hour.
Yes. Reflame. Tree limbs. The problem is now we're starting to get, that's just the small debris, we're starting to get the trees, the palm trees and all these things are breaking and fruits flying through the air.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh no. We're not going to see the eye, which is fine with me. I don't want to see the eye.
No, I don't want the eye either.
Yeah. I thought we might get the deal, but unless it jogs hard right, it took a hard jog due north. And so that's not happening. Still back to my southwest. Man, I don't want to be crazy, folks, but I don't have continuous data, but that thing almost looks, it's moving due north, maybe a little bit northwest. Montego Bay area. If you guys are in the Montego Bay area in Jamaica, the eye's coming up to you from your south. And if it stays on that course, you're going to have catastrophic damage and incredible storm surge in Montego Bay. With the winds out of the northeast, you're going to have a big storm surge in Montego Bay because the hurricane's tracking farther west than forecasted. If it continues that track, the damage will be much greater at Montego Bay area. If you're in a condominium
over there, second floor, third floor, condominium in Montego Bay, go to the lowest floor now. Get in the stairwell and go to the lowest floor, interior walls in the lowest floor at Montego Bay area. Go inside lowest floor and do it now. The hurricane is moving farther west. You're going to get destructive winds in the northwest eye wall if it continues its current track. Another big burst. Whoa! Okay. Another update from Jeff Gibbons.
This
Hang
is
on. Yeah. He's just finished.
It's very loud. This is live, y'all. This is live. Live is all get out right now.
Oh my gosh, guys! It's going at least 10 to 15 miles west of me. Montego Bay may even go west of Montego Bay. Look at the eye, guys. Look at the eye. It's going to go over and possibly over or west of Montego Bay. It's right here in this corner, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Montego Bay is right here.
Yeah. Montego Bay. You're gonna get in the eye. You're gonna have extreme destruction, Montego Bay.
And Negril.
Huh?
And Negril. Negril right here.
Yes, 7 Mile Beach in that area, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Based on current track on satellite, it could start turning back northeast at any time. The north eye wall's level with me. That's why we got this screaming east-northeast wind. They definitely took a hard due north turn. It's not changed course back to the northeast yet, but the trough will be approaching anytime in the next 30 minutes, an hour. The thing could start jogging hard to the northeast. Got trees now. My wind's trying to come around from 090. Hurricane Center, NHC, you watching? My wind's switching from 070, coming around to 100, 110 now. Trying to come around to 100, 110 in Santa Cruz. Wind's coming around to east-southeast. We haven't snapped yet, but we're about to. Town's west of me. You're now going to be in the eye. Get big iPad. Could you do me a favor, please? Could you grab my iPad? Thank you, sir. Uh-oh. Rush going. Rush line. Okay, we're in that area where the wind's going from northeast to east-southeast. It's going to whip around. And when you're getting ready to change direction, the wind's going to become extremely violent when this happens. Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh, look what's happened here. This lace. It's flying off, there it goes. That's where it's coming off. Checking on my neighbor's roof. His roof's trying to lift off too. Another big burst. Oh my gosh, it's getting worse.
Okay, I'm coming back to this, I promise. We're hopping back and forth, okay? Because we got that. We also have the other live feed of the other, where the hell is it? Of the other one. Where the heck did it go? Not that one. Where the hell did it go? Yeah, he keeps cutting in and out too. Hold on. Yeah, his reception's going out. Hold tight. Going back to this storm. This is still going over here in Treasure Beach. Yeah. So again, still. Crazy. We're coming back. Yeah, his reception keeps going in and out. See what I'm saying? So, not surprised by that at all. At all. So yeah, that sucks because that stinks. Hold on, let's see this. Yeah, there was like everybody's signals going completely out. We're gonna come back to that, but let me see.
A covered eye wall of Hurricane Melissa. We have the sound, and you would imagine it's cutting in and out, but the ferocious winds that we have associated with Hurricane Melissa. I mean, 185 miles an hour. That was the latest advisory from the Hurricane Center. And we're not in the eye yet, but Treasure Beach will probably be within the eye maybe the next half hour or so.
Yeah, we're looking at it right now. The eye itself is about 15 miles away from this area. So the closer you get to the eye before you punch into it, the stronger the wind. So we're probably not at 185 here, but we're definitely closing in on 100.
There have been indications, too, that Melissa, while that landfall is going to be happening any moment now, I mean, we're taking a look as that eye wall is moving ashore. It has been. It's been slow to actually move over land. It's essentially been paralleling the coastline just for the past 45 minutes. But no doubt this is the most intense portion, a wild sight to see. Of course, the winds have been ferocious. Tropical storm force winds have been felt throughout the island. Of course, the hurricane force winds just beginning to be felt and will continue to be felt in Treasure Beach. And Bob, this is just the first run at it. In Treasure Beach, if we continue with this overall motion, there's a chance that we'll get the western eye wall eventually. Southern eye wall, however you're looking at it.
And then the wind starts changing direction on you, too.
Yeah.
And that's what one of the National Hurricane Center's points was. If you're in the eye, don't go outside just because you think it's clear, because on the back side of it, the wind's screaming around again just like that, and they're coming from the opposite direction. So if you're in the eye, listen, you still need to be hunkered down and safe.
Yeah, no doubt. Total structural loss. That was how the National Hurricane Center described it. So we have structures here. You see power lines. I just wonder if those will be able to sustain the force of winds. This is a live look. We're going to continue to watch it. A couple of other notes, too, to make as we watch it. The hurricane hunters with the Air Force, they were heading into the wall, the eye wall. They encountered heavy turbulence, and they've had to go back to Curacao. It actually happened yesterday with NOAA's P3.
Right.
Their flight had to go back to Lakeland. It's just standard safety procedures. Not that there was damage on the plane. But this storm has been strengthening up until landfall.
Yeah, their quote was, they experienced forces stronger than normal due to turbulence. That was the one that just went through. It's like 185 mile per hour winds you measured out there in the eye. Well, yeah, I would say you're going to get some bouncing around effect.
And the crazy thing is
I mean, apparently, we haven't seen nothing yet. That's what's so crazy. Hold on. Okay, no. His feed. Okay, so the feed that we saw, Twister Chasers, his feed cut out. Okay, so it's down. So I don't know if he's gonna get one again. If he's gonna start going live again here in a little bit, I don't know. But what I do know is that obviously there's still, people are still trying to get stuff going. What the heck? Hold on.
Oh, Jesus.
This is crazy. They're out here. People out here in the storm. Yeah, the sound in this is pretty bad too. Let's see. See if he went back on. Yeah, he's not back on. Twister Chasers is not back on. He's not. Let me see. We still got this going on, which is crazy. Still. Right there. And we ain't even there yet. Like, we're not even fully, the hurricane ain't even fully on the island yet, y'all. Okay? Put that in your pipe and smoke on that for a second. We have not seen the full wrath of it yet, which is insane. This is just the beginning. Okay, so I'm just going to leave this on here. Let me read some of y'all's comments and stuff, because I know, yes, Oscar, ay Dios mío, indeed. Okay, this is crazy. And this is real. This is what's happening right now. Again, guys, don't forget to hit the like button, please, and thank you. Don't forget to subscribe and follow. please and thank you as well. That'd be greatly appreciated. But yes, this is all bad. This is no bueno indeed. This is all very, 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 very bad. Okay. Man. Some people saying this is the end. This is some terrifying stuff, y'all. No joke. Yeah, the wind is yeah, McMahon, the wind is crazy. Okay. I'm gonna look at I'm gonna see if I can find some more live feeds. But of course, I think there's gonna be a lot of places that we were looking at before that are just gonna are just gonna be insane. I'm surprised that this camera's held up for as well as it has. I figured this thing would have been blown off by now. But yeah. Hold on one second. Yeah, what's crazy is a lot of people are looking at this footage that we're looking at right now. Everybody and their mom is looking at this footage, which is wild. Craziness. Yeah. Everybody's looking at this footage right now. Everyone. Okay. Everyone. No one's leaving this shot, which is crazy. Everyone's watching this. So far I have not seen anything as far as like storm chasers, that kind of thing. I get that everybody has their go-to person, that kind of thing. I haven't seen anything where we have seen anything like this. Everything is still calm for the most part in other places. Some areas the wind is picked up a little bit, but nothing like this. Okay. So everyone's stuck on this, and rightfully so. So we're going to stick to this for right now. Okay. I'll just keep the volume on. But this is nuts. Oh, the camera moved. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Unless it's on a motorized kind of swivel. Look at the pole. This is getting gnarly, y'all. I was gonna say, where's whatever this thing is latched onto? My lord, I am impressed. I will say this though, I'm surprised that the poles that, the electric poles, telephone poles, that kind of thing, I'm very surprised that they haven't like gotten ripped out. I'm really surprised about that. This is absolute madness. Absolute madness. Crazy. My dog is triggered. But Excuse me. I'm gonna keep looking, see if there's more stuff, but I think over time we're gonna see places that were calm are gonna start looking busy. Somebody was riding a bike. The hell? Where? For damn sure not out here. They would have been blown away by now. Man. Well, hopefully it'll come back. It's been doing that. It'll seem like it's over and then it comes back on. So I'm gonna let it cook for a second. There it is again. Yeah. So, man, Twister Chasers is not back up. Like, he was up, and now he lost the live again. I mean, the reception, I'm sure, where he's at is terrible, just like what we're seeing over here too, right? It's just kind of in and out quite a bit. Let me grab these super chats here while this thing figures itself out. Mimi, thank you so much for the super stickers, first and foremost. Thank you so much. Heather and Super May, welcome to the family. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Thank you. Appreciate it. And then, it's going to go in and out. I have a feeling that we're going to lose this feed here in a second. But LA Woman, thank you so much. Thank you, Pascal, for your honest, caring updates. Always, okay. Sending good thoughts to everyone facing the hurricane. Yes, absolutely. Same here. This is just crazy, right? And it's only going to get more insane. But real quick, I do need to use the restroom, guys. So let me put on Fox weather and see what we're hearing so far, and then I will be right back.
Here across the entirety of Jamaica, and it could still be a Cat 5 as it exits the island. And then you've got the backside. This is going to go on obviously all day today, but we're going to be feeling effects into tomorrow morning as well.
We've seen the speed of Hurricane Melissa increase too. It's gone up from it was 5 miles an hour this morning to 7, now 9. It's certainly feeling the tug of the steering. In fact, when we look at how this thing has been born and grown in the Caribbean, this is the fastest movement that we've had out of Hurricane Melissa now. But what's remarkable, and we've been showing the enhanced satellite from space, Robert, this thing's still intact, and this one could very well go down as one of the strongest or the strongest hurricanes to make landfall, certainly in this generation. But we have to go back to 1935. Before we let you go, because we've only got a couple of minutes left, from your perspective, this thing's going to move in later this afternoon. From your vantage point, you can see the ocean. What are you guys anticipating?
Well, I can tell you, we're anticipating full power outage. We are anticipating losing communication on mobile service. Last update an hour ago from officials was that 25% of the island was out of cell phone coverage, and over 35% was already out of power, and that is before landfall. That's pretty amazing. And indeed, we're up on the hill here. So about a quarter mile is the Caribbean Sea. So we are anticipating the structure that we're in, which is well built and fortified to hold up. Having said that, we are getting water from the rain that we've gotten this morning leaking through roofs and windows and ceilings and starting to come down into our first floor, leaking down on the stairs. It's not a rush of water, but it is water. So that is going to be dangerous inside this house. And we're going to hunker down here and cover it. And the second we can leave this compound, we will go out into the streets and try to capture, if we can drive. You just don't know what the debris field's going to be.
It's true. Going to go down to hill pretty quick. Okay, Robert Ray in St. Anne's Bay up in Jamaica. Robert, we appreciate the report. He's going to continue with us throughout the afternoon. You'll want to keep it here with the season marked with now 3 Category 5 hurricanes. The strongest is about to make landfall in Jamaica. Our coverage continues here on Fox Weather. We leave you with a live shot of Treasure Beach, Jamaica.
I'm Brian Norcross with a Hurricane HQ Minute on the question, where is the hurricane capital of the U.S.? There is no official definition of hurricane capital, of course. Eastern North Carolina has more tracks near it than any place else on the U.S. coast. But if you're talking about direct hits, you're talking about Miami. Look at the historic storm tracks. Two hurricanes took essentially the same path in 1906 right over downtown. Then the giant eye of the Great Miami Hurricane of 1926 passed over the city. Then a freak hurricane in November of 1935 came from Bermuda. An October storm in 1948 came over downtown. Then Hurricane King from the south came just 2 years later in 1950. And finally, Hurricane Cleo in 1964. 7 hurricanes in 7 decades came over downtown Miami. You might be surprised that Hurricane Andrew is not included in the list, but its center passed about 20 miles to the south of downtown, damaging or destroying well over 100,000 homes and businesses. And we don't include the great Labor Day hurricane of 1935 that swept away Alamorada and the surrounding part of the Florida Keys, and the railroad that connected Key West to Miami. This map from the National Hurricane Center shows the historical hurricane hotspots. Look for the red dots. Besides South Florida, there's near New Orleans and the North Carolina coast. The numbers on that map indicate the average number of years between times that historical hurricanes have come within 60 miles of each of those locations. But you probably noticed that every place from Texas to New England has a hurricane history. Fox Weather has you covered this hurricane season. Find out how to stream us free at foxweather.tv.
Hi, my name is Damian Clark. And if you have both Medicare and Medicaid, I have some really encouraging news that you'll definitely want to hear. Depending on the plans available in your area, you may be eligible to get extra benefits with the Humana Medicare Advantage Dual Eligible Special Needs Plan.
Hold on, guys.
These plans have a $0 monthly plan premium. Most plans include the Humana Healthy Options Allowance. Get over 1,000.
Look for you. We've been taking the Spanish town camera. This is just outside of the capital of Kingston. Every square inch of Jamaica is going to feel the effects of Melissa. No doubt about that. And the National Hurricane Center, they've been stressing this. They said within the eye wall, total structural failure is likely. In addition, we've got the catastrophic winds, storm surge, flooding is going to be destructive.
Yeah, so that's what we got. Fox Weather correspondent Robert Ray joining us live from St. Anne Parish in Jamaica. Robert, been watching you all day along with Jared Maloney out there on the deck. Looks like the rain's starting to pick up on you for sure. Right now, the beginning stages of the downhill effect, it's headed right towards you.
Yeah, Bob and Stephen, it sure is. We've got consistent rain at this point. This will go on for hours upon hours. No significant wind here yet, but obviously, yeah, that.
Oops. All right. So this bad boy's still going. Still cooking. Yeah, they're. Yeah, this is all bad. And it just keeps going in and out. Which sucks. I mean, this was crazy. I figured it would be inevitable. As I eat my donut. But yeah, guys.
That is also expected to come onshore, and this would be in those bays and inlets in the area of Black River.
For some time, and the weaker the system developed remains, is
that is.
Yeah, this signal it's crazy that this signal just won't quit. Just won't quit. But yeah, this is crazy. I'm gonna see what because it's just constantly going in and out. Don't worry, we're gonna come back to this, I promise. But I want to see if what else is being said. Actually, I'm curious about what Max Velocity has to say about this too.
That could be better. Just back to being live, by the way. Thank you, Gibby, for the $50 super chat. Yeah, Milton reached peak well before landfall, and that is one of the biggest differences between this and Milton. Melissa is the most intense hurricane right upon landfall, basically. We have an update from the National Hurricane Center. This is the 12 o'clock update from the National Hurricane Center. Latest update. Melissa's eye is approaching the southwestern coast of Jamaica. Stay in your shelter. This is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. Do not leave your shelter as the eye passes over, as winds will quickly and rapidly increase on the other side of the eye. Residents should remain in place through the passage of these life-threatening conditions. To protect yourself from wind, the best thing you can do is put as many walls between you and the outside. An interior room without windows, ideally one where you can avoid falling trees, is the safest place you can be in a building. You can also cover yourself with a mattress and wear a helmet for added protection as well. Once again, maximum sustained winds are still at 185 miles per hour as this approaches landfall, with pressure at 892 millibars. So nothing has changed there. It's still moving north-northeast at about 9 miles per hour.
That's still slow as hell.
Hey, Don, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. Huge shout out to Gibby again for the very generous super chat. But yeah, unfortunately, again, this has not made landfall yet. I say unfortunately because if it made landfall sooner, it would have been weakening sooner. But it has not yet done so.
Isn't that crazy? That's crazy. All right. That's crazy that it's just crazy. It's just crazy that it
we go
still
back
hasn't
a bit.
been.
I just want to show you guys what it looks like in the eye wall. This is about 30 minutes ago, but this is
Still
on this
hasn't hit.
live camera in Treasure Beach. This is basically the conditions that we are seeing across the entire board inside of the eye wall right now. Is this right here. Again, very high winds. We've had power lines going down, tree branches going down, all that sort of stuff. This is still a sub 900 millibar hurricane, by the way. It's still very intense. This is back to being live. Hey, Jeff, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member.
Crazy.
The hospital right now in Black River is actively being hit. This is the Black River Hospital, and this is right along the coastline. And again, we've already had multiple areas hit by destructive winds, but Black River Hospital is literally right on the coastline. And storm surge is forecasted to be up to 13 feet. And so all that water is pushing ashore right now, and it's only going to get worse over the next few hours. And as we already alluded to, too, the Sandals Resort is probably taking some major damage right now. This is obviously a very popular resort in Jamaica that is right on the beach. And with a southerly move or northerly moving hurricane going right from the south to the north, like this is the worst path possible for this resort. And it is probably taking a beating right now. You got bungalows, you got all sorts of like little bars too off the shore and stuff like that. Like this is a huge and very popular resort. That's also taking a direct hit from this hurricane. But the storm surge, again, is only going to get worse with time because of the winds being very strong on the south side of this hurricane. Once it's up towards Montego Bay, that is when really, really intense storm surge will really ramp up across White House, Black River, Santa Lamar, and also near Alligator Pond. Back over in Kingston, some of the worst storm surge will really just be within the next 2 hours or so. Was that hospital evacuated? I believe it was yesterday, if I remember correctly. So hopefully it was. This is live right now in Mandeville. This is Storm Chaser Bryce Shelton, Tornado Pagey. Winds have been pretty intense here. We're peaking at around 100 mile per hour winds.
Yeah, this is crazy. So, let us see. Let me see what I can find here. All right.
Shout out to Trudy with the 5 get to memberships.
I mean,
by the way, Treasure Beach, the camera that we've been looking at on and off, it's right about here. It's on like the eastern side of the.
You know, I'll take a look at Twister Chasers, but I'm not holding my breath on that guy. No disrespect. It's just his signal is just not good. Hopefully it's still not good. Oh, okay. It's working now.
That's where the catastrophic wind and extreme
It's actually
destruction
working.
occurring. And
All
if the
right.
eye does not change course and start moving back to the northeast, Montego Bay is going to have massive destruction. Wow, a big burst coming. Starlink's still on the roof. Okay. We're getting extreme. There's 100 plus. There's stuff flying. There's so much debris. There's mainly tree debris flying in the air everywhere. And occasionally there'll be a piece of sheet metal or wood go flying by me. It's really horrible again. Just think the main eye is about 15 miles west of me, so the damage over there is going to be like 5 times worse than it is here. They're going to have total infrastructure failure west of me, 100%. Buildings and houses going to be on the ground, collapsed, gone. West of me, 100%. I didn't even get in the eye. I'm about 10 miles roughly from the northeast, maybe about 5 to 10 miles straight west of me is the northeastern eye wall. So I'm still on the dirty side. Torrential flash flooding rain.
It's kind of hard to make out what he's saying.
I'm on Starlink. On X, Starlink. Starlink's still on the building.
Better.
So far, I'd say winds over 125, and Starlink's still mounted. Uh-oh. The wind's changing direction. It was hard out of the northeast.
And then it goes out again. Yeah. I mean, like I said, I think we're going to get, we might as well get used to the possibility of.
We're definitely, uh-oh.
In and out.
House. Debris hitting my house, hitting the house. Bigger debris starting to fly now.
All right, guys. Sorry about that.
Uh-oh, I hear something coming off. There's sheet
Hopefully you
metal
guys
flying.
can still hear me.
I'm hearing popping and cracking.
I'm back. Internet just kind of went out for a second.
I gotta look at some data. Just bear with me here, guys. Let me get my data updated. Stand by. Everybody, this is from Jeff Gammons at 11:02. 5 minutes ago. This image is flashing, but it's you get the idea. There's where I'm at to my east there. See my deal, and it is west of me about 10 miles. Now it took a due north jog. Let's look at that, and it could turn around and go back to the northeast, resume a northeast trajectory as it comes on shore, which it's doing now. The North Eye wall is made. It's made landfall now. It's coming on shore. I'm trying to do this from. Okay, look what it's doing.
Crazy.
Northeast, due north. It's made it on shore. It's an absolute miracle that I did not hit us. The direct high here. The damage, guys, I can't explain it to you. The damage west of here, 5 miles from my location, it will be total devastation, 100%. There's no doubt about it. It's still moving up. It's passing it's on the 78 parallel, moving due north into Montego Bay. Let me do a sight there. Let me do another deal. Montego Bay. Yeah, I went over St. Elizabeth, Black River. I was there yesterday morning. We filmed this whole area down in here. We filmed everything. We filmed everything down here yesterday morning. Just in case something like this happened, and it's happened. Westmoreland, St. Elizabeth. These are high terrain areas. St. James, Montego Bay. Let's go for the 78 parallel over there. Black River, sheet metal's bouncing west of me here. Okay, let me go to the Hurricane Center. I want to see if they put out any special advisories. Okay, let me look at Hurricane. Give me 1 second here. That was the last deal.
Thank you, troopers. I
Okay,
appreciate it.
Hurricane Center. There's another special, 12 noon. Eyes approaching the southeast coast. Stay in shelter. Extremely dangerous, life-threatening hurricane at 12 noon. This PM Eastern. That was 10 minutes ago. We're standard time here. A rapid increase on the side of the eye. Residents should remain in place. Life-threatening conditions. Protect your home from wind. Yes. Outside interior rooms. Stay away from windows. Yes. Stay away from all window doors. Watch for the trees falling. Stand by. Oh my gosh.
The eye hasn't even hit. Like, that's crazy that
Your last
it's
shot.
almost on the land.
Look at that thing going right up to 78 parallel due north.
Insane.
Oh my gosh. That's absolutely incredible.
That is insane.
Montego Bay, watch out. Yep. Yeah. Uh-oh.
Wow.
We got debris coming around the house. Everything's flying. Debris breaking next door. Roof's coming off. Nice. I went to super extreme now. Another big burst. What's going to happen is the wind focus southeast. When they snap to the southeast, we're going to have massive damage. That's when everything peels off. When you go from one steady stream and then what we call it in the hurricane chasing is snap to the southeast or south-southwest. When we snap to the southeast, it'll be a big massive wind surge. Some of these are concrete, that's solid concrete. That's wood over there. We hadn't had those sustained 150 yet. We may not. I'm in Santa Cruz. Santa, Santa Cruz. I believe it's right. Maybe an S in there. Jamaica. I'm just to the east of the wall, of the eye wall, maybe 8-10 miles. Those things are about to snap. Each surge, each wind surge is getting worse. It'll be bad for like a minute, 2 minutes, and then it backs off, and then it's this massive surge again.
I'm waiting to see that tree.
The rain is relentless, just torrential rainfall. I can't tell you how lucky we are we didn't get ran over by the eye.
Be right back, guys.
I'm hearing bigger pieces hit my roof. Okay, another big surge. Sorry. I know, guys, I'm trying to get the rain here, guys. It's millions of gallons of water falling. It's spray. There's spray everywhere. It's nonstop. The super destructive winds, 150 to 200, are west of me about 10 miles. Roughly 10 miles west of me, 150 to 200 mile winds. And that north and northeast outer wall is immediately west of me. West southwest of me. We're still going to have massive damage here.
Them holes, indeed. It's pretty crazy.
From Santa Cruz, Jamaica, just to the northeast of the eye, and landfall back by southwest. We got Starlink on. It's still hanging on to the brook. Okay, 100 plus now. Gosh, I can feel the ground is vibrating. It's vibrating because all the trees in the rumble, the trees and telephone poles are shaking, and the ground's vibrating. There's a family across the street with a 2-year-old. As soon as the hurricane dies down, we're going to go check on them. I think they're in the bathroom in shelter. Yeah, Starlink's still working, still on. Kudos to Starlink. Cat 5, and it's still going. But we haven't had Cat 5 winds here. But it's not far off. Okay. We're getting larger and larger things flying. They're things snapping and breaking near me now.
Yeah, now
The
he's.
intensity of the things breaking is picking up. There are bigger objects breaking out. They are.
Yeah, those are my
Thank you,
dogs
Karen.
barking.
This tree just broke about
Those are my
height.
dogs barking, guys.
Those
Those are my dogs barking. Hold on. 1 second, y'all.
Jeff Gammons sent me a new update. Jeff Gammons is rocket fire. Yeah, there he is. There's a new update from Jeff Gammons. What an incredible sight, guys. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The eye is straight. The center of the eye looks vortex is almost due west of me now. There it is. It's straight west of me. You can see my little dot. It's on the right. Thank you, Jeff, for sending those clips. Jeff Gammons out of Okeechobee, Florida. No, we don't have an earthquake here. When you have a major landfalling hurricane, especially where you got the soils here, as the trees and the telephone poles vibrate, it sends out a harmonic sound, and the Richter scales will measure that vibration. It's very common. It's not unusual. When the Joplin F5 went through Joplin, the seismic meter 15 miles away measured it on the seismic meter. You watch it bounce up and down because it's pulling debris, it's pulling trees out of the ground, and it vibrates the ground, and it gets pressure on the Richter scale. Same thing, I guarantee if you go check the Richter scales in around Jamaica right now, you're going to see vibrations that are not normal.
They're down again. Dang. One second, y'all.
Environment, you're going to see vibrations in the deal. But
Or that's a lie. Nope. It's out. We always can go back to Old Faithful right here. Yeah, this is going to be going on for a minute, y'all. Trust and believe this is going to be going on for a minute. So, and this one's out going, like I said, it's going to be going in and out a lot. In fact, I want to see. I want to see what's going on. Hold on. Yeah, his Twister Chasers is out again. Let me see what's going on with here.
Now on a Tuesday morning, and if
that's not it, hold on.
In terms.
Second, y'all. Where the heck? There. Let's see if there's any updates
Much
here.
for taking the time and talking.
Thanks
I really
so
appreciate
much.
it. Yeah, listen,
God bless you.
we hope to get back to you again, hopefully as early this week, and you can tell us, give us an update. So God bless and good
Anytime.
luck, sir.
Anytime. God bless Jamaica.
All right, listen, we got our hurricane expert too. You just heard from down in Jamaica. We know that we're preparing for the worst. In fact, it looks like it's happening right now. We'll get the latest from our hurricane expert, Brian Norcross. He's on deck. We got the 12 o'clock numbers coming in, and we know that it's going to get bad. Will we see the landfall within the next half hour? Probably. Brian Norcross is going to break it all down for us when we come back after the break.
Hurricane watch. Yeah. This is a tough one because there's not like a consistent feed going on. So I can just eat some food or do whatever. It is what it is. But let's see. Let's see what's going on here. No, they just got. That's what's frustrating. It's just they show the hurricane and it's just like music. You know what I mean? Like people want details. People want info. You know, or they just put up the hurricane with no sound at all, no commentary, no nothing. It's kind of ridiculous. Let's take a look at this. This is Montego Bay. This is a live feed from Montego Bay. It's been pretty bad, but I'm wondering if this is going to get much worse or if it's just going to be exactly where we're at right now. You know what I mean? Yeah, we already been looking at See Jamaica Live. Don't worry, we'll be circling back to that as well. I'm jumping to all of them. All right, to find out anything. But a lot of it's just stagnant shots like this, just kind of waiting for the hurricane to actually show up, right? But we're still waiting. We are still waiting. Mute that real quick. Let's see here. Because Treasure Beach is still getting rocked. See Jamaica. Let's see. Hold on. See Jamaica. Hold on. Golly. I see the chat feature that they show on the when you do when you go live when you expand it is a big pain in the ass. But anyway, this is what it is right now. At least one of the angles, because there's a lot. Okay. No sound for this one either. But there's another place that I prefer that we have been looking at. What is that? What is that? Hold on. Where is it? Is it here? Hold on, guys. That's done. Another see Jamaica. But like I said, this one, it's just streets. Dem streets. Yes, Rebecca Harrow's hearing is today too. So yeah, that's happening. That's happening in about a half hour from now. Just so y'all know. But we are on this right now. Yeah, no sound. Still people driving, which is crazy to me. I figured that some of these people would be trying to find, a place to be safe. But take a look at this. It's like that palm tree's about to go bye-bye.
And we still have this bullseye here north of Mandeville in those mountains, another bullseye kind of over here, outside of Kingston, and some over here by Montego Bay, because the higher mountains catch the moisture, cause more rain, and then all that water's got to come downhill. So this area in the western part of the country especially, but we've already seen the water raging through metropolitan Kingston in the Spanish Town area, so we know the water is already coming to the lower elevations. And here's that Black River. Now remember, it looks like the center of the storm is going to the left of Black River, which is the bad side for them. So the wind is coming around like this, pushing water into this bay here like this, and then it's raining up on these mountains here, and the water comes down here, and you can make out there's a channel there. See this higher elevation here? In this area here, there's a channel that comes down. So the rain comes in like this into the Black River, and then this kind of a nature area over here. So this is going to be just very, very bad, with water coming this way and water going that way in this area. As a matter of fact, if there were just storm surge, the water would go way into this area here, according to the National Hurricane Center's analysis. So all along here, from along Treasure Beach and along that coast, right at the coast, with the mountains right behind them, that's a whole coastal road with kind of beach communities. Treasure Beach is sort of a resort area in that part of Jamaica. Over in Kingston, you can see that the rainfall amounts, according to the model, are much lower now, but up here in the mountains, still that's where the rain of the water is going to come from. And this right here is the drainage area for Kingston. So it comes down and it goes into this drainage area from a variety of directions. And so how will that all handle the rain coming out of the mountains? That isn't all going to come today. The storm may be gone today, but the rain is going to take time. So what kind of flooding there is going to be in Kingston, we may not know for a while until that water gets downhill. All right, the storm surge, I talked about that in this area, Black River, with the wind coming in like this. Hurricane Center forecasting up to 13 feet above high tide. Let me see, tide is, well, we're kind of at mid-tide now. So, all right, won't be maximum high tide, but there isn't a big tide swing in this area. So tremendous storm surge here in St. Elizabeth Parish. There in southwestern Jamaica, and up to 4 feet up here around Montego Bay and to the east as the storm goes by and the winds come around from the north. Now the airport in Montego Bay is right on the water, so if they get the full 4 feet, there's a berm there. I don't know. This is going to be close to getting the water into that airport and over that runway or not, or whether that berm can hold it. But in any case, obviously everybody in Montego Bay needs to be hunkered down and through this evening at the very least. All right, looking ahead, we have hurricane warnings in effect for the central and southeastern Bahamas and also for eastern Cuba. This is going to be a very hard hit in Cuba here. Santiago de Cuba is the second biggest city in Cuba. It's a big metropolitan area there. And then, of course, Guantanamo Bay over here, where you see Guantanamo Bay right there, actually. And Holguin up here is also a significant city. So this is going to be very bad for the Cubans, even with it being down, estimated at Category 3 at the time that it comes through there. And then moving through the Bahamas as a 2 or a 3. This is going to be this evening, and so that's going to be reasonably hard hit in here. The Bahamians are pretty good at this, but the southeastern Bahamas is just going to have to deal with this, and everybody's going to have to get to higher ground on the islands. These islands have higher ground. That's a good thing. All right, then Bermuda is down the line. It looks like late Thursday into early Friday in Bermuda. They'll know the storm is going by because it's going to grow in size when it gets there. Whether they get the core of it, that's another thing. It's be a little unlucky, be on a little tiny island and get hit by a fairly small core in a hurricane. But It's not out of the question. So, Bob, this really an historic event that we're witnessing here in Jamaica. Just feel for our Jamaican friends what they're going to confront when the sun comes up tomorrow morning.
Yeah, are you getting the same feeling you did in like Hurricane Andrew, Hurricane Dorian? Is that still hitting you right in the gut with this one?
Yeah. I mean, Dorian, I remember so clearly that it kept getting more intense and more intense and more intense. And I mean, having spent quite a bit of time in the Bahamas, I know that intimately there. And, you just feel for these folks that you look at it. And what I remember about Andrew, which relates to this, is, it was a beautiful sunset the night before. Everything looked normal. And I remember thinking, okay, nothing is going to look like this tomorrow. When the sun comes back up. I remember that very well that Sunday. I think I said that on TV, to look around, because this is not what you're going to see when we get sunrise tomorrow.
Wow, incredible. And way to put it in perspective too, Brian. We appreciate it. Brian Norcross, our hurricane specialist, talking about Melissa, a huge storm and powerful one. Thank you, Brian. All right, coming up this one, we've got live reporter down there, Robert Ray. Jared Maloney's down there as well. We've got live pictures in from the northern part of the country. Right now, we also have some webcams coming up from just outside of the eye wall. We've got live shots from Kingston also. We've got reports from down there. We've got the latest updates, and it will most likely be making a landfall here within the next half an hour or hour. We'll talk about that coming up right after the break.
It's crazy. It's crazy how much they keep saying that. Like, it's about to hit landfall. It's about to hit landfall. Ain't landfall. It's about to hit land. But we've been seeing all kinds of crazy stuff, have we not? It's been going. They've been going. It's been going ham, but it hasn't hit landfall yet. It's about to hit landfall. It's going to hit landfall soon. Get ready, because it's going to hit landfall. It hasn't hit landfall yet, but it's about to hit landfall in about an hour, about 3 hours from now. 3 to 4, 7 hours from now, it gonna hit landfall. Oh, good God. But we've been seeing some things. This is a slow man. Big back Melissa, one slow-ass mother lover. She's slow, okay? She too slow. Too slow. Jeez. Let's take a look at this, because still, like, it's like we still waiting. I don't. Yeah, man. Lakita, 6 hours from now, about 12, 17, 7, about 24 hours from now. Anytime from now in 24 hours is but we're about to see landfall. That's what we're gonna see. Anytime now. 24 hours from now, 32 hours. In fact, 48 hours from now. Okay. Between 30 minutes to 48 hours, 72 hours from now. Yeah. Keep watching here, because we got the coverage. Like, come on, man. Damn. She moving slow. Yeah. Big back Melissa moving slow. She is backing that thing up slow, nice and slow, man. But here it is, coverage for Montego Bay again. Okay, we got down power lines in Mandeville. Pascal need a break. I'm good. I'm doing just fine. Okay, I'm doing just fine. Yeah. But diggity damn. Yeah, this is slower than this is a slow cooker cooks faster than Big Bag Melissa. Okay? Come on now. I like it like that, deep working that back. I don't know. Like, moving slow motion for me. But yes, again, Montego Bay, Jamaica, still doing the dumb thing. By the way, she is percolating. Classic. Percolating. percolating. Okay. Y'all are talking about the runners. Somebody mentioned something about the runners. What about the athletes? What about the runners? Hey, what about the bobsled team? Huh? What about Cool Runnings? What about the bobsled team? Jamaica, we got a bobsled team. Remember that? What about the bobsled team? What about them? Why is it always got to be the runners? What about the bobsled team? Come on now. Think about it. I'll let you think about it. R.I.P. John Candy. Moving on. So we got Montego Bay. Still, I mean, it doesn't look good. You know. All the trees have some sort of side part going on. You know what I mean? They all lean into the, you know. They're still on the hey, but they're not on the ho. You know, they're still leaning to the side on one side. Okay. So we're still waiting to see if there's anything that's going to be happening here soon. All right. He keeps cleaning the lens. Hold on. Understandably. I'm going to see if there's anything else. Let's see about JS photography. Shall we? Oh, well, actually, hold on. Before we go to check out JS photography really quick. It's let up a little bit, which is good. Take a look at this. See what I mean by this? This is annoying. All right. Let up. Yeah. So again, let's see about Twister Chasers. Come on, he can't be out of service still. All right, I'm checking what was it? Something. What was it? Something pagey something. Now I'm forgetting. Yeah, but is it like? I thought it was like something pagey, but okay. I'll just put that in. Tornado pagey. All right.
On the road there. Nope.
Check this out.
We gotta go back.
That's crazy.
I just saw a power pole fall the way we were trying to go. So we're gonna have to go back this way.
That is some wild stuff. You couldn't pay me enough. You could not pay me enough.
This way ain't gonna take us anywhere but up a mountain. We're literally basically just stuck in here.
I was gonna say this is not a good situation to be in.
Try to show y'all a little bit more, but there's just no way.
You're stuck? Stuck? There's got to be a way out. And being down, like downhill, I don't think is a good idea either.
All that's flooded down in there too. Back downhill. Okay, I do remember seeing this car on the road. Back at this shopping center, see what's going on. If we can get back in here. All this stuff's blown in the road. It's not flooded back in there. All that stuff might move here in just a second. This wind coming up. This water's coming up pretty quick. It's just flowing off these mountains.
Man, you got to have. Man, I'm sorry. I mean, it's still a category 5, but you got to remember where this car is at in comparison to where the hurricane is. I'm sure there's just like, you know, it's not like this person is at the, right in the middle of it, just kind of on the outskirts. But still, no matter what, this is bad. I would not want to be anywhere near these power lines at all.
So yeah, that was as far as we could go, y'all. Not even really a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer. But as you can see, everything is flooded. More tree limbs start to fall. I mean, it still hasn't officially made landfall, I don't think. White House is definitely in the eye, the northeastern eye, but the center of the eye is still offshore.
Yeah.
I think here we're really going to be talking about a landslide, catastrophic landslide. And the winds are really picking up, y'all. We're starting to get that southerly flow come here into Manville, and we're on top of 2,000 feet elevation. Oh, there is a tree. But I saw a tree. Alright. There's no tree behind us, so just want to make sure of that.
Yeah, I'm surprised things are still up. I mean, but at the same time, the eye of the storm has not gone on to land. It has not hit landfall at all yet. So, I mean, it's coming, but the eye of the storm hasn't even hit the land yet. I mean, like I said, it's any moment now. 72 hours from now, 30 minutes from now to 72 hours from now, the eye of the storm is going to be hitting the landfall. Because give it some time, it's coming.
Yeah, this water's actually flowing. You can see stuff flowing down. It's flowing down, but it's creeping up.
And then you also got to remember, just because it is going, it's the eye of the storm gets onto, say, land, doesn't mean that it's done. It still has to go through the entire width, let's just say, of the island to get onto the other side of the island. And this tornado is only going so fast. It's traveling at a 7 mile, 8 mile, 9 mile per hour speed. So it's going to take a sweet ass time. So imagine all this wind, rain, all this stuff pounding the homes, the signs, etc. Look at that car. Why did you do that? That car just showed up, did it not? Or has it always been there? The white car. Or am I losing my mind?
It's just howling.
Maybe I couldn't see it because of the...
I do have the car in reverse, that way I can see the backup camera behind me, what's going on behind me.
Yeah, you're crazy, man. Yeah, Lakita. Yeah, something about 10 to 15 miles wide, something like that. Yeah. It just seemed like that car just showed up out of nowhere, but I guess that car's always been there. Because I was about to say, you got to be well. This is wild. I mean, for you to sit there and go, thank you, messy sweets. But it just seems it'd be. This is insane, man. This storm chaser needs to kick rocks.
I just want to make sure that my route back was okay. That power line did fall down though. I just want to make sure that my route back was okay.
Why you stay? Like, for me, I'm concerned for this content creator, because I'm like, why are you staying right there? Like, you need to turn around and go. We're gonna come back to this. We're definitely coming back to this. Like, I'm nervous for this creator, because this creator might get stuck. Tornado Pagey, but that, I mean, no disrespect, but that sounded like a man. Was that a man? Is this a male content creator or a female content creator? Because the icon is female on their channel. Anyway, I mean, it doesn't matter. All I give a damn about is everyone getting where they need to go to safely. And it takes some serious balls to be driving around out there. You know what I mean? But again, man, this is just nuts. Let's see what's going on with Fox Weather really quick. All right, let's see what they're saying.
And his people, that there are 25,000 visitors in Jamaica right now. That's a lot of people that couldn't get out of the airports before all of this started to happen this weekend. And so they're very concerned, and they're
Ashley,
telling us that they are making sure that the priority is that everyone is safe in those resorts. But certainly with these winds and this activity about to head up into Jamaica and into Montego, there's going to be major issues. Boy, this is a pretty good gust that we got here right now with some blowing, driving rain. As a matter of fact, I think it's blowing into the garage that the team is in right now, unfortunately. And so we are expecting mass power outages. We have up to 40% of the island right now with no power and mobile service as far as data, cell phones. Last update 2 hours ago was 25% of comms were already down. So flying debris is going to occur. Roadways that potentially in many areas are impassable because of power poles that fall, or houses or other structures that are ripped apart. And so getting around is going to be difficult. But I can tell you, I mean, we're going to feel the impacts of this for hours and hours to come, well into the dark of night. I just hope that we can keep our communications so we can continue to broadcast and hit the Fox Weather stream and all the Fox Media platforms for all this information. So we've got a degradation already, guys. It's just the beginning. And Jamaica is as prepared as they can be. But what country could be prepared for 185 mile an hour winds and an historic hurricane? Not many. In fact, not any. Not even in the United States.
Robert, you're right. We're confirming it for you. 185 mile per hour winds at landfall, 892 millibar, low pressure. That was near New Hope, Jamaica at 1 p.m. That was our landfall officially made by the National Hurricane Center. New Hope, Jamaica.
New Hope, Jamaica. And guys, you know what's so terrifying is the fact that there is a possibility that as it comes up and, wobbles to the east as expected, more toward Montego and where we're at in St. Ann Parish, there is a possibility that when it exits Jamaica, about 65 miles north to south, it's going to be heading south to north, that it's still a Category 5.
Yep.
This system does not cease to surprise. Anything it does, I said it yesterday. I don't trust Hurricane Melissa at all. Any move she makes will not surprise me.
I'm right there with you. I mean, we're looking at. Hopefully, we're getting a.
Damn right. You should never trust a woman. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. This is not a red pill YouTube channel. Okay. I'm kidding.
Back with you a little bit later on this hour. Good stuff, Robert.
Yeah, not only has the ERC not taken place, but this thing jogged to the left a little bit, stayed over water longer, super warm water, which has been fueling this.
Right.
And to Robert's point, I mean, you could shave 25 miles per hour off the maximum sustained winds and still be a 5 as this comes off Jamaica.
The amazing part. And the other thing that's amazing, and the higher up you go in elevation, the less interaction you have with any kind of friction. The winds pick up in speed.
20, 30% easily.
We make it 240, 250 mile per hour winds on the hilltops.
That's the EF5 equivalence that we've been talking about.
I mean, the strongest tornadoes ever, 300 miles per hour?
Yeah.
This is just shy of that, but it's mega. You're talking about 20, 30 miles wide of an EF4, EF5 tornado slam into the west side of Jamaica right now.
So by the numbers here, this is top 3 for pressure.
Right.
That's anywhere in the Atlantic basin at any point in the season.
Including the Gulf, including the North Atlantic and the Caribbean.
Across the period of record. And for landfalling storms, if you go by wind speed instead of minimum central pressure, 185, it's what, Labor Day? 1935.
Yeah.
Dorian, and now Melissa.
Amazing. And by the way, Gilbert and Wilma, they were both in the Western Caribbean when that occurred.
Right.
Which is generally speaking this time of year the hottest water on the planet.
That's the sweet spot.
It really is. And then you had the fact that we didn't have any shear. And you're looking at this, the track of this new Melissa. The European model pretty much had this. It was drifting, and it basically moved it up to the north. I mean, it took a while for everything to come into play, but it's just picking up a little bit of forward speed now. But who's next after Jamaica? It's Cuba.
Right, and I know they've been watching some of these subtle changes that have taken place here.
Yeah.
And there's got to be a real uneasy feeling because we know that this isn't hitting much disruption now at all in Jamaica. I mean, yes, there's mountains, but it's 2,000-3,000 feet. It's not the 7,000 feet on the other side of the island.
Right, which, it is kind of a blessing on that regard because that's the most populated area. We were just talking to an official out there in Jamaica, and it's not going to hit Kingston with its full fury. But the people that are in it right now, it's so hard to
I wonder,
imagine.
With some of the conversations that we've seen on Fox Weather, because we know Kingston, the Jamaican people live in Kingston, over 1 million people, residents. But you have a lot of these places where I spoke with a woman yesterday who was in Montego Bay. You have a lot of tourists that are on the northwestern part of the island, and they don't have the lay of the land. They don't have the same reference to draw back on in Jamaica.
Montego Bay right there, right?
And that's where it looks like the worst, people that are out of their element is what I'm saying in that part of the island.
I mean, you're on vacation. You don't know really what's going on.
Right.
And it's really difficult when you're in a foreign area. It's tough to tell. One thing I am noticing right here, though, and they said it too in the National Hurricane discussion, Ian, if you're in the eye, stay where you are.
Yeah.
Because you're going to see the calm conditions, but it's not going to last for very long.
Yeah. I mean, they've been saying get to where you're going to be and stay there. And in this case,
the whole thing is gone.
24, 36 hours.
Could be. Hey, listen, we got some new video right now. Let me show you this. This is on the eastern side of the eye wall, okay? This is Black River. We knew they were getting smashed the hardest. And all right, now the winds were supposed to be cranking up to about 185. We already saw one of the portions. Look at that stuff flying around, Ian.
Let me just say this really quick. They said this is the worst. Like they said, no structure could handle a Category 5 storm, right? Or hurricane. And so far it's been handling it just fine. And the eye looks like it's finally starting to get onto the island, as you can see right here. But honestly, like I'm looking at this and I'm like, this is actually they're doing. It seems to be doing just fine. The island. I'm hoping everybody's smart and is not being dumb, right? But so far, it's looking pretty good, right? Glass half full kind of thing. Let's go back over to Paigey here. Let's see what's going on here. All right. Still stuck? But you can see the flooding. The flooding is real. And are we gonna do something, man? You gonna drive? You gonna do something, man? Okay. He just might be stuck there, which is wild. Let's see what Max Velocity is talking about. Yeah, he's watching the same damn thing.
Is the water going to rise a lot at this camera location? This isn't a camera, by the way. This is a chaser. They're just parked here right now. But this is, like, the water's going to keep rising. So where we are currently looking is Mandeville. And you can see all of this right here. That is all very tall cloud tops. That's where a ton of rain is currently falling. And unfortunately, we are going to continue to see tons of rainfall on this side of the hurricane for the next 6 to 12 hours. And that is going to include Mandeville. So that water is only going to get higher, which is that car that's on the left there. That thing could be fully, like, underwater at some point. Like, it's entirely possible with how low lying of an area this is.
Yeah, it's FAFO for sure. But I mean, that's what you signed. I mean, that's what he signed up for.
Camera's still up. Well, again, it is a chaser. But second off, I don't know how any of the cameras stayed up. The ones over in Kingston also stayed up, including, well, this one's had some problems at times, but this one's also been up basically the entire time too. I was shocked. This camera, out of any camera that we've looked at today,
I
don't
said
know
the
how
same
in the world
thing.
this Treasure Beach camera is up. Like, I could not even tell you. That
I said the same damn thing. Whatever it is latched onto, better give that creator or whoever did that a sponsorship and be like, hey, it braved through a Category 5 hurricane. You know what I mean? I used this stand or whatever the hell he used because I'm very surprised about it too. Real talk. Yeah, 6 to 12 hours of just nonstop, guys. It's going to be crazy. I'm not going to be on for 6 to 12 hours. I mean, I've already been on for 6 hours, more than 6 hours. Okay. But still, it is crazy that, that it's been like that so far. 1 second, guys. Let me see. Yeah, the classic one. Yeah, that camera was most definitely like welded on, for crying out loud. This is crazy. This is what I was looking for right here. Let me take a look at this. Hold on, let me pull this up here real quick so you guys can see this. What I am talking about. Here we go. Here we go. Okay, random breaking news. Hold on 1 second. We got some breaking news, guys. I'm gonna have to we might have to take a little bit of a left turn here in just a little bit. Check what? Okay, I'll see what's up. Give me a second. Give me a second, guys. Give me a second. What? Hold on. What is it? Hold on, let's see. I don't see anything. I would just say email it to me because I don't see anything as far as any DMs on Discord. I would just say email it to me, whatever you're going to email to me. I think that's the best way or the easiest way. Okay. So there's something very interesting that's going on. I just need to pull this up. So give me a second, guys. So as you guys can see, I mean, obviously, the storm be storming. Okay, we got some things going on, and then but we do have something going on outside of this that I want to share with you guys. Stay with me. We're still on the hurricane for sure, but there's some updates. I mean, we shouldn't really be that surprised about this, to be completely honest. Oh, come on. Hold on. Well, so much for that. Hold on, y'all. Let me I need to Google this real quick, guys. The link I received is not working. Boom. So, okay. We got something very interesting going on. A little bit of a left turn. We're not going to be on this for very long. Okay. Just want to give you guys this update. All right. I think this is very interesting. We've been covering this whole thing with Israel, Gaza, the Hamas, all the stuff that's been going on. They said that there was going to be peace in the Middle East. Well, guess what? Looks like that's not happening anymore. I mean, we already knew that this stuff was already not happening because of things that were going on in Gaza right after the signing of that peace deal that they did. Trump was like, hey, took 3,000 years to do this and we're doing it now, right? Well, guess what? Here we go. Israel, Gaza live updates. Netanyahu, okay? Bibi Netanyahu orders powerful strikes in Gaza. Now, I'm going to be real. I'm not surprised about this. I'm not. But this is breaking news information that, well, one, shouldn't be happening. because we all believed that everything was going to be, sunshine and daffodils, because they were going to do plan 1 and then plan A and then plan B or whatever the hell they had. Phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase Fugazi. Okay. So now we're hearing something different. So U.S. President Donald Trump pressed Hamas to act faster in returning the bodies of deceased hostages amid a delicate ceasefire in the Gaza Strip. Israel, hold on. I want to make sure I didn't just jump in the middle of the article because it kind of sounded like that a little bit. But anyway, let me say that again. U.S. President, Donald Trump pressed Hamas to act faster in returning the bodies of deceased hostages amid a delicate ceasefire in the Gaza Strip. Israel has accused Hamas of violating the ceasefire deal by withholding the bodies of the remaining 13 deceased hostages thought to have passed away during or after the Hamas attack in October 7th, 2023. So Hamas has said the return of the remaining bodies, quote unquote, may take some time due to the destruction wrought in Gaza. Egyptian equipment and specialists have been deployed to Gaza to help locate and recover the bodies of Israeli hostages who remain missing. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on Tuesday instructed the country's military to, quote unquote, carry out powerful strikes in Gaza, a statement from his office said. Holy crap. So this apparently key headlines 48 minutes ago. Here we go. Netanyahu orders strikes on Gaza. Okay. Now, Hamas said, this is 14 minutes ago. So they said, Hamas says it will delay handover of hostage body over Israel's ceasefire violations. So Hamas said it will delay the planned handover of a hostage body to Israel because of Israel's violations of the ceasefire. Hamas previously said it would hand over the remains of a hostage to Israeli authorities at 8 p.m. local time. But they are not doing that because they believe that Israel violated, I guess, certain deals or certain agreements within the ceasefire deal. What in the hell is going on here? So again, after they said, nope, we ain't giving you that body no more. In fact, they said, oh yeah, when Israel's like, hey, so hand over the rest of the bodies. We'd really appreciate it. They're like, oh yeah, see what had happened was, see how our graveyard is set up. We may need a little bit more time getting them bodies to you. But in actuality, it's nah, we ain't gonna give it to you because you guys are violating things that we agreed upon during that peace deal. What in the hell is going on? So there you have it, guys. So much for a peace deal. So much for 3,000 years of work finally put together and squashed by signing this peace deal. It's not happening, guys. So what is this? What's to come of this? That's the question I got. But I just wanted to give you guys that breaking news because I think that's very important. It's also going on in the world as well. I understand that there is some sort of cyclone going on hitting India as well. I don't know. There's a lot of random stuff that's going on out here. But I digress. We got to get back into this. So let's take a look at some more footage. All right. And I feel bad for this guy. Okay. Twister, Tornado Pagey. I feel bad for them because yeah, Norma. Never ending story, it never stops. Can't stop, won't stop. So anyway, let me yeah. We keep thinking that there's going to be peace we think there's going to be peace in the Middle East, but it's not. That's not true. That's never true. Okay, let's completely keep it a beam. But let me see what's going on with Fox weather.
Long duration agreement in all the spaghetti models. That is a solid straw going right up the gut.
This is kind of the only scenario that would produce that, right? A trough, picking it up and just
high
launching
pressure
it out.
over to the east and just jetting it out across the region. Consensus puts Bermuda on the bad side. But again, this is Thursday night and a Friday morning. We're talking about 3 days from now.
Yeah, and it's a much bigger storm at that point, though. So, I mean, it's going to be tough to avoid some considerable impacts again.
Exactly. So it might be whether you get the impact fully or not, depends on where it's going to go to the west or the east. You're going to get some impacts no matter what.
I guess, if there's any good news in this, Bermuda is super hurricane hardy.
It's a castle.
They've been through this. I mean, this is what the fourth go around, I think.
And it is.
So
this year.
They're in practice. They're in mid-season form. I mean, with hurricane prep.
Even I know the roads in Bermuda. I've been looking at the map so many times.
Yeah,
it's pretty amazing. But thanks for sticking around, buddy.
You bet.
You're up at the top of the hour too. I'm going to watch this thing probably during your show, jetting off the coast and aiming toward.
We got more. Hold on, guys. We got more stuff. I'm going to check these other spots as well. I mean, some of them have no. You can't see anything anymore. Like it's completely. Wow. Hold on. Yeah, this is gone. That camera's gone. 1 second, guys. Let's take a look. Montego Bay. Okay. Montego Bay's got some action going on now, too. Take a look at this. Yeah, I mean, like I said before, they said get ready. This is about to be, absolute destruction, and it has not been that bad. I mean, for the most part. I'm sure when the dust settles, it's going to be bad, but not as bad as I was expecting. So far, this is going to be 12 hours of this stuff, or several hours of this stuff. So, we'll see how long, the country can withstand this stuff. All right. I mean, it doesn't look super bad so far, but you know, like I said, this is going to be a slow-moving tornado, slow-moving hurricane that is just going to sit there. You know what I mean? So we'll see how long these buildings and these roofs can handle this. You know. Man, it's gonna be like this now, ain't it? It's gonna be like this now, huh? Cutting in and out of this thing. Let's see what's going on with APT here. Hold on. Nope. Same. See this. There's some that are like literally just like no. Let's see. Twister Chasers. He's definitely trying to go as live as many times as possible, but no luck so far for him. I mean, he's live, but he's indoors, so there's no point in showing his stuff right now. Let's see what's going on with Tornado. Pagey still stuck there. You know. Thank you, Mimi. Appreciate the super chat. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate it. And Janobi, thank you so much. Nah, Melissa got that badonkadonk. I'm done. Yeah. You know, she's dropping that dun.
I got to pull back in here for just a little bit. I got to do an interview. I don't want to sit there just in case something happens with the wind or the water coming up. So we'll pull back in here for just a minute. And we'll come back out in a little bit.
That's some ballsy stuff, man. That's some ballsy stuff. Thank you for the love, Sherry. I appreciate it. So we're going to go to something else. We're going to go to something else for the now. Let's see what's going on here. Oh, let's take a look at this. Interesting. I just want to give you guys another update, okay? Another breaking news update right now as we speak. If you aren't up to date on what's going on with Sonia Massey, the Sonia Massey case, if you don't remember, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. I rebuke you, right? I rebuke you in the name of Jesus or something like that, if I remember correctly. That was the verb. That's the line that she said. Well, then I rebuke you in the name of Jesus, right? Remember that woman? The hot water? The boiling pot of water? Okay. Well, they had a trial. It was a very short trial, by the way, but they had a trial. And now, right now, the jury is out on deliberating now, just so you guys know. Okay, they are out in deliberation. They are now deliberating whether or not Sean Grayson, the officer that actually pulled the trigger and took the life of Sonia Massey, they are now deliberating on whether or not that guy should be held accountable, should be found guilty for the demise of that woman. Now, that's what's happening right now, just so you guys know, okay? And I'm going to keep an eye on that because, you know, they'll be deliberating. And then, of course, there's going to be a decision made at some point here in the next day or two. Just letting you know. Okay. Or, you know, maybe by the end of today, you never know. So with all that being said, I just wanted to give you guys that update. Okay. Whoops. I did not mean to do that. All right. But back into this, because again, like I said, there's a lot of news. This news is newsing. All right. But that is something that's very serious, okay? I don't think that woman should have lost her life in this way. And also, given the fact that Sean Grayson has a history of violence and history of just being a very bad cop in general, all right? He should not have been a police officer in the first place. So, and she was not well. That is very true. She was definitely not well, okay? Her mind was definitely gone. For sure. But she should not have lost her life this way, period. And that guy should not have had a badge, and that guy should not have had a weapon to be able to do what he did. And if you watch that body cam footage, you can see he was agitated before he even walked in that mug, before he even was answering that call. All right. But it is up to a jury to find out whether or not she gets justice, whether or not she gets justice or not. So her sitting there saying, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus, got her killed. That's insane. All right. He said, well, what did he say? He said something like, well, you better shut up or I'm going to, he was very aggressive with what he said. I'm going to have to find exactly the words that he said, like precisely what he said, but it was very aggressive. Okay. Like, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. He thought as a threat, right? That's insane. Let me play a little bit of this. Woo! Hamburglar. Let me see if there's anything else. Anything else going on elsewhere? He's stuck there. There's another storm chaser. Let's take a look at this here too.
Everyone.
Okay.
The entire UK. All right, there we go. Good. Yeah, let me just upload it in a couple. Core clips.
feeling, Gus.
Let's roll. Okay, now it's going to be uploading.
I think I raised this to you, right?
I did. And they have it.
Perfect. I can move now?
Yep.
Let's roll. Where to? Who knows? Not here.
Do you need to... Yeah, you're okay, I guess, with that. Yeah, it's about the same.
This is a Honda.
Send the blast out.
What's that?
Sending a blast. I'd say left. Yeah, left. This is A2. If you can make it to the left, that's the other. Should have stayed here and shot these signs. What do we got going on now?
Wow.
No, I was wondering if they're starting to pull cars out. He's got that one up there. They pulled like 4 or 5 out already.
Yeah, I mean, that's still the only way to say it.
Oh, yeah, surely they know that they're toast, right? This is as far as we can here.
Oh. What do we got here?
Tree carnage.
Our path to the coast is gone about as well as I thought it would.
Oh, yeah. Remember when he was charging $450 for had some sand?
Yeah.
Full board?
Power line's right above us, by the way. Just a second. Shoot this. You guys better be careful.
Yeah.
This guy's really cutting with a machete. Yeah. If you spin around and then get a good shot out of your window. Yeah. If that's possible, I don't know. I just know we need. Here you go.
It's crazy to me that they're like staying, like they're so slow to move. And I get it that they're trying to show people footage and all that, but it's like, ain't nobody trying to be, caught up in this. We want to be like, go, get the hell out. You know what I mean? But this is Montego Bay again. I want to be taking a break here in a little bit, guys. I'm just letting you know. Or, ending the live here in a little bit, in a few minutes. I'm just saying, Melody. I mean, like, dang. You know what I mean? You feel me? Like, Gemini. Just like for a few clicks and views, it's not worth it. It ain't worth it. Just seeing if there's other spots. Real quick, guys, don't forget to hit that like button down below, please, and thank you. And if you haven't done it yet, please make sure you hit that subscribe button as well. We're going to look at some other coverage here. I'm just checking out some other spots here really quick. But please, be sure to hit that hit that follow, that subscribe, hit that like button down below. That would be awesome. That would really mean the world to me. And of course, pinned to the top of the chat, just another reminder, I do have this GoFundMe going on. I'm trying to raise money for this this basically like a portable live rig. I can go anywhere in the world and go live, right? But it's like my own signal, etc. I don't have to worry about internet connections or anything of that sort. I'm able to just go out on the street and just talk to anybody. Literally in the middle of the freeway, for crying out loud, if I wanted to, that kind of thing. And you can actually look at the rig. I mean, it's right there, so you could see the. It's not like I'm just trying to take money. It's a basically like a glorified backpack that you could just carry around, and it has its own like batteries and all that stuff, and it's just operated all wirelessly. And yeah, it's just something I'm trying to raise money for, so I can hopefully use it before the holidays season starts, right? So yeah, if you can go over to link pinned to the top of the chat and just a little bit goes a long way. If you can contribute, that'd be amazing. That would be greatly appreciated. Of course, I'm going to see what's going on over here too in these other spots here as well. But yeah, go check it out. That would really mean the world to me. No, that's the same doggone thing I just played, you guys. Hold on. Whoops. Hold on. Let's see what. Is there anything? I mean, everything's been pretty much the same so far. And then the Tornado Pagey, they're still like doing some live interview, I guess. So they're busy with that. So hold on. Yeah, pretty much everybody's looking at stuck on what I've been looking at as well. Still, it's just trying to see if there's any. Excuse me. Trying to see if there's anything else going on. Let's see. See if there's any updates here.
Hurricane Melissa marching into the all-time record books in a bad way as it slams Jamaica. We just got the 2 o'clock advisory in. You can see it right here. The winds are down just a touch. It's down by 20 miles per hour, and it's still freaking Category 5. Unbelievable. This is one of the most intense hurricanes that we've seen in the Atlantic, and it gained strength as it was making its...
Actually, let me pause that really quick. Debbie, yes, exactly. That whole thing, that rig... I mean, some of the, like legacy media uses it. Everything from Fox Weather, they use it. Fox, CNN. I mean, you name it, they use the same freaking rig. So yeah, Debbie's absolutely right. The rig that I'm trying to raise money for is a rig that the pros use. And I'd be able to literally go anywhere, right? You know how like back in the day you had to have like a van with a satellite dish on top of it to be able to broadcast from certain areas wirelessly and all that stuff. Well, now everything's in the size. Basically, that van now is in a backpack. That's all it is, right? So it allows me to broadcast anywhere. If there's, I could just go literally, to the scene of a crime or the scene of a protest or an event, and I can go live right then and there. Anywhere, everywhere I want to go, that thing can go with me with a perfect, clean signal. So that's what I'm trying to raise money for. It's, it's a little over $2,000, which is a lot of quiche. So I'm trying to see if I can get some help in trying to raise that money so I can do more boots on the ground, more other types of events where you guys get to go hang out with me at certain things and just have some fun, not only just do the serious stuff, but also just have a little bit of fun, going to these events that I usually, am able to host or MC, host, etc., or, just being a part of. You guys would be able to get to meet people while I'm meeting them at the same time. I mean, it's really, really a fun idea that I really want to bring to the show. And it requires this backpack. So if, like I said, if you got a little bit goes a long way. Like I said, we got quite the mountain to climb because it's like $2,000, but a little over $2,000. But at the same time, I believe that with y'all's help, I can get this sooner rather than later. So I know that might be a big ask, but I could use your help. The link is pinned to the top of the chat. It's in the description box down below. It would be amazing to get that going. Yeah, LV. I mean, you ain't wrong. If everyone in the chat donated $2, literally right now, yeah, you're right. Goal would definitely be met by now. Instantly, right? Yeah. So it would be very, very cool to be able to do this and bring that, because like I said, it's not just to mess around with. It's to use for the show, and do more with the show other than just being in here, because there's a lot of events and there's a lot of things that are going on, especially in the holiday season. There's so many events that are going on that I'm a part of, that would be awesome to have you guys be there live, seeing it all go down, that would be so fun and so cool. So anyway, something that I'm trying to bring into the show, like I said, bringing you guys variety other than just same old. I want you guys to come to the show knowing you're getting entertained. You're getting the information, but you're also getting entertained as well. So there it is. All right. Something that's, kind of like live on, kind of like on the Tita, kind of like that, but more of my style, He's got his thing, I got mine, I want to have a little bit more fun. You know what I'm saying? But let me play a little bit of this so we get some updates on what's going on with Hurricane Melissa.
Way towards New Hope. That's where it made landfall officially at about 1 o'clock this afternoon. Western Jamaica taking a direct hit right now. The entire core is over land. It is weakening.
Thank you, Allie.
But not much. It's going to head towards Montego Bay, St. Anne's Bay, where we have our live reporter Robert Ray stationed. We'll go to him here shortly as well. I've got meteorologist Kiana Lewis joining me right now, and Bob Van Dillen. Great to see you this afternoon. And Kiana, good stuff. And if you've been following along, you saw just this tightening up as it went in across Jamaica. And
the fist bump is killing me. I'm sorry. The fist bump is really killing me.
Pressure being so intense. I mean, this is a monstrous storm, and for it to move over an area where the infrastructure is already very iffy is the scary part about this.
That's a good point. And I guess the only saving grace for Jamaica is that the most populated part of the country is on the east side. But still, if you're in the way of Montego Bay, you're still looking at a Category 5, almost on top of you at this point. Give it a couple of hours, and you can start seeing these winds gusting to Category 3, 4 strength. You can see Category 5 still. The 2
Thank you,
o'clock
Jane.
advisory,
I'll take a look
we
at
knew
that.
it was going to happen, right? You said it before when you walked in the door. It's that land interaction right here.
Yes, so thankfully that land interaction is kicking into full gear right now. We're starting to see the storm kind of weaken. Even though the winds are down 20 miles per hour, this is significantly better than what it was maybe a half an hour ago. And that pressure starting to rise there too. And that's what we want to see in a weakening storm.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's get live out there right now. We've got Robert Ray, our Fox weather correspondent. He's hanging out also with Jared Maloney. This is kind of close to where he is, Lucia. Jamaica is just to the west of him on the top side of the island. And you could see this. When Robert was reporting earlier this morning, the conditions were not like this. Robert, things have changed.
Yeah, they sure have. We've got the landfall, and now we're starting to see what we expected and anticipated all morning and into this afternoon is these winds beginning to pick up and the driving rain that comes alongside with that. It's only going to deteriorate even more where we're at right now in north central Jamaica, about 50 miles to the east of Montego Bay. And Montego Bay is in trouble, according to the trajectory of this massive historic Hurricane Melissa Cat 5 that made that landfall, about an hour ago in Hope City, southwest Jamaica at 185 miles per hour. Good to hear that the winds have dropped down about 20 miles an hour to 165, but nonetheless, guys, the variables on that, everything is going to be catastrophic that is in the path of Hurricane Melissa at this point. The interesting, or maybe concerning thing, I should say, is in Montego Bay, there are about 25,000 tourists that are hunkered down in those resorts and hotels. That's according to the Minister of Tourism office. They sent that note to me a little earlier. They are trying to take care of the health and safety of all these people that could not get out on airplanes in the past few days, as the country of Jamaica, nearly 3 million people, and all the officials here have been preparing for this moment, this impact moment. But the confusing and unsettling part of all of this is the fact that, the different wobbles and the meandering Melissa over the past several days have just been so unpredictable at this point and hard to figure out exactly where we would see a landfall and the biggest impacts. I could tell you right now, where we are at in St. Ann Parish, we are officially out of power. It is gone. It was going in and out all morning, and now it is done. We are in the black here, and we will go into that as the darkness falls and try to maintain our signal and our communications as best as we can, guys. Power in the island, at least as of 2-3 hours ago, according to officials, unless there's an update that I've missed, it was approaching 50% of all the island out of power. Communications is failing as well. Well over a quarter of the mobile cellular services are gone. If there's any silver lining to this, it's the fact that Kingston, the capital, about 1 million people that live there, that was originally thought to be taking a real hardcore wind field. It is not going to do that. Of course, flash flooding is on the table with feet of rain coming down and sliding down those mountains and creating flash flooding scenarios and degradation of roads. But I say that that's a silver lining only because the airport may be spared in Kingston, and that is going to be key to the fact that humanitarian aid may be able to get in here faster than anticipated. If that airport does not able to open up, and Montego Bay Airport, which it looks like is going to be in big time trouble, then we are in for it for multiple days until we can figure out how to get help into this great island of nearly 3 million people, because they're going to need it. We may have a humanitarian crisis on our hands, especially in the Montego area, with all the tourists and the residents and infrastructure that is ripped apart. There is no infrastructure that can handle winds like this, nowhere in the world, certainly. So as I stand here now, driving rain that is coming off the mountainside, and by the way, about 15 or so miles right outside of here, still in St. Ann Parish, up the mountain, we are getting pictures of submerged homes with water up to the roof line and roads already in peril. A quarter mile down the road from where I'm at, the Caribbean Sea and the roadway that leads into Montego, about 50 miles, and dotted on each side of the roadway are businesses and then homes and neighborhoods up and down. We hope that those structures can last based upon the wind field, but the closer you get to Montego Bay, the less likely that is going to be for any structure that is not fortified. Our team right now is sitting inside of a garage in a concrete home, but they are safe and able to broadcast. But we have water coming into the home because of the driving force rains and no power, unfortunately, right now. That's the situation that we're going through, and so many people around this island nation of Jamaica right now. I mean, we'll continue to try to get as many updates as possible and give them to you. But as this progresses, I fear the communications will falter. That just is an obvious with a storm of this magnitude. Bob and Kiana?
Yeah, Robert, great reporting out there. We knew the power was going to go out. It's out right now. You talked about the flooding. We knew it was going to be storm surge around Montego Bay. And you talked about some of those houses starting to get submerged. Is that storm surge you're talking about, or is that the freshwater rain coming down?
No, freshwater rain. Freshwater rain down from the mountainside. So in St. Ann Parish, about 15 or so miles. It's hard to tell exactly how far because of the roadways make a lot of winds and bends here. But all that water that is coming down off of the mountains, just going into these communities and inundating these homes. I mean, the pictures that we saw were homes where literally the water was almost above some of the roof lines. And the problem is that all this water's got to go somewhere. For example, I mean, I'm standing on a slope here, probably hard to tell with the camera shot, but I can look to my left, to your right, and see water beginning to rush down this roadway. There's a sewer right over here. I won't be able to walk over there because the camera is tucked deep in this garage, but the sewer is actually handling it okay. That is incredible news. But at some point in the coming hours, it's likely that sewer is not going to be able to handle it, and we may see maybe a foot of water move down this hill and head toward the Caribbean. And that's another issue, is that roadway that goes into Montego, the inundation from all this water slide, so to speak, will have real problems for structures as well. So it's not just the wind field, it's the water that can bang up against the structures and deteriorate the base and the infrastructure at the bottom. And then you have a wind field that can take roofs off as well. So there's just so many variables and so many dangers out here, and it's terrifying.
I mean, again, you got, like Andrea just said in the chat, yeah, you got homes that are submerged basically all the way up to the roof. Okay, so flooding is taking full effect. And again, the devastation and the catastrophic results may not just be just from the wind ripping roofs off. It could literally just be from flooding, straight up flooding. So, and also people losing their lives, not from just being blown away, but actually, being submerged in water, not just from getting, structures toppling over them and debris becoming projectiles, and them getting hit by those projectiles. It could literally just be from mudslides, the rain, flooding, etc. So again, no matter what, this is all bad. This is all bad. This is all going to be bad. They're out of power right now. Soon, we'll see what happens when, as time goes on today. I mean, they still have a whole day of this, guys. Like the eye of the storm has finally just entered the island. Okay. So they still, and given the fact that this is moving at a crawl, okay, it's crawling by. It can do a lot of bad over time. Okay, over time it can get really, really bad. So again, we're gonna keep an eye on this. Okay, we're keeping an eye on this, but I have to hop off. I need a little bit of a break. It's been, it's 7.5 hours of going live straight. So I'm going to take a little bit of a break. Of course, I'm keeping an eye on this, of course. And then there's a bunch of other situations that are going on right now as well. You got Rebecca Haro's hearing that's going on right now as we speak. I'm still thinking that she's still on the not guilty route, because she may not be guilty of taking his life. She may be guilty of covering it up, right? Let's not forget that too. So you have that, okay? And then, of course, something else I forgot. What am I forgetting? I I forgot what I was going to say. But there's, thank you, the verdict. Sonia Massey's verdict, okay? Former ex-officer Sean Grayson's verdict. They're in deliberation right now for his verdict. So we're on watch for that as well. And then, of course, we're watching this. You know, we're keeping an eye on what's going on with this hurricane. Hopefully everything's going to be okay. You know what I mean? But we will see what happens, right? We will definitely see what happens. Hold on. Let me show this to you guys real quick. What is he doing?
This place. This is a home owned by someone in Atlanta, and we came upon it on a very lucky situation yesterday. So we think we're good, but anything could happen.
Yeah.
Okay. Talking about, is he in a good place? Is he in a safe space? Hopefully he is. Hopefully everybody is, right? Hopefully there is no fatalities. There are no problems. Hopefully everyone is in a safe place, in good shelters, right? Because right now I was expecting it to be like, everything going down like dominoes, but it's not going like that. So I'm very happy to hear that. Okay. But still, the hurricane still rages on. It is still on land right now. And then, of course, you also got to remember, let's not forget Cuba. Cuba is right after Jamaica as well. That's, allegedly set to be the one that's going to be hit next by Hurricane Melissa. So we're going to keep an eye on this. Okay. I'm going to give you guys more updates when the time is right. Okay. But that is the show. I appreciate all y'all for being here. It really means a lot. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so very much. Again, grateful. Thank you so much. I'm very grateful for the love. Thank you. Pascal, your dedication to service does not go unnoticed. Thank you. No, thank you. I appreciate it. We're not done yet, okay? I'm going to be back on in a few hours. We still got coverage. We still got a lot to talk about. There's still a lot going on, okay? When I find out some more information about a bunch of other things, we will be on. Trust me. Bill Boy's mom, thank you so much for the love. I have family there. Well, I'm praying for them for sure. No one has checked in safe. That's not good. Bill Boy's mom, I'm praying for you guys. I'm praying for your family. I mean, I feel like that's a lot of people are saying, I'm sure, are saying the same thing right now. Hopefully you'll find a way to get in touch with them and everyone is safe. Okay, that's what I'm putting out. That's the energy I'm putting out into the universe. Okay? Hopefully everybody's okay. All right? But like I said, I'm keeping an eye on a bunch of other things, including this hurricane. So be sure to make sure you are, of course, hitting that like button down below. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Hit that notification bell so you know whenever I go live, whenever I upload, because it be random. All right? Hit that join button down below. Become a member. Check out my Patreon. And, of course, check out PascalMerch.com. I'll be back on in a few hours, guys. I'll be talking to you guys very soon. Much love. Stay safe out there. And prayers to Jamaica. We'll be talking here soon, guys. Talk to you guys. Be good to yourselves. Be good to one another. This is The Pascal Show. Bye.